Good morning. This is Murph and Markus. Brian Murphy and Markus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, we're trying to have a good time. We're trying to have fun. We're trying to be positive, bro, but it's getting hard because poor Raphael Devers has come to town, and the Giants haven't won a game. If you missed it last night, another meager offensive output, including the man himself. Devers went hitless, part of a hitless parade as the Giants go down 4-2 to Stephen Vogt's Cleveland Guardians, who came in here 500, 35-35, and are healing up at the expense of the Giants' weak bats. But man, the weather's great. It's a holiday for many. We want to honor Juneteenth for those who are lucky enough to have the day off and remember this important day in American history. But we're working, Markus. We're grinding, and we're grinding over the grind that is the Giants, who lost their fourth in a row last night. So be positive, bro. Come on, Markus.
Murph, I want to be positive because we've had a streak of positive vibes since the Raphael Devers trade. But I got to pump you back right out the gates at 6:01 in the morning. Poor Raphael Devers. Poor Justin Verlander, 0-4 on the year, still does not have a win as a member of the San Francisco Giants.
It's kind of amazing. And then the stat came out that only four pitchers in franchise history have gone 11 starts without a win. Now, this is crazy. 3 of them are Farhan specials.
No way.
3 of them are openers.
Well, I was going to say,
we got that record.
They don't work deep enough into games to get wins.
So, of course, they pitch one inning. Mm-hmm. Ryan Walker's one of them. He'd be done after one. You got your laugh ready?
Ooh.
John Brebbia.
Oh, I got that.
For sure. John Brebbia. Also, Ross Stripling in 2023. Was he serving as an opener a lot? I don't even remember.
I think he was just bad.
Yeah. And the last one, let's go. Let's shout out MDL, baseball mensch, Slick Castleman, 1936. They called him Slick for personal reasons off the field.
Great job, brother.
Slick Castleman. Well, I don't know what happened to Slick.
The slickest in the game. He's a little too slick on the mound.
Justin Verlander, thanks to Shayna Rubin for that stat. Yeah, dude, it's ridiculous. I even looked it up. So, like, you may not know this, but, like, there was a brief, like, a 3-week stint in 1986 where Steve Carlton was a Giant. It was crazy. It was nuts. He, like, young Tony, Steve Carlton, one of the great pitchers of all time, but he was a Philadelphia Philly. And at the end of his career, he was trying to get his 4,000th strikeout. Phillies released him, and he was like, I got to get 4,000. Giants offered him a job. He came out here. I want to say he was here for 3 weeks. Even he got a win when he was here, dude. Even he got a win. I looked it up. Warren Spahn, who was a Brave for 25 years, who finished his career with the Giants, he got 3 wins when he was a Giant, dude. But Verlander can't get one. He wasn't awesome, and we got Schneiman last night. That's right, dude. Schneiman.
Wow.
Schneiman. Daniel Schneiman, second baseman for the Guardians, pardon me. Second baseman for Cleveland. A 33rd round draft pick out of BYU in 2018. Career .231 hitter. Gets an 0-2 fastball right down the middle. Shout out what I say to 13-year-old pitchers. When you're ahead 0-2, no cookies. No cookies. Well, that was a location mistake.
Yeah, and it felt like he had a few of those throughout the night where he gave up multiple hits in 2-strike counts. I mean, his slider did not look great, did not look like it had a lot of movement. Seemed like it was just kind of spinning up there like a cement mixer. And you really cannot make those type of mistakes, regardless of not if the guy's a career .230 hitter. You make mistakes at the big league level, you hang it, they're going to bang it. And that's exactly what happened.
So my question is, where's my Schneiman? You know what I mean? Where's my 0-2 guy? I mean, Ramos hit one last night. Great.
Schneiman.
But dude, I'll tell you who your Schneiman is a guy who's heading the wrong direction, Ty Fitzgerald.
Yeah,
He made an error last night that led to the Schneiman bomb.
Yeah, he had that Schneiman ball in his face.
So really only 3 of the 4 runs were earned and really the error kind of changed the energy too of that inning. Because it's like, well, what are we doing here? It also started in the first inning. I do not recall the sun being such a factor at the start of a night game as it was last night. Was there something about the sun? Usually, I guess we have maybe a little more overcast, a little more fog or something. But that sun in right field played a factor in the game. As Mike Yastrzemski couldn't see that ball that was hit to him, and it falls, and the guy gets to second base, and he winds up scoring on an RBI single. That doesn't happen. So bad luck all around. A standard play Yaz would have made, loses it in the sun, and I don't know what the hell's going on. That's the first time I can remember the sun being that you're out there all the time. It's 6:45.
And I even saw a few people, excuse me, on social media talking about the glare off the batter's eye yesterday. And it seemed like there were a big group of people asking a question why the Giants are still playing games at 6:45 first pitch during the summer, which I don't have an issue with. And I know you don't have an issue with it.
We like it.
Because of how early in the morning that we work. But, yeah, the sun changes. I'm not breaking news here. That's why you have daylight saving. It's going to be in different spots. It was a little bit warmer yesterday. I don't know, Murph, but you can't use that as an excuse because the sun was out for the Cleveland Guardians also.
But not in the top of the first. See, it was just that it was a real small moment of time in the top of the first where it was hanging over that right field edge.
There's that window.
Then the world turns and the sun, or maybe in earlier days you believe that the world stayed the same and the sun revolved around the earth.
Oh,
right?
wow. I got a hot take for you. I think the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Are we going?
That's my breakdown.
We're going. What are we talking? Copernicus here? We're going heliocentric.
Yeah.
You got helio Ramos and heliocentric.
Well, we are almost at the summer solstice, right?
We are.
June 21st.
Stonehenge, baby. Let's go.
I'm a summer solstice guy.
I am a solstice guy. Dude, the light was so crazy going to my car this morning. It's nuts, man. The birds are chirping and everything. Everything's cool about that. I love the summer. I love the vibe. I love everything. I just don't like the Giants losing 4 in a row and 5 out of 6.
No.
Also being 0-2 with Devers. Meanwhile, his Red Sox won again last night in Seattle. They're 2-1 without him. They're like, yeah, this is great. We shed that guy. So I'd like to, I'm just going to go ahead and make a little proclamation right now. I'm going to need the next 4 in a row. I'm going to need the next 4 in a row. I'm calling it.
You want to sweep Boston?
Well, first you got to win today.
Yeah, of course.
It's part of that whole deal, too. So Logan Webb's got to, I got to do this again. I got to be a stopper again.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, well, he's got to do it. So he goes again today at 1:05. Usually the 12:45 starts. They're messing with some times.
So they will change the summer first pitch time.
They will change the times. So 1:05, and then the Red Sox. Yeah, you can sweep the Red Sox. You're going to have to, too, just to get some momentum going. Although, if you look at it, just look around baseball. The Padres got walked off last night by the Dodgers. Will Smith hit a pinch hit walk-off homer for the Dodgers last night. So the Giants still have the number 2 wild card spot. I mean, if you want to look positive.
Yeah.
They're 4 out in the loss column now, or 4.5 out in the West.
Yeah, that would be the positives this morning, but we can also get into the negatives. The struggles with runners in scoring position. In Game 1 with Devers in the lineup, they went 1 for 13. Yesterday, 0 for 6. So that makes them 1 for 19 to start this series, Murph. And if you want to dive even deeper into losing 5 of the last 6, in those 6 games, they're 8 for 52 with runners in scoring position.
Oh, boy.
That's an issue.
Oh, boy.
That is an
Where's
issue.
my Schneeman?
Yeah, where's my Schneeman?
Where's my Schneeman? But by the way, Raphael Devers, Wilmer Flores, Casey Schmidt, who's the God, I can't even read my own writing. Who hit between Schmidt and Fitz last night?
Yeah, what's up with that chicken scratch you got over there?
It
was
Jung Hoo Lee. God, I couldn't read my own writing.
Which I gotta say,
Yeah.
off the top of my head, I think that's the lowest Jung Hoo Lee has ever batted in a Giants lineup.
Yeah, 6th last
Down
night.
in the
Well, they're
6th
facing
spot.
the dreaded freaking lefty.
They cannot
None
hit
of these
lefties.
freaking
dude.
lefties, man.
Soft tossing lefties.
Soft tossing lefties are the freaking bane of our existence. Now we know how everybody felt when they faced Kirk Reeder. But anyway, back to this thing. Devers, Flores, Schmidt, Lee, and Fitzgerald 0 for 16 last night.
They were stuck on the Schneiman.
I guess we should spin positive and say that the only good thing that happened to the park yesterday was Markus and I made a visit to the park and sat down with Barry Lamar Bonds.
Yeah, say that again, Murph.
Can we get some applause here,
Say
buddy?
it again, Murph. Say it one more time.
Your boys Murph and Markus headed to the park and sat down with our new friend Barry Lamar Bonds. Yeah, man. So we're going to play that for you today, and we have lots of stories from that. First of all, is that your first true Bonds experience?
Oh, first ever encounter face-to-face. I mean, the closest that I ever got to Barry Bonds, I think, was last year, just like being in the same stadium for the Willie Mays ceremony after he passed away. And, of course, yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of Willie passing away, so we were able to sit down for 15 minutes and talk about Willie.
It was something we were working on for a while. We want to thank the Giants or some key people, Lisa and Mario, to make it happen. But we said, it's a good excuse. Barry obviously doesn't do a ton of media. He will. It's not like he's like Greta Garbo hanging out. There's an old school reference for you there, buddy. Yeah. It's way
It's all right,
deep.
Tony. I didn't get that one either.
Oh, yeah, it's a deep pull. Yeah. Anyway, point being is that, it's not, but he doesn't frequently like to do radio. Sometimes it's like you get lucky as a writer, like the night Jock Peterson hit 3 home runs or something, and he said I talked to Barry about the game or something like that. Anyway, point is that to arrange something for him is quite a production. But we said, listen, if there's ever a time you want to talk, it's on the year anniversary of losing his great godfather, Willie Mays. And sure enough, he agreed. And sure enough, he came walking into the dugout yesterday afternoon, sometime a little after 3 o'clock. And sure enough, we mic'd everybody up. And sure enough, our digital team was there to record it. And sure enough, we had when it was all said and done, Marcus, how long was our hang?
I want to say it was close to an hour and a half, Murph.
How about that?
Yeah.
Look at you. That's your new best friend.
I mean, I had no idea that, first of all, I would even come face-to-face with Barry Bonds, let alone be able to interview him in the Giants' dugout on the field while players are taking BP and Bob Melvin's holding his own press conference
well,
at the other side of the dugout.
We were there so long that Melvin's thing was scheduled for 4. I thought for sure we'd be long done by then, but we were still talking by the time Melvin came, and Barry didn't care.
No.
Barry wanted to share some thoughts.
Yes.
On everything.
We got into everything with
We eventually got to Caitlin Clark with Barry.
We started talking GOATs of damn near every sport. MJ versus LeBron versus Kobe, Barry Sanders versus Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. He's got thoughts.
We got into it.
We had some fun, man. Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
All sorts of fun stuff. But anyway, mostly the interview heavy on the Willie Mays memories and his father, too. A lot about his father, which it needs to be talked about a lot because Bobby Bonds was an incredible Giant who, as Barry himself says in the interview, had some demons, but had every bit the skill set that Willie Mays had.
Now, let me ask you, because you got a few more years in the game than myself. I've only been doing radio for a handful of years. You've been on air here at KNBR for 20 years. What's your history interviewing Barry Bonds?
So we've never had him as a proper guest. I don't think we've ever had him as a proper guest. So in 2007, when the S was hitting the fan, he was chasing down Hank Aaron, and the entire country was feeling some kind of way about him. Me and Paulie wanted to get him. We were in Scottsdale. We thought, well, if we're going to get him in Scottsdale. No. Finally, Jim Moorhead, who was running the PR back then, media relations, said, listen, you guys are just going to have to try on your own. Try to grab him after batting practice, see what he says. So we went down. It was Scottsdale. It was chill. It was before the game started. It was, pretty chill out. And we got him after batting practice and just approached him and said, had the mic. And he was like, no, man, no. He goes, I'm not because at that time, let's be honest, Balco plus Hank Aaron, it was ugly. It was very controversial. But he goes, no, man, no. He goes, why would I talk to you guys? Why would I do this? And then dude proceeded to very similarly give us a 45-minute state of the world review from Barry Bonds that covered everything. And it started with his feelings on the NBA All-Star Game and why can't Major League Baseball match that. At one point, he took the barrel of his bat, or the handle of his bat, the knob of his bat, and pointed to every seat in Scottsdale Stadium, or kind of brushed it around the stadium. And he goes, you see all these seats right here? All these seats? Those people come to see me. He's like, those people come to see me. We were like, well, you're kind of right.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
But again, that was off mic.
Yeah.
So he likes to go off mic, as you learned yesterday. So that's the only other, to answer your question, that's the only other experience. I had my one when I was a beat writer, and I was filling in, and he heard his hand on the wall. And I told you, he said, I'm not answering any questions about the wall. And I said, well, can you talk about the catch? And he said, I told you. He goes, where'd you go to school to ask such stupid questions? I said, well, I couldn't get into Arizona State. So I went to UCLA. And he didn't give me any reaction.
Look at you clapping back.
Yeah.
Good thing he did not remember that yesterday.
No, he did not remember that.
No, definitely
He
not.
was great. He was, when you get Barry going, man, he's one of the most interesting cats around. And we talked about analytics, and we talked about real baseball. We talked about Buster Posey. Heck, we talked about Jimmy Davenport at one point. We talked about everything. And just let him know that Barry's going to be around, man. Barry's going to be around.
Definitely.
He's going to be around. He considers himself, as he says, part of his legacy from Mays is come to the ballpark as much as you can and be out there. So that's why that Russo rant yesterday was so misplaced, because he's definitely a part of the culture.
Yeah, that was an off-base rant from our guy Mad Dog that has kind of lost the plot with the San Francisco Giants a while ago, in my opinion.
He has. All right, well, that's what we got. There's some positivity, because you'll hear that today at 7:50. Not to steal Tony's thunder on the guest list, but just in case somebody's getting out of their car, they now know when to come back. It's our big hit today, our visit with Barry Bonds. So we'll get the rest of the guest list and set your table on a Thursday. It's a holiday Thursday for many on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see Post Malone, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is a great song, and it's all brought to you by Live Nation. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
0-2 the count. The pitch is hit to left center and pretty well hit. Going back on to Jung-Hoo Lee. It is gone. In an 0-2 count, Schneiman hits a 3-run homer to the opposite field. And that one just shocked Verlander. Daniel Schneiman. And that error really hurts. Instead of 2 outs, nobody on. Base runner, then a base hit, and then that.
And there's a high drive into deep left center field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! A laser beam into the bleachers and way up into the bleachers for the Giants' first 2 runs of the night. 2-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3 called, a slider on the outside corner. And the Guardians have taken each of the first 2 games of this series, and the Giants here at home now.
Now, what's that all about? Not only do we have to hear the Guardians, the Cleveland Guardians, hitting home runs, but that woman in the background. So I'm driving in this morning, and it's a holiday, so I think some of the shows I usually listen to, some people were off. So I was kind of going around the dial looking for something. Content was a little light. And I wound up going all the way over to MLB Network Radio, and sleepy Eduardo Perez was checking in from Omaha. And they played the Schneiman homer for him. And Eduardo Perez, he was very groggy. You could tell he was in his hotel room. He's like, yeah, it's a nice moment for Schneiman. He goes, but who's that woman screaming in the background? And I was like, and then I'd come in right after they played the cut, so I didn't know what he was talking about. Now, young Tony, you just played. I could hear this. Listen to this deranged Cleveland fan here. Listen. Really
hurts. Instead of 2 outs, nobody on. Base runner, then a base hit, and then that.
And it happens during the homer, too, yeah. And at the end, when the last out is made, you can hear this person screaming. Do you celebrate?
It is gone. In an 0-2 count, Schneiman hits a 3-run homer to the opposite field. And that one just shocked Verlander.
She's just screaming.
Have you ever punctuated one of your sports team's moments by just going, ah! That hurts my throat, by the way.
I don't even want to attempt to do it, Murph. Like, I've heard people drop a "Let's go!"
Yeah!
But not
I
just...
guess it's...
Sounds like she's screaming for help.
Is that Mrs. Schneiman?
Oh.
Is that Schneiman's mom?
Uh-huh.
By the way, it's been nagging at me, and finally it got me. School of Rock. Ned Schneebly. That's what I think about, right?
Ned Schneebly.
He was the roommate who's Jack Black was substitute teaching for. It's Mike White, who is the guy who went on Survivor, your show, and is the creator and writer of White Lotus.
That's right.
And he's quite a talented guy, but he wrote School of Rock, and his character in School of Rock is Ned Schneebly. You got this guy last night, Schneiman. That's what I was thinking about. When I see Ned Schneebly, I go, ah! Oh, man, that hurts my throat.
Yes.
Young Tone.
Go on.
Hurts my ears.
Man. Young Tony Farias on a Thursday, June 19. Did you play your horns for you, buddy, or no?
Oh, no, my fault.
Yeah, there you go. We
hit those
just stole
horns,
these
Tony.
from the old days. Used to be guests only. Now you're just kind of taking it. People are saying if you were listening to the game, she was screaming all night. 650, can we talk about screaming all game? 646, she screamed literally after every pitch, dude. So that just adds to the pain of a 4-game losing streak as some lunatic Cleveland screamer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't need to hear that screaming, especially with those low lights, especially when you're ruining one of my favorite rejoins, MF Doom, Doomsday. It's one of my favorite tracks. I don't need the screams on top of that, Murph.
There you go. Young Tone, had you heard the...
I had not heard the screaming. No, Markus and I are going to have a goal today. When we go to the game, we're going to try to just scream and get on the highlight for the show tomorrow.
Well, hopefully you'll be screaming about a Giants win. They're 0-2 with Devers. That's not the idea.
Maybe we should scream for that.
Is this MF Doom?
Yeah.
916 said MF Doom, let's go.
Oh, hell yeah, 916. If you know, you know.
By the way, do you think Buster's It's Time to Go has turned into It's Time to Slow?
Oh. You're telling me they're at a yellow light right now?
Are you telling me we're still looking for a dude?
Oh.
You know what I mean? There's
Thought they had a dude.
No dudes around last 2 nights. 0-2 with Devers, Red Sox 2-1 without Devers. But I got to think when it's all said and done, the Giants will have a better record than the Red Sox after this trade. Please, please, baby, please, baby, please, baby, 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 please. as Spike Lee once said.
Now, let me ask you this. I know there's still one more game against Cleveland today, but we are going to start looking ahead to the Boston series. Do you think there's more motivation on Raphael Devers' part to beat Boston or more motivation on Boston to beat the guy that just left them?
Yeah, I would say there's more motivation for Devers.
Yeah, I think Devers has to get over on ownership because at least from what we're hearing now from Manny Ramirez and Pedro Martinez kind of going against the campaign that has been launched against Raphael Devers, as it seems like Breslow and the Boston Red Sox are now gaslighting Devers and saying he's a terrible teammate. To me, it's more of a battle between Raphael Devers and the front office, not Raphael Devers versus his former teammates.
Which leads to our guest list today, because I think we can address these issues here. What do you got, Tone?
Yes, indeed. Howard Bryant going to join us at 6:50. Bostonian going to join us, give us the breakdown on the whole.
One of our all-time favorites. It's been too long, and Mr. New England, also one of the great thinkers around. You talk to Howard, he's thinking. He's always rubbing his chin. We'd go out after games, and he'd say, have you ever thought about this? I'd be like, no, but you did, and you're a better thinker than I am. You really are. So, yeah, he's a great thinker.
Very excited for that. 6:50 this morning. Stay tuned. Dwight Evans going to join us at 7:15.
What? Wow. What'd you just say?
Dwight Evans, ladies and gentlemen, 7:15.
Do we have, look, is John Joe Curley going to book the entire 78 Red Sox for me?
At this point, he might.
So is this is to preview the Red Sox series and stoke me personally?
Stay tuned tomorrow. We also have one of your favorites growing up as well.
Wow.
Are we going to double down with my guy, 19?
We've got more.
Should I wear my Red Sox hat tomorrow?
100%. Get everybody going.
Tell Mike Connell we'll put it on the stream, but nobody's watching.
I know they're not awake right now. Executive show today.
Inside joke.
Today's Thursday. We have our executive show. Larry Baer going to join us at 7:30.
Well, ask Larry Baer how he feels about the Lakers being sold for $10 billion. By the way, Raymond Ritter made sure to send me a text saying a couple of months ago, Forbes valued the Warriors at $9 billion. He said the Lakers going for $10 billion means we are, quote, well north of that number. We own our arena. They don't. We have way more revenue than they don't. It's in other words, this is all good news for Joe Lacob and the other part. It's good to be the king.
Yeah.
It's good to be the king.
It's good to be
$10
Jumpin'
billion.
Joe.
I found it on my in my couch cushions. What do you need?
That's it.
By the way, Joe Lacob hosting Caitlin Clark tonight.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark tonight,
down at Chase
which we
Center.
talked about with Barry Bonds.
We did. He's a big fan of Caitlin
He might want to get over there today.
I know. He has the opportunity for the Terry Francois two-step with the Giants day game. You can go catch some Valkyrie ball tonight versus Caitlin Clark after.
All right.
Stay tuned for our sports calendar. We'll give you the whole breakdown. And then we buried the lead. Barry Bonds, ladies and gentlemen, 7:50 this morning.
We got to say that every segment. Markus and I worked on this. Thanks to Mario and Lisa, we got a great sit down with Barry Bonds on the 1-year anniversary of Willie Mays leaving us. So we can talk more about that. We can talk about what's going on with Devers in this offense. You can talk about what's going on with Justin Verlander. You can look for $10 billion in your couch cushions, all on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Markus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Got him. Now the pitch is swung on and missed. Changeup strikes him out. 2 down. Second strikeout.
2-2. Naylor strikes out swinging. High fastball got him, and there was a little extra velocity from Verlander.
Got him.
Here's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Curveball got him.
Strikeout number 6 tonight for Verlander. All swing and miss strike threes. Curveball, even a hanger can be a great pitch if it gets it out.
Oh man, the sounds of a Giants loss, 4-2 to Cleveland. They got to try to stave off the sweep today at 105. Logan Webb is on the hill. Say, hey Logan, save us again. Or how about some bats get going here, too? I've never heard this rejoin. What is this going?
Oh, this right here is another MF Doom track.
Okay.
I didn't know it was an MF Doom Thursday. This is right here, Rap Snitches, telling all your business.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say knishes? Like the Jewish pastry?
So, yeah, I think the actual title of the song, I've always just called it Rap Snitches, but Tony, give me the listed title.
Let me spell it, because it's a little bit of a funny word. Knishes.
Yeah, knishes. It's a Jewish
I was asking Markus
thing.
in the break how to pronounce it.
Is MF Doom a proud member of the Jewish religion?
I don't believe so.
Okay, well, I guess he just likes the word knish. It's fun to say. Like Schneiman or Schneebly. Gavin Williams is pitching for Cleveland today, a 25-year-old right-hander. Thank God he's a right-hander. You see a freaking lefty, you lose your mind. I'm already looking ahead to this Red Sox series. Dobbins going for the Red Sox on Friday. He's a righty. Saturday, Bello. Oh, no, it's not. Wait a minute. That's not our Bayo. Joey Bayo, as they call him. That's not him. No, he's a low A guy. Brayon Bello is going for the Red Sox on Saturday.
He's a pretty good young pitcher.
He's a righty. And then on Sunday, they got Giolito.
Ooh, so they're going to be able to avoid Garrett Crochet.
It's funny, all my life, I thought Giolito was a lefty. He's a righty, huh? What the heck?
Got a bone
Who am I
up on your
confusing
Giolito knowledge.
Who's the lefty from Harvard Westlake then? Is it Max Fried? Yeah.
I don't know.
You know
from
those
Harvard Westlake.
Yeah, you didn't know this. There's one high school team in L.A. So Harvard Westlake's now it's an elite high school in Los Angeles. When I was covering high school sports down there, it was just starting to get its sea legs. It was actually, believe it or not, mostly known for swimming and water polo, where they don't know that Devers got traded to the Giants, right? They had a coach named Rich Corso, who was one of the best water polo coaches in the country. So they were, and then in the 90s, they started to realize that everything kind of, I'm going to go sociological here let's get sociological up in this piece. As public schools in California started to sort of maybe not get as much funding, maybe not shine as much as they had in the 60s and 70s and 80s, people started to migrate more to private schools, and private schools started to realize that sports could be the ticket. And so you saw the rise of schools like De La Salle and up here and down there, Harvard Westlake, which was always an expensive elite prep school, but then they became an athletic freaking powerhouse. Jaron and Jason Collins, the twins, went there and launched their basketball dynasty. They now have put any number of great basketball players into Division I college. Johnny Juzang, a UCLA guy, on and on and on. But then they became a baseball monster, and at one point in time, in the last 10, 15 years, had on the same roster, on the same pitching staff, Lucas Giolito, Max Fried, and Jack Flaherty. They were all high school pitchers on the same roster.
Did they ever lose a game?
I don't think so. It's baseball. They might have lost one.
Yeah, I mean, in high school, you're only playing 2 to 3 games a week max. You have a starter. You have an ace.
Giolito, Fried, and Flaherty, all very successful big league pitchers on a roster.
That's crazy.
So anyway, Giolito, when I thought he was a lefty, I was confusing him with Fried, who's your guy now, right?
Yeah, Max Fried, who was the only pitcher actually doing well for the Yankees. I take that back. Carlos Rodon's been having a pretty good year too. But I'm wondering, is that the most stacked high school
Has to be
SoCal roster?
Has to be.
Does it compete with Matt Chapman, Nolan Arenado?
Well, yeah, that's pretty good.
Right?
Well, those Crenshaw teams, Darryl Strawberry, there were guys in those Crenshaw, which is a public high school in L.A. in the 70s. They had big leaguers. Darryl Strawberry might have had 1 or 2 teammates who made the bigs too. So you'd have to do some digging, but it's pretty tough to beat those 3 pitchers. Yeah. But yeah, Chapman and Arenado on the same team.
Hell of a rotation.
Dude, Southern California high school baseball ain't no joke. It's all the talent in the world down there. All the talent in the world. So anyway, they don't face a lefty against the Red Sox this weekend.
Good.
Thank freaking God.
Thank you, Lord, because Garrett Crochet is one of the best lefties in the game.
He's the one who won for them last night.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good sign that the Giants are able to avoid him because, Murph, you look at some of the numbers, some of the splits as a team. They're hitting .215 versus lefty this year. The numbers are not good. They just can't figure it out. And it's always these soft-tossing lefties out here.
Well, I mean, even on the youth level, and I know it's ridiculous to compare these things to 12 and 13-year-old baseball, but soft-tossing lefties will flummox you on any level.
It happens all the time.
On any level.
Just throwing junk.
And so everybody's like, velocity, 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 velocity. No, just be a soft-tossing lefty. Dude, Kirk Reeder, we loved him. It must have driven other teams crazy. I wonder if we had a StatCast baseball savant page on Kirk Reeder where his fastball would rank. It was probably so low blue, like 10th percentile or whatever.
Third percentile.
I wonder what Reeder ever maxed out at. I don't know. If he really ramped it up, did he hit like 92, something like that? I mean, he was a soft tossing lefty, and let me tell you what, he won and he won and he won and he won. Jamie Moyer, these guys make careers out of this stuff, and yet everybody wants to be the hard throwing righty. Well, all you got to be is a soft tossing lefty.
Well, yep. That's why there has always and will always be a difference between pitchers and throwers. It's nice when you get a combination of both. When you do get a prime Justin Verlander or a Garrett Cole or somebody that can go out and hit 99, 100 miles per hour in the ninth inning, but also have the ability to pitch, which could lead us into a digression about maybe Justin Verlander not pitching as well as he used to, missing some of those spots with those 0-2 counts. But yes, there is a difference between just being able to throw the ball and being able to hit location and pitch the ball, which was an issue yesterday, in my opinion, for Justin Verlander.
Yeah, we got to get into it. Verlander was the opposite of the lefty last night. He was a hard-throwing righty who got beat by what they call, young Tony, a thumber. You ever hear that one, a thumber? Guy who relies on all the off-speed pitches? Yeah, that's what we faced last night. By the way, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And still got those 2 tickets to see Post Malone with Jelly Roll. I thought I saw Jelly Roll at the park yesterday.
It was hilarious. Murph comes into the dugout right before the Barry Bonds interview. He's like, yeah, Waterboy, I think Jelly's here?
I walked in through a tunnel, and this guy walked out. It was Jelly Roll. He was, how can you look like Jelly Roll and not be Jelly Roll? You know what I mean?
Are you sure it wasn't Sean Jelly eating a roll?
Sean Jelly definitely does not look like Jelly Roll, but I like your thought process. I was like, that's Jelly Roll. And he had tats up on the neck and everything, and he was as big as a truck, man.
Backwards hat?
No, he was wearing a frontwards hat.
That's how you know it wasn't the real Jelly Roll.
But he was like, I was like, why is Jelly Roll here? And he walked into some warehouse, and I was like, is he just doing like a sound check or something before his July 1 show? Then I looked it up, and he's in Jersey in a concert today. So turns out I didn't see Jelly Roll. Yeah. But I was like convinced I saw Jelly Roll. I even told Markus and Mike Connell from Digital. I was like, I think I walked in with Jelly Roll.
It's hilarious. Like, I'm sitting there in the dugout, like prepping, like, what am I going to ask Barry? What am I going to ask Barry? And Murph's over here looking for Jelly Roll's tour dates. Like, where's he at? Oh, he's on the East Coast. That's where Jelly Roll is.
He's in Jersey today at a country show with Jason Aldean. By the way, Barry Bonds, we interviewed him yesterday in the dugout. You'll hear that at 7:50. Ray is in Lodi. He's checking in on Giants baseball. Hey, Ray, good morning. You're on KNBR.
What's up, Ray?
Hey, what's up, Murph? What's up, Markus? Good morning.
What's going on, brother?
Hey, I am feeling kind of like, man, when are we going to run the game with Devers? Mm-hmm. So what do you think about Ramos? Because he's a great hitter, but he's a liability in left field. He takes bad angles, ball goes over his head. I mean, could they possibly move somebody to left and then make him the DH and then put Devers at third temporarily just to get him, keep him in the game? I'm just curious what you think about that.
Well, a couple thoughts there. I mean, I know what you're thinking. You want to get things going here. And you're right. Ramos is not a great left fielder, and that's an understatement. It's sketchy out there. Although he did make a good throw on Tuesday night, threw a runner out. But I think, number one, they're not ready to put Devers out there in the field right now because he hasn't played the field all spring or this season. So they want to give him like a week's worth of ground balls and get him moving a little bit, number one. Number two is I think that DH spot is so valuable for guys like Wilmer Flores and Devers because he doesn't play the field. So I don't think they want to move Ramos to DH right now. I think they want to trust Ramos to get better in left field. And in terms of third base, believe it or not, I mean, and this is a big question, Ray, is we got to decide how much patience they're going to have with Casey Schmidt. Now, Buster Posey, the era of Buster Posey is to be patient. Like they gave Lamont Wade over 2 months to come out of it. And Casey's still young, and they love his glove at third base, even though he made that error Thursday in Colorado. So I see you working, but I don't think they're going to do it.
Wait, but Murph, I've got something random. I was at that same baseball game with Chuck Mangione and Ray Charles that you talked about a while back.
Dude, we should have high-fived each other. That is so funny.
Right?
Yeah. Was it
My
the
junior year in high school?
Was it? Do you remember they were playing they playing the Reds? Was it Johnny Bench's last game in San Francisco, or am I confusing games?
It might have been. It was my junior year in high school. I'm 58 now, but I remember that. I mean, you talk about a baseball game and two first-rate performers.
Yeah, Ray Charles.
Price of admission.
Dude, my dad made a joke. Ray Charles got a standing ovation. My dad said, "Well, why are they doing that? He can't. He doesn't know." My dad was riffing. And I was like, "I know.
Good riff.
I know. So anyway, all right, Ray. Hey, have a great day on Lodi, buddy. Beautiful Lodi.
Thanks, Ray.
I have my buddy Denny Georgiados out there in Lodi doing his thing. So yeah, I mean, Ramos in left field has not been awesome, but they wouldn't. I think they're keeping him there until further notice.
Yeah, I mean, Ramos has consistently been the best hitter in the lineup. Now, I understand that you could potentially move him to DH, but that would have been a thought process to go through before trading for Raphael Devers, because now Devers is going to be in that DH spot. Bob Melvin really doesn't even want him taking ground balls at third base because Matt Chapman is eventually going to return. So, yes, Casey Schmidt is going to get all the reps at third until Chapman's ready to go, and Devers will get a mix in between DH and first base.
Now, we don't want to, but Barry told us a lot of stuff off the record yesterday. So sort of kind of trying to honor that. But one of the things he did say is he is more of a proponent of learning on the big league level, and he would like to see a guy like Luis Matos.
Dude, how about the ice-cold line that Barry hit us with, which I feel comfortable sharing with the audience? He talked about talking to Jim Leland, and he said, "Barry, you're my number 5 hitter, sink or swim." And Barry said, I turned to Jim and said, "Jim, I've been swimming my whole life." I was like, damn, that was a ice-cold line. Drop the mic, Barry.
But he also admitted, too, that he wasn't good enough to be a center fielder. He said, "Get me out of center field. I'm not good enough." That's what he said.
Yeah, wanted to be over and left.
Said he wanted to play left, and then he said it was all about his competition with his godfather.
Yeah, exactly. But your big point, it's like, yes, he would like to see younger players get a longer leach instead of the shuttle between San Francisco and Sacramento.
Yeah, he was not a fan.
Seen so often over the last.
He was not a
years.
fan of the shuttle of the last few years. He wants guys up here learning and going 0 for 4. He goes, "You went 0 for 4?" He goes, "So what? You know how many times I went 0 for 4?" So they got to learn. They got to go 0 for 4. He talked about the Pirates in 85, 86. If you go look at the Pittsburgh Pirates when he came up, they were bad. And guess what? By 90, 91, 92, it got really good. By the way, he told us a great line. Speaking of 90, when Terry Pendleton won the controversial MVP over Barry, which I think most everybody agrees was just one of the biggest mistakes of all time, that Terry Pendleton got that MVP over Barry. He goes, "Yeah, when I see Terry, he still says to me, he goes, 'Hey, I got your trophy at my house.'" He goes, "You want me to bring it over?" So all right. All right, guys, here's the deal. Howard Bryant, one of the great thinkers out there, great baseball writer, great Bostonian, New Englander. He'll give us thoughts on baseball, life, the Red Sox, and the Giants next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's go out to. I'm kind of done with this song as a Boston song. We used to use it as our 6 a.m. rejoin, and that was 15 years ago, buddy. All right. I'm teasing. Hey, is Howard with us? Because I can't see on the new damn call screen. It's been way too long since I talked to my dear friend, Howard Bryant. So I thought we might as well do it on 50,000 watts publicly about life, baseball, the Red Sox, the Giants, and all things profound. Howard, you got your boy Murph. You got your boy Markus. Good morning, man.
Hey, what's up, HB?
Good morning. How y'all doing? I was going to say, once again, the 415 and the 617 overlap.
What, are we going all the way back to Bill Russell or what?
Well,
Casey Jones?
Exactly. Bill Russell, Casey Jones, I think the last time we did this was when your team was spanking the Celtics and showing them what a champion really looked like.
we had Dan Shaughnessy on this week. How about that? And
Did you really?
Yeah,
the dean, the legend.
Yeah, and he unusually he said he thinks that Celtics are done. He thinks they're getting one with Tatum and Brown. That's it.
Well, it's kind of hard to suggest otherwise when one guy just tore his Achilles. How much more can you forecast?
Right.
I mean, look at Durant. It took Durant roughly 2.5, 3 years before he was back to being Durant. And is he really the same player he was before? And even so, he's the anomaly. I mean, and that's why they call it an Achilles. I mean, how much can you project? You just don't know what's going to happen now. You don't even know what the organization. Are they even going to play together? I mean, who knows what's going to happen right now?
Who knows? Well, we know what happened. The Boston Red Sox traded Raphael Devers to the Giants.
They sure did.
Causing a lot of reaction. Any number of ways we can look at this. Let's start with Howard Bryant's view of Raphael Devers, the baseball player. Let's go there before we get into the politics of it all. Did you like Devers as a player?
Well, certainly liked him against the Yankees. I mean, he proved he was a big game guy. I mean, obviously the way you measure stuff around here, just like the way you measure stuff in New York, is what do you do in the rivalry? And, he was a beast. Wasn't afraid, tough guy, absolutely tough at bats. Surprising power, and when he gets on a roll, is he one of those guys who can carry a team? Absolutely. For me, I'm going to, we all have our prejudices, don't we? And and prejudice makes the world go round, right? We hate to say it this way. I mean, the thing about Devers that always got me, and I think this is, by the way, we can get into the politics in a sec, on your schedule on this, but the only thing about Devers that always bothered me was somebody that he was never in shape. Now, you look at some guys, they just have big bodies, but, Devers, you're looking at these guys and you're trying to project out what they're going to be and how they're going to age. And it's really, in some ways, it's not that different from what you saw down in Dallas with Luka. People were looking at him going, okay, when he starts to get 28, 29, 30, you've got these massive contracts. How's he going to hold up? Does that, that level of professionalism. Professionalism also means being in shape. And people out here were talking about, oh, this is Pablo Sandoval all over again. I don't know if it's that extreme, but because there was, put up numbers, he was still playing really, really well here. It's it says more. It says less about Devers as a player. There's no question Rafi Devers can play. That's not the issue. The issue is all the stuff that leads up to having to trade him, and what it says about where we are in today's world in baseball, in Boston baseball, where you look at a team that pretty much destroyed the Dodgers in 2018 and pretty much everybody else. Very sneaky, great team. And now the core members of that team are all gone.
Yeah, and Howard, let's get into some of those issues with Raphael Devers because, let's be honest, he wasn't in the greatest shape in the world when they decided to give him that 10-year contract extension. So what changed, what happened, and what led to this divorce between Devers and the Red Sox?
Well, I think that the first thing is when you look at him, obviously defensively, the Red Sox they're a metric-based team. They're looking at everything. And I think that, I think that the first thing, and once again, we all have our prejudices, right? When you're looking at a guy who's going to be face of franchise, what is a superstar? And Devers is speaking through an interpreter. He's not. Obviously the Latino piece of it is a big deal in terms of what you're asking for. You're going through this with Juan Soto right now. Are you asking this guy to be the superstar, or are you just asking him to perform? Right? Big difference. Huge, huge, huge difference. He's the only one left. You get rid of Bogaerts. Bogaerts leaves. You trade Mookie Betts. So now he's the guy you had to pay. I'm not sure he's the guy they absolutely positively wanted to pay, and I still think that deep down the Red Sox haven't made their peace with the Lord in terms of, hey, this is what superstars cost now. And John Henry hasn't gone over that 375, 400 mark, and so I think that they have an institutional question about, okay, how much do we want to pay for baseball players? And so was Rafi Devers the guy at the dollar amount as a player? Absolutely. But his defense wasn't great. And I think they had the same questions about his professionalism physically. And I think that obviously you handled it very, very, very poorly when you bring in Bregman. It's like, hey, we're going to bring in a guy who plays your position. I mean, that usually doesn't go over well unless you kind of call the guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so these divorces have, there's always the human element to it, and they're still human beings. And I think that when you do that, you're making the power move. You're essentially saying, look, we're not going to give you that courtesy, or we feel like we already have and it hasn't worked, and now we're just going to do what we want to do. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you bring in Bregman, you're paying him $40 million to play your position, and you're supposed to be the front guy. Yeah. You kind of could see that one coming, right? Yeah. And I think the other thing about this too is, for everything we're talking about when it comes to Devers, the baseball player, the part of the conversation over here is that this has nothing to do with Devers, the baseball player. This has to do with the Boston Red Sox dumping salary.
Yeah.
And when you dump salary, we're really not talking about talent, and we're not talking about leadership, and we're not talking about whether or not he's going to go do commercials and be the funny guy on the air, and to really be that charismatic face of franchise that we think of, when we think about upfront superstars. Then it becomes a money thing that the Boston Red Sox aren't in the game right now.
Man.
And when you're not in the game, what do? You don't pay anybody. You get rid of guys.
Man, good breakdown. Great breakdown. You listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The voice you hear is our great friend Howard Bryant, the great sports writer and producer and filmmaker and Emmy winner and all the great things Howard's done in his career. Howard, listen to this. You know who's following you on the show? Dewey Evans.
No idea.
Yeah, we have Dewey Evans at 7:15.
Oh, come on.
How about that?
You get.
And then
that's a cleanup hitter.
And you know who's joining us at 7:50? Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds.
Really?
Markus and I worked for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and we used the year anniversary of Willie Mays' passing for his reflections, and he agreed. He came and sat down with us and did about 15 minutes, and then we turned the mic off, and then he did an hour. You know what I mean? They do the 15.
You know,
they give you the good stuff on the mic, then they give you the great stuff off the mic.
and they give you the great stuff. Well, I can say there's been a lot of talk about Barry lately. Obviously, you know, there will always be talk about Barry, and you know, he and I have had our own, you know, a few exchanges here and there over the years, as we all have. And but I still tell people, especially as we get further and further away from it, you know, what he did in 1993 should never ever be forgotten. It's still, I'm a Bostonian, and that is still my favorite year watching a single baseball season.
Man, it's funny. I do this date in Giants history, and we record them in advance. And yesterday we had a 93 highlight, and I was like, you had to be there. You had
to be there.
Yeah.
You know, you just had to witness all that. And it was the last pennant race.
Yeah, it was the last pennant race. You're right. Yeah. Oh, man. Howard, I want to squeeze so much into a short period of time here. I'd love to hear. I know you're on the East Coast, and you're thinking, you know, in terms of that kind of stuff, but you are a baseball lifer. Buster Posey's an interesting character. He's a quiet catcher out of Georgia who won 3 World Series championships, retired early, and then went back to Georgia to go live his life with his wife, his multiple kids, and his extended family, and then pulled a U-turn and came back to the Bay Area, bought into the team, then slowly saw what he wasn't liking what he was seeing, slowly wormed his way in and said, Farhan's got to go, give me the keys, and has now signed, Willie Adames, who's a very good shortstop, not a superstar, but a very, very good lockdown shortstop for everyday player, giving the team a little bit of a face. Signs Justin Verlander for a year. It is what it is, but he signs and then makes this move. He's out here doing things Farhan Zaidi never would have dreamed of, and he's been telling us we need to make memories, we need to create a culture. Are you fascinated by this Buster Posey turn as the Giants' head of baseball ops?
Well, you know, obviously, you know, I never got to cover Buster. I got to watch him in the World Series. You know, that was a little past my time watching him, so I don't know him. I don't know if the U-turn is a super U-turn or if it's we've been waiting for this moment U-turn, right? It's like there are certain guys. It's like the great line at the end of Ball 4. You know, you've been holding a baseball your whole life, and then you realize it's the other way around. And so it's one of those things for him. I think that the surprise to me, obviously, was you never thought that Buster Posey, by what you thought you knew of Buster Posey, that he would take that job. However, having taken the job, you look at him and you say, all these moves make sense for a catcher who played for the Giants, who won with the Giants, who went against the Dodgers, who knows what it takes to be a champion. You need, you know, go to Renteria, you know, go to the guys that he played with. Do you need a superstar shortstop? No, but you need a lockdown shortstop. Do you know, I think Buster's going to be one of those middle-class GMs where you realize that, look at his teams. Barry Bonds wasn't on that team. You need a whole bunch of pros. Give me a bunch of pros who know how to play baseball over 162, and I'll see you in October. But I need some of those pros to be all-star level pros. Maybe he's not going to be the guy, and he doesn't need to be the guy. I remember having this, I'm sorry, let me finish my sentence, the guy who is going to be a Dombrowski type of guy who's like, okay, I want top line everybody, right? I want top shelf everybody. Maybe he's not going to be that guy because the Giants can't afford that anyway. But, you know, I remember having a conversation with Ned Colletti back in the day after he left the Giants and then went down to the Dodgers. And he said, I remember, you know, I'll never forget, he said, you know, some teams need superstars to get people in the seats, that you have to have these guys, that part of it, it's not just the winning, it's the recognition. The other thing I remember when I first came to San Francisco, and I think the Giants have always done a good job of it, and maybe Buster feels like they got a little bit away from it, is that outside of the Yankees, the Dodgers, I mean, you know, and I think even just as good as the Dodgers, the Giants always sold their history. When you walked into Candlestick, or when you walked into however many names, AT&T, Pac-Bell, whatever you want to call it, right? When you walk in there, Mays was there. McCovey was there. Marichal was there. Just like when you walk into Yankee Stadium, they beat you over the head with Babe and Mickey, and even though you weren't even born. And I think Buster recognizes that maybe they've gotten away from that a little bit, that when you walk in, to that ballpark, you are not watching the 2025 San Francisco Giants. You're watching the San Francisco Giants. And that's a real thing for a team that needs an identity when you're trying to appeal to people that this is where you need to spend your money. You are part of something. And when you think about champions, you think about Buster Posey. He's the one that brought you those championships. So he's got a perspective about what it takes for an organization to belong. It's not just a team. You know, it's a real thing, especially with the A's gone. This is yours now. The whole thing is yours.
I love that line. You're absolutely right. You nailed it for an outsider, buddy, but you lived here for years and years and years, and you know the deal. And you're right. That's exactly, you nailed it. Even though you said you didn't cover Buster, I bet if he was listening right now, and he might be, because he's aware of these things, he wants to have you come watch the Giants, not the 2025. Right. Yeah, he wants you to come watch the Giants. Yeah, and be a part.
Yeah, because what's that mean? Yeah, that means your kids are going to come watch the 2040 Giants. You know what I mean? That's how you create the lifelong fan.
And that's what I mean. I know we're out of time. We got Dewey Evans in there, but I wonder if that's the Red Sox getting away from that a little bit.
Well, that's why people are mad here.
Yeah.
It's like we're the Red Sox and don't ever forget it.
Yeah, right. They should. I mean, yeah. So anyway, dude, way too short. We love it. Great thoughts. Really good breakdown of everything from Devers to just life in general. Howard,
well, and you got Dewey. I will let you go. If you got Dewey Evans, I got to step aside.
Pretty good player.
Pretty damn.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame level player. Come on now.
Yeah, I know. 8 Gold Gloves, and it's funny. Somebody, Overnight Dave, our overnight guy, he finds highlights for us, and he goes, "Hey, I found you a Dewey Evans home run in the 75 series." I looked it up. He was 23 in the 75 series.
23. Yes. And the catch he made off of Joe Morgan and for the double play. I mean, come on.
Yeah. How did Rice, Lynn, and Dewey and Yaz not win one? Oh, man. All right.
No, I'll tell you, no wild card. That's how.
That's it. Well, talk to the Marichal McCovey Mays Giants. We finished second 4 times in the 60s, right? Howard, I love you, buddy. Be good.
Yeah, thanks, HB.
Hey, boys. We'll see you later. Thank you.
Howard Bryant is awesome. All right. Well, you just heard him say Dwight Evans. So we're getting ready. So Curly's just been booking his head off lately, so much so that we had to trump him and book Barry Bonds on our own.
Yeah, step aside, Curly.
So Markus and I got Barry Bonds at 7:50 today, so don't miss that. And so get ready for the Red Sox coming to town and to reflect a little bit on the Devers, culture situation, and just to talk to one of the coolest players of the 70s and 80s, Dwight Evans, the right fielder for the Boston Red Sox during the heyday of Carl Yastrzemski, Fred Lynn, and all those guys, will join us next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Here's a fly ball hit into left field. Foster back on the warning track, and he will not get it. It's a home run in a tie ball game. Raleigh Eastwick has just given up a game-tying ninth-inning home run to Dwight Evans. As the Red Sox dugout erupts, they have tied it up at 5-all.
And we've just had an all-time World Series record tied. 6 home runs, 3 by each team tonight. The Red Sox made quite a comeback. Cleveland and Willoughby kept them in the ball game with their relief pitching. They were trailing 5-1, and now they've tied it.
Man, if you're of a certain age, the 75 World Series was so iconic. The Great Red Machine with Johnny Bench and Pete Rose and that whole crew going up against the epic Boston Red Sox with this young talent in the outfield of Dwight Evans, the man you just heard, Fred Lynn, Carl Yastrzemski, on and on and on. That was game 3, I believe. The Reds wound up winning that game 6-5. Then the Red Sox win game 4. Then the Reds win game 5. And then Carlton Fisk in game 6. And then game 7. Oh, what a World Series it was. But hey, with the Red Sox coming to town tomorrow, and with Rafi Devers getting traded to the Red Sox, we thought, let's explore it, man. Let's go deep dive. And one of the greatest Red Sox of all time, literally statistically, Baseball Reference lists a franchise's top 24 players by WAR. This guy's the 6th greatest Red Sox of all time, behind guys like Ted Williams and Carl Yastrzemski. It's Dwight Evans, played 18 of his 19 seasons as a Boston Red Sox, won 8 Gold Gloves. And it's great to have him on. We've never had him on the UMA guest line. Dwight, you're more than welcome out here in San Francisco on KNBR, the Giants flagship. I'm Brian Murphy. I got my partner, Markus Boucher. It's the Murph and Markus show. And thanks for coming on, Dwight. How you doing, man?
Yeah, morning, Dwight.
I'm good. Good morning. It's good to be with you. I know it's early out there, and it's, it's 10:15, 10:16 here, so all good.
You've made
I played with some great players played with some great players, and Carl Yastrzemski being one of them. And to know that Mike Yastrzemski is part of you guys is really kind of neat.
That is neat. By the way, you're native California, but home is New England now?
Yes. I'm born in Santa Monica, and we moved to Hawaii when I was 8 months old, came back at 10, and signed at 17 out of Los Angeles, and haven't been back since. But I do visit San Francisco from time to time, and love it there. Beautiful city, beautiful weather, and I don't know. I'm looking at you guys, and I'm going, you got Devers, you got our best bat, and he is really, I'm still in uniform in spring training, and so I'm around these kids, and I come in during the season as well, and he's a very special kid, and a great hitter. He's not a leader. He's not a leader verbally, but he leads with his bat, and he's a very special kid. He's not to say he can't be a leader verbally, but he's got all the qualities. You'll love him. You'll absolutely love him out there.
It's great to hear the voice of Dwight Evans, one of the greatest Red Sox of all time, and of course still with the franchise, like he said, down there in spring training. And it's funny you say that, Dwight, because the first thing that comes to mind is Willie Adames and Matt Chapman are the very vocal, emotional leaders of what Buster Posey's trying to build out here. So in a way, he doesn't have to be, I don't think. I think they just want him to go up there and hit.
And you know what? He'll be very comfortable with that. He's a good teammate. I think it was just time for him to move on, and the Red Sox wanted to move him on because he wouldn't go to third base for us. He wouldn't go to first base, and I read where he'll do whatever the Giants want him to do with Buster and all that. He'll do whatever they want him to do, which is really his character. And I don't know what happened. I think maybe he was upset with Pregame and the club not staying in touch with him on that deal. But I don't think any club needs to stay in touch with a player. When you make that kind of money, you just show up and kind of do what they tell you to do. And he's taken on that attitude, which is really him. It's really him. He's a good kid.
Dwight, out here in San Francisco, we were all pretty shocked and surprised when this trade went down just moments before Sunday Night Baseball. But what was your reaction and the reaction out in Boston? Were you guys also surprised, or was this something you saw coming, this divorce between Raphael Devers and the Red Sox?
Well, I know the owners flew out to Kansas City about a month and a half ago to try to get him to play first base. And I wasn't in the meeting, but he didn't take any ground balls at first base or third base. And then when Pregame got hurt, he didn't take any ground balls at third base. So there was some tension there. So I believe that Posey and our guy, Craig, were talking for a good 3 or 4 weeks, and that gave us time to scout your system and see what we could do and get a fair trade. I don't think I'm not going to say not a fair trade at this point, but you got the best of the players of that trade at the moment. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we did our due diligence and have some good arms there, but you got to give up something to get something. So they did it. The Giants did it. So, and we did it too.
It's interesting comments here, Dwight, about Rafi being just you're positive. He's a good teammate. He's a sweet kid. You like him, and a hitter. I'd love to ask you a question just about his hitting. Because Fenway Park, I mean, I don't know, you tell me. I always think of Fenway as a great hitter's park. Some people say, I don't know, pitchers can use it to their advantage. I guess my question is, was Fenway a hitter's park suited to him, playing ping pong off the left field wall? And I know you didn't get a chance to play in San Francisco, but it is hitting adverse with the cold air and the fog, et cetera. What are your thoughts on that in terms of his hitting from Fenway out to a chillier environment like San Francisco?
Well, Fenway definitely is a hitter's ballpark, especially left-handed hitter. And you say that because I say that because the left field wall is big and it's close. And I wish I had played in the ballpark that was reverse. That right center and that was close like that. And because when you get beat a little bit, you got a fly ball, and all of a sudden you've got a double. And he has that power, though. If you go to batting practice when he's hitting, there's just a different sound off his bat. The only other guy I ever heard that sound off the bat was Ortiz, and he's got that tremendous pop. He's very strong, great bat speed. So I don't know how San Francisco is going to work for him, but he definitely has the power to lead in all fields. So, meaning lead the ballpark, and he'll hit some of the hardest balls you've seen hit since Baer was there. So, pretty special kid, and I said that before, but I mean, I miss him. I miss him, but it wasn't a healthy situation here for him, and just seeing how he has responded to the press out there, it seems healthy for him. And I care about the player. I saw this kid when he was 16 years old when we signed him out of Dominican, and to see him, not know a word of English, and he does speak pretty good English, and he still uses an interpreter, and I think that's just confidence with most guys that are bilingual. But he speaks pretty good English, so watch what you say around him. He understands.
I like that, Dwight.
Dwight Evans' voice here this morning on the UMA guest line ahead of the Red Sox coming to town to square off against Raphael Devers this weekend. And, Dwight, you guys are bringing a young nucleus of talent that I thought a lot of people thought we would build around Raphael Devers. But I did want to ask you about Roman Anthony, Kristen Campbell, and Marcelo Meyer, because I saw a stat that the last trio of Red Sox hitters to hit a home run in the same season, 22 years or younger, were yourself, Jim Rice, and Fred Lynn. So how about that stat, and what do you think about this young nucleus that they have out in Boston?
Well, I'm pretty excited about them. They're going to get a chance to play. They were in Seattle. They took 2 out of 3, and it's a really strong team in Seattle. So they took 2 out of 3 there, and both Marcello and Romeo Anthony hit home runs and helped win in those games that they were victorious in. So they're really good kids, and Romeo's 21, just turned 21, and I think Marcello is 22 and not just about ready to turn 23. But young guys, very, very poised, mature, if you will, at the plate and defensively. So Romeo was #1 prospect in all of baseball. So I'm looking forward to him feeling comfortable and getting comfortable at the plate and with the league and see his stuff come to fruition. But Marcello is pretty. I mean, he's a shortstop. He's playing third base right now, and he's done a great job over there. So you'll see that they're exceptional. Great discipline at the plate, both of them. And yeah, it does kind of remind me a little bit. You can go back that far, Lynn and Rice and myself. I came up in 72. Lynn and Rice came up in 74, and they were the Gold Dust twins. I mean, in 75, Fred Lynn's the MVP and Rookie of the Year, and Jim Rice gets hit the last week of the season, breaks his hand, and can't play in the World Series and playoffs. So I would have loved to have seen if we had a healthy Jim Rice in that 75 World Series, which was a great one against the Reds and even against Oakland, who we beat three games to none. But I would have loved to have seen Jim Rice, a healthy Jim Rice, in that World Series and see what would have happened.
Yeah, before we let you go, I have to just geek out here. So I grew up here on the West Coast, but that 75 series was the first one I remember, and I fell in love with you guys. You guys were my team and have been my pet team forever and ever and ever. So I loved watching you play. It's an honor to have you on the show. You're one of my favorite outfielders of all time. So I got to just ask you, Dwight, so 75, 78, 86. Those are the 3 iconic teams you played. You played on a lot of great teams, but those were the 3 iconic teams you played on. Is there one that's right, the best of the 3?
In a quick answer, I don't know how to answer that, but 75 was the last pure World Series, if you will. I mean, there was there was just free agency just started, so you had to build a team within your organization and make trades. And that year we had 19 homegrown products on our team that came out of our organization. 86, from 75 to 1980, I do not know how we didn't get in another World Series. We had a playoff with the Yankees in 78. We won 99 ball games and we couldn't even go to the playoffs. We had a one-game playoff with the Yankees. They beat us. And then 86 was a special team. So anytime you go to a World Series, it's special. I can never figure out how you guys could win the World Series one year, finish last the next year, then win another World Series. I think they did it 3 times.
Yes. A lot has to do
with
that.
To me, that's...
Yeah, well, the catcher,
Go ahead.
Buster Posey, the guy who's running the team now, he had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I think so. And I think he had a pretty good manager, too.
Yeah,
so,
and good pitching. Good pitching.
Yes, absolutely. But you guys have had fun out there. I wore number 24. I wore number 24 because I thought he was the greatest player to ever play the game, and that was Willie Mays. And I grew up, once I got back to California, always to watch the Dodgers and the Giants and the feuds and just when that game came together, that to me, that was really special. That was really special. So great rivalry.
You know what, Dwight? We just had the 1-year anniversary of Willie's death, Willie's passing. And so Markus and I, we arranged for weeks in advance. We got Barry Bonds, who doesn't do it. He came and met us at the ballpark yesterday. And we did a big, long interview with him, which we're going to play in about 20 minutes because, Barry felt the same way about Willie as you do.
Yeah. Well, wasn't he godson to Willie Mays? Willie Mays
and a lot had to do with his dad, Bobby, who you may have encountered in your career.
I played against Bobby, so that's showing some age, but I played against a lot of guys. I played, you had me 19 years. I played 20 years. I played 19 with the Red Sox. My last year was with the Orioles.
That is correct. 20. My bad.
I came across. No bad. Long time. But I played with a lot of great players, a lot of Hall of Famers, and I fed off of all of them. So
it is neat.
Bobby was a great player.
Yeah, some said Bobby had the skill set of Willie.
Yes, he did. And when he came up, I watched him and I loved Bobby, and then to play against him and what have you was really special. I got to, real quick, I don't know your time, but you let me go when you want. I was 20 years old, and Willie was with the Mets, and it was spring training. He was in right field taking fly balls, and I'm playing catch, and I'm looking at him. I was so shy. I wanted to go over, and I finally got the nerve to go over to talk to him. And right then, batting practice ended, and he ran in. So I couldn't catch up to him. I finally met him later as I was a coach with the Rockies in '94, and he came into the clubhouse. But so taken back by his presence. He was just, to me, was the greatest that ever played.
Such a great memory. Well, that's how everybody felt here, and we remembered him a lot yesterday because it was the year anniversary, and we had him for so long, and that statue out in front of our park still speaks to his legacy. Everybody remembers it every day. So it is truly a great to talk to you, Dwight. I'm a huge fan, and it's listen, it's just a pleasure. So thank you for making time for us out here at KNBR, the Murph and Markus show, and enjoy this baseball. You get to see a Yastrzemski play, right? You get to see a Yaz.
Yes.
That's kind of fun.
I'm going to see them tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I'm going to see them tomorrow night. But anyway, Brian and Markus, pleasure to be with you, and thank you for having me on.
That's him, the great Dwight Evans on The Sports Leader.
Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the orange and black. Now, here are Murph and Markus with Giants President and CEO Larry Baer on the Sports Leader.
All right, the Executive Show. We do it every Thursday at this time. It's time for Larry Baer to grab a bat. Hey, the Murph and Mark Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And the Executive Show is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Larry Baer on the UMA guest line. Hey, Larry, your franchise raised its, well, should we say, Q rating, star power? More reasons to sell tickets, Larry. You got Rafi Devers. Congratulations. How are you?
Yeah, morning, Larry.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Murph. Hi, Markus. How you guys doing? We're super excited about the week and super excited about Rafi's introduction to San Francisco. It was a tremendous effort on the part of organization, our baseball operations, Buster, his leadership, and Zach. And it was, as Buster said at the press conference, this was not an overnight thing. It took several weeks and a lot of hard work to make it happen.
Well, you know the deal. I mean, you're in the business of marketing the team and making sure this team stays front and center in the minds of Bay Area sports fans, San Franciscans. Is this the kind of thing you think that needed to be done? Like to me, Tuesday night, the energy at the park. Now, last night, not so much. It was a little bit of a letdown. But Tuesday night, that energy at that park, has that been missing, Larry? And is that what Buster's trying to recreate?
I don't know if it's been missing. I think that we're in the memory making business. Buster has said that repeatedly. That is our mantra. And I think if you really break it down, you want to have stars, or you want to have players that you're not going to be able to produce stars, at every position, but you want to have players that the fans can fall in love with. I saw Gary Payton Jr. the other day, GP2. Maybe he's not a superstar, but the fans fall in love with him. We have players that fans fell in love with in Buster's era, and we want that. And we think Rafi, in addition to that, is a superstar and one of the elite hitters of the game, and that was the evaluation. And so, first and foremost, it was a baseball move. But I think to credit to Buster and the baseball group that they also have an eye on who is going to really, endear himself. Will this player also endear himself to the fans? I mean, that comes after the baseball evaluation. You're not going to have 26 guys that are all going to do it. They're all going to have different personalities. But what I think it was everybody really picked up Tuesday night is that, and I definitely picked it up meeting him before the press conference and having exchange with him as many of us did. He's super happy to be here. I was talking actually after last night's game to a couple of people that traveled with him, and he's getting settled out here. He's super excited to be here, and that says a lot, because I think the body language, the smile, and everything is very endearing to our fans as well.
Larry, from a front office perspective, what can you tell us about the Giants' willingness to take on this contract from the Boston Red Sox?
Well, obviously that was a big discussion, and we were also going to have to give up players, right? And players we liked, obviously. Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison and Tibbs and the other prospects were players we like. So this all comes with a cost. I think that it was a unique opportunity to do this. We have big financial obligations going forward. We also see the trajectory of the franchise moving in a really positive direction. Not just attendance, but just kind of everything, right? We have the ballpark is feeling different. The San Francisco is really coming back. Mayor Lurie actually was sitting with me when on Tuesday night when Rafi took his first at bat. He wanted to come to San Francisco. He wanted to come to the ballpark to welcome Rafi to San Francisco. I just think there's a lot of the trajectory here is really strong for this franchise and put us in a position that we had confidence that even on taking on this contract, we're going to be fine.
Larry Baer's the voice you hear, of course, on the executive show as the Giants make the big move, take on the huge contract of Rafi Devers, but get the bat of Rafi Devers too. Did you guys in the front office, did you guys chafe a little bit at the perception that you guys weren't willing to spend? The Greg Johnson break-even comment got so much traction on social media, and you guys were like, no, there's more context to it. Was that, but there's very little context in today's tweet world, Larry, yeah?
Greg and I,
yes.
Greg and I talked about that a lot, Murph. Because I really felt that was unfair. I mean, what Greg was saying, and what we're all saying, is we want to keep ourselves. We want to win. Number one, we want to win. We want to take this, back into a championship era for this franchise. That's who we are. We're the San Francisco Giants. We are. Today's a very special day, and yesterday was, and today there was activities in Alabama at Willie's home. We're the franchise of Willie Mays and Willie McCovey and Juan Marichal and Will Clark and Barry Bonds and Orlando Cepeda, and we feel like we have a standard to uphold. But you can't, in today's world, you can't be reckless about it, right? You have to be able to, to get to a point where, you don't feel like you're in a hole every year. And so that I think it didn't really, we had a situation. And then interestingly, in this off season, I think there was an article or two that, the Giants payroll is going down slightly. Well, the reality is, and the game has changed a lot. The payroll you have in January, February, March, it may not be the payroll you end up with when all is said and done. Given trade deadline moves, given a move like we just made, a lot changes as you go through the season. And to the credit of this team, got off to a great start, got off to a great spring training. And then you make your moves maybe more strategically, once the season's going. So, to be able, because there were some hits we were taking in the off season. Oh, wow, how is it that the payroll's gone down? And, somebody's, telling Buster you can't spend any money or whatever. I mean, that's just not true. It's just you want to be strategic and you don't want to invest the wrong way.
Yeah, and Larry, it seems like over the last 2 years now, you guys have now invested financially in guys like Raphael Devers, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Logan Webb got the contract extension, Matt Chapman got a contract extension also. Is there a feeling around the building that you guys are building a nucleus of players that fans can relate to, not just for this season, but beyond this year also?
You know what, Marcus? That's really the point. What you just said is the point. And I think that's what the baseball operations folks have put together is as you go around the field, you're not going to have it again at all 9 positions and, 12 pitchers deep. But as you go around the field, we really do feel like we have a nucleus with Chappie and Willie Adames and Rafi and Logan Webb as pitcher and Jung-Hoo Lee in the outfield and Elliot Ramos, who's been, one of our best hitters now for a couple of years. I mean, we've really got a nucleus that we can take into the future. And that's what happened in the years where Buster played, right? I mean, that's what we were having. That you wake up in that period and you had Brandon Crawford at shortstop, and you had Brandon Belt at first base, and you had Buster behind the plate, and you go down the lineup. And that's what we also want to give that to our fans because we think that's how fans enjoy the game, right? It's like falling in love with players, making memories, saying that, I mean, I think there were a lot of fans Tuesday night at the game that said, that wanted to say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I saw Rafi Devers play in his first game of the Giant, and look what he did. He did blah, 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 and I don't want to put any expectations on him, and say it, but I mean, we think he will have a tremendous contribution to the Giants through the course of this contract.
Larry, before we let you go, it was a year ago yesterday, you mentioned Willie, and so Marcus and I went to the park yesterday. We saw you, by the way, you big-timed us, though. Is that we got Barry Bonds to come meet us and sit with us and talk, and we're going to play it next in the next segment about Willie. And you've been there, you go back, you always tell the stories of the 71 Giants. I mean, you saw Willie Mays and you saw Bobby Bonds, and now you've dealt with Barry. You got to see Barry, so you've had sort of a front row seat to that whole relationship. And you can imagine a year later, and we were asking Barry, did Willie kind of pass the torch to you as the guy who represents Giant history? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about that at the press conference, that, there are folks that almost transcend the, balls and strikes and home runs, and because while they were great players, they were just great human beings and part of this franchise, and loved the franchise back the way the fans loved him. And that was Willie, that's Barry, that was Mac, Juan Marichal, Orlando, on and on, Will Clark, who you see at the games a lot. And about Willie, it was just such an honor. I think, if you talk to folks that interacted with Willie, it was an honor and a privilege to be with him the way we were for so many years. And so you're right. Like you, I watched Willie as a player growing up, going with my father to Candlestick, but then really very much the honor of a lifetime for 30 years to be able to work with Willie in the front office and see how he wanted to impact kids, how he wanted to bring his say hey mentality and his positive spirit to the game, to the community, to the Giants. And to me, that, and people say great player, even better person, that's what I remember, is him showing up in the parking lot, kids running out to him and having a bag of balls and throwing them each a ball and giving them a hug. I mean, that's what I remember about Willie. I don't know that we'll ever see anyone quite like him again. And that's why we're at 24 Willie Mays Plaza.
Yeah, it's awesome. So anyway, we're gonna have Barry next. So we'll play that for everybody. Well, and by the way, big weekend, man. Try to keep out the Red Sox fans out, please. By the way,
it's going to be interesting. I think we're going to have a lot of drama and a lot of stories and memory making this weekend, right? Where encourage folks to come on out and scream and yell and welcome Rafi and get the Giants let's get back into winning baseball here. I think we're this weekend is going to be 3 sellouts. They're not all sold out yet, but they're getting there. So we're super excited.
Larry, congrats, man. Big moment for the franchise and big moment for the Buster Posey era. And believe me, we've been talking about it nonstop. So that's what you guys have done. Sort of return to the front. Yeah. You're even eclipsing Caitlin Clark's visit to Chase Center.
Well, that's great. I mean, there's a lot of activity. That's part of, I think, what's making us all happy here is a lot going on in the city, and hats off to the Warriors and the Valkyries. And, it's a village. It takes a village.
Yeah. All right, Larry. Enjoy the weekend. We'll see you out there.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Okay, thanks, guys. See you soon.
Okay, it is time for our Surfside calendar, though. We got to make sure that the Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside, RIP Brian Wilson. The Rafi Devers and the Giants start a 3-game series against the Boston Red Sox on Friday night right here in San Francisco. And we just mentioned it. The Golden State Valkyries host Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever at 7 p.m. tonight. With all due respect to our former program director, Kevin Graham, I think I won that war. If you know, you know. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. And that's the Bay Area calendar, brought to you by Surfside.
Yes, sir. Surfside and Redwood Credit Union, proud sponsors of the Murph and Markus show. And that Giants executive show that you just heard with Larry Baer was sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org.
All right, Barry Bonds was nice enough to agree to sit down with me and Markus yesterday, talk about Willie Mays and his dad and baseball. Next, Barry Bonds on The Sports Leader. Next. All right. Want to talk about what happens when you get into a car accident. That stinks, but a lot of you are in your cars right now. Hey, drive safely. But if you do, I'm going to save you a lot of time and money right now. You're going to call Ted Ray Vaughn, the giant lawyer. We tell everyone the same thing. Call Ted at 415-888-1045. Who you call first could make or break your case. Ted is not a billboard lawyer who never calls you back. He's a local just like you. He's a fighter like the orange and black, and he knows how to win. So Carlos from the Mission is the story we tell. Guy got T-boned on game day. Don't T-bone Carlos. Well, Ted stepped in because insurance lowballed Carlos. So Ted stepped in and hit it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Call 415-888-1045. Once again, that's 415-888-1045. Fast, free, confidential. You've got one shot to get this right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045. That's 415-888-1045.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see Post Malone with Jelly Roll on July 1st at Oracle Park, Raphael Devers' new home. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
That one's high, deep right field. This has a chance. Gone! Home run, Barry Bonds. First at bat before the new hometown fans.
Bonds hits one high and deep towards right field. This one is way back and into McCovey Cove. Another splash home run for Barry Bonds. It's 661, and Bonds has now passed Willie Mays.
Fastball swung on and driven into deep left center. Back goes Holliday at the warning track at the wall. It's gone! A home run! Barry Bonds with his 28th home run of the year, number 762 lifetime.
Man, oh man, the sounds of Barry Bonds. I like of all those ones, the first one, Ted Robinson, 1993. He showed up and everything changed. The team was going to move to St. Petersburg, Florida. Shout out Peter McGowan, the late, great Peter McGowan, who should have a statue in front of that park. He made a few phone calls, said, "Guy, we can't let this team leave." Got a few San Francisco Civic investors. He said, not only should we buy the team, Walter Shorenstein, Larry Nibby, Harmon Burns, he called all these guys who had a couple of bucks lying around. He said, let's buy the team. And not only did he buy the team, he then said, let's go sign Barry Bonds, is what he said. And so, I mean, it's honestly, think about that 2-month stretch at the end of 92. You guys, were you in diapers? Where were you in 92?
I was born in 92.
Okay, all right. Young Tony was born in 98. Well, we thought we were going to lose the damn team. And we went from losing the team to keeping the team and then signing Barry Bonds in about a 3-month span, from like September, October, November, December, like that. And then history. You heard it in 93. You heard it all the way up to 762. And now Barry Bonds, of course, is considered the greatest hitter who ever lived. And yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of the death of Willie Mays. And so Markus and I, and John Joe Curley, to his credit, weeks ago was saying, we got to do something for Willie Mays' anniversary of his passing. We got to do something. He goes, can you get Barry Bonds? And I'm like, well, we're going to try. The answer is probably no, but we're going to try. And thanks to Mario Alioto and Lisa LaFawn, who did all the work to help us get Barry. And there we were in the dugout yesterday, set up and waiting. We weren't quite sure because, you just never know. Barry Bonds turned the corner, walked up to us and said, how's it going, guys? And sat down. You can see a picture on YouTube when we put it up there. And eventually we'll have the video for you guys to watch. But there it was. And I think you guys will enjoy the reflections of Barry Bonds talking about his favorite people, his dad and Willie Mays and the game of baseball. So without further ado, on the UMA guest line, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Here is Barry Bonds. All right, we're here obviously at Oracle Park. Brian Murphy, Markus Boucher. Happy to have Barry Bonds with us here. Barry, thanks for spending some time with us, man. Good to see you, man. Obviously, today's June 18th, and the reason we wanted to talk to you is 1 year ago today we lost Willie Mays. Mm-hmm. And it means a lot to all of us in the KNBR family, the Giants family, and obviously it means a lot to you. So I thought it'd be great if you could share with Giants fans, some of your emotions today. You wake up, it's been a year since you lost your godfather. What are you thinking about today?
I was thinking about today's game. I mean, my history with Willie goes back longer than just 1 year. Obviously I miss him because he was a huge part of my life ever since I was 4 years old, technically. Since my dad came up 67, 68, and I've been there with Willie my entire life. And 5 years old, he became my grandfather because he couldn't get rid of me, pretty much. And it's been a great journey with the both of us, and he's taught me a lot, and he's been a big part of my career.
Those of us who lose somebody in our lives, they think about him every day in some form. What ways do you think of Willie Mays almost every day or every week or whatever it is? When you think?
I think of Willie and my father. I mean, my father's my dad. I mean, that's the person I think about more than anybody. Willie's my godfather. But my dad I miss more than anything. And Willie was just the I don't know, the 50-50 of my father, right? Mm-hmm. So my father was here and Willie was here, and I had the best of both worlds. And so I miss them both. I miss them both in ways that I probably can't even explain on this camera as much as I miss them. Yeah, I miss the teachings that Willie taught me on a day-to-day basis in the batting cage, sitting there hours and hours with me. Spring training, I look forward to Willie coming out in spring training all the time because he was a big inspiration to all of us, just not myself, but to the whole organization, to the team. And, to sit there and, I reminisce thinking about, in my position now, I think about, what would Willie say to the guys? What would he say? How would he act? What was his response to them? And try to just be another part of that legendary players that come through the Giants organization and do that. But yeah, obviously I miss Willie. It's hard, but I have great memories more than I miss him.
At your Wall of Fame ceremony here for the Giants, you were asked about your relationship with the fans, and you said, I don't have fans, I have family.
Right.
So how's that Giants family been here for you this past year since the passing of Willie?
Great. It's like really unbelievable. When you're raised here and I look in the stands and I see people I went to school with are, now they're, politicians here are chief of police now, and like, we played baseball back in, 8th grade and stuff. So it's a little bit different for me than, some of the other players that come up through here. My whole life, my whole history is here, and half of the people I played Little League or Legion ball with, or football or basketball or travel ball, and I've come across during all-star games in high school and things like that. So it's hard to say the fans at home when this is my home. It's like, this is my home. And if I played somewhere else, it's okay, how the fans are you there, but this is my home. These are my people. And that means more to me than anything.
I'm interested in following up on your dad, because Willie gets so much attention, but your dad was such an incredible player. Mm-hmm. And when you say you miss him every day, even baseball-wise, when you think about your dad, when you're out here helping people, just share for some of the people who didn't get to see Bobby Bonds play, what you learned from him as a baseball player. I
learned that my father idolized Willie Mays. Mm-hmm. I learned that at a very young age. Willie was everything in our household. If you want to see the best, you got to watch Willie. If you want to know this, you got to. And my dad emulated Willie a lot as far as the five-tool player, hitting for power, running bases, average, and so forth and so on. And my dad was like, if you want to be a complete baseball player, that's the person you want to watch. And ever since I was a little boy, that's all I wanted to do was watch Willie, how he managed the field, how he dictated things, how, I'd watch him walk out of the locker room when he wasn't playing. He'd walk all the way down, because back then they just had that little wooden booth where the pitcher sat in, and then you had the opening out, and McCovey used to hit all the balls out in the parking lot. And it was the players' parking lot at the time, and we used to just get all the balls and just throw them over the fence. I wish I would have kept most of them now, and I wouldn't even need to play baseball with how much they go for. And but with my father, it was Willie, and so our whole family, as far as baseball goes, was Willie Mays, and Willie McCovey. Obviously, Willie McCovey was there. Tito Fuentes, if you wanted to be an infielder, and Chris Spire. If you want to be an infielder, you got to be like Tito Fuentes and Chris Baer, And none of us were pitchers, so it was really good for us in that aspect. But if you wanted to be a big, strong dude, everyone wanted to be like Mac. If you wanted to be just this genius of a person, you wanted to be like Willie, and that's what we grew up like, and that's what we knew.
Yeah. Now, Barry, I have to ask you what it's like growing up in that environment, because as a kid, your dad is just your dad. Your uncle is your uncle. Your godfather is your godfather. So at what age did you really fully digest how good of ball players both your father and Willie were?
My dad was more direct. He was more, you would never do enough. His way with me was different than with my brothers or something else, you guys heard it when they retired my uniform. It's like, I was chasing my father's love, in some capacity. And my father was like, as long as I kept telling you wasn't enough, you were going to always be the best because you always wanted my approval. And Willie was like that person on the other side of my shoulder was going, you're good, that's great, keep it going, So I had like both of them. Willie was always a pat on the back and loving. My dad was like, you can do more, you can do more, you can do this. But I needed them both. And regardless throughout my career, I needed both of them. And playing, I just wanted both of them to accept the type of player I was. because I wanted to be like them both. I wanted to be just like my father. My dad was faster than Willie. My dad could hit balls just as good as Willie. My dad could play defense as good as Willie. But Willie was Willie. My dad didn't play as long as Willie, okay? My dad had other demons. But Willie was just Willie. But if you look at the all-around ability, like I say, Vladimir Guerrero was, his ability was way beyond my ability as a player. He could throw from the fence. There's a lot of players Willie was just very smart. It's like I make comparisons to like Tiger Woods or Michael Jordan. And yes, I don't exclude myself in that category at all. But I could swing a golf club 1,000 times over and maybe 100 more times than Tiger Woods, but Tiger Woods just sees it better than I do. It just is what it is. And I could probably run up and down the court. Let's just say I can't, but run up and down the court more than Michael Jordan and hustle as hard as he can, like Dennis Rodman did. But Michael Jordan's just Michael Jordan, and people's levels. So Willie's level was just Willie's level in the game. But I'm not taking anything from my dad's ability or talent. My dad's talent was just as good.
He was incredible. You're absolutely right. After your dad died, and we miss him so much in the Giants family, that changed your relationship with Willie, I imagine. And then all the way to the end, given that we are sort of remembering Willie on a 1-year anniversary of his death, as the later years, now you don't have your dad, and your relationship with Willie deepens. If you could share some of your...
That's a great question, because Willie became my father. Yeah. It was a bittersweet losing my father and having my second dad with me. Made it a lot easier for me losing my dad. Because I knew that I would have Willie there for as long as my career was going on. I wanted my dad obviously alive, but it didn't happen. But I had the second half of that. And I don't know anybody who could say they had that in their lifetime. I don't know anyone who's that fortunate to be able to say, my dad was a great coach, great hitting coach, IQ off the chart, and Willie to have the next best IQ off the chart was, it made it a lot easier because Willie stepped up to that role for me. And he knew how much I missed my dad, and he was my coach my whole life. Willie just stepped in and didn't say anything and just said, I got you, and that was it. And I'll never forget that as long as I live.
It's beautiful. Kind of wrapping up here, it's interesting. We thought about this and we talked about this on the radio. With those guys gone, do you see yourself as carrying the torch now? Are you taking the torch from Willie to be that giant? You talk that giant. And we need something to be the Giants.
We have to understand something. I took that torch from Willie a long time ago, guys. I know that I'm not going to allow people to put me in this box. Okay, I love my godfather to the fullest, but 660 was gone. Okay, but to give Willie the due that Willie deserves, if it wasn't for Willie giving me his approval, because I never wanted to pass Willie, it was almost inevitable. When you got the two best people around you the whole time, it's like, how can you fail, right? It's like, I don't know how to explain to people, how was I not going to be able to do that with having the best around me all the time? I have Willie with me all the time, teaching me, educating me, making me see things that I didn't see. It was the best eyes behind my own eyes. It was the best ears behind my own ears. And this is hard to explain. So it was kind of like that push, you're going to get somewhere, right? I didn't know where I was going to get, but I was going to get somewhere. I don't know about saying carrying the torch. I think that I'm going to hang on to it with him. I'm not going to, I don't care who has a torch, to be honest with you. I don't care. It's me now saying, what would he do in this situation? What would he want me to do in this situation? And he'd want me at the ballpark all the time. He would want me to help the guys all the time. He'd want me to give back to this organization all the time. And so that's what I do. I walk in the steps that they raised me to. I don't do it for anybody else. I don't do it for people. I do it because that's what they taught me to do, and that's what they've told me to do, and that's what I'm supposed to do.
So
I was at Jim Davenport's memorial on the club level, and you gave a very poignant speech. It was a small gathering, but you said, "Hey, Davy, I get it now." Like,
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. It's baseball's changed a little bit, and not to get away from Willie's day, the game's changed a little bit, and it's too technical. And it's our duty as past players to pass on that education that the players need, and it's very important. And you have to touch it, feel it, smell it. And Davy was really, really into the teachings of things. That's why my dad and Davenport were best of friends, and my dad and Davenport are buried right next to each other. My mom's gonna be way over here, and they're gonna be right next to each other. And it takes time. When I was young, crazy. As you get older and you start realizing, I'll be 61 in a little bit over a month, and you start to realize what's more important. And what's more important is God blessed me with the ability to do what I've done in my career, and like Willie and my father and Hank Aaron and Frank Robinson, the Tony Gwynns, the Ozzie Smiths, Ricky Henderson. I mean, I can go on and on and on. That gave me that knowledge and gave me their love as a baseball player. It is my duty to give it back.
Man. All right, wrapping it up then. 1 year ago, we lost Willie. Just right away, your favorite Willie story, memory, instant anecdote. When you think of Willie Mays right now, what do you think about?
My godfather. That's it. I think of him as my godfather.
Not
Playing
a catch,
baseball,
nothing?
no, because I don't.
Hanging out on the back porch or something, I don't know. Watching a game?
No, people always say, I have maybe one thing of Willie's in my house.
What is it?
And it's a picture with Willie in my house. And everyone's like, God, he's your godfather. You don't have all this stuff? I said, the greatest gift that I ever got from my godfather was him saying, I will be your godfather. There's no greater gift I could ever have. I didn't want any of this stuff. I didn't care about any of this stuff. All I care about was, do you love me? And do you expect to accept me as a baseball player? So if I think of the greatest thing, Willie, is that when he passed that torch to me when I hit 660, that would probably be my best moment, and when he told me to go after 755.
That's it. Barry Bonds.
Last question for me, Barry. Want to sneak this in. We got to ask you, going from Willie to your dad to yourself to Buster Posey and now Raphael Devers. Do you view him as a guy that can carry on that legacy of great bats here in San Francisco?
Time will tell. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, I know that's, forgive me, and I know people want to then answer right away, but time will tell. It's our duty as well, not mine, the coaches, their duty is to get him prepared the best way he can. It's me to inspire him any way I can. It's the organization to keep him healthy is the best they can. The fans are cheering him on and give him inspiration the best he can, and God to bless him to not get hurt, to stay healthy, and do his job. But time will tell. I mean, he's played 9 years, I believe. I think it's 9 years in the league, which is a long time, but I get this answer all the time. It's like, what's he going to be like? What's going to be? I said, you know what? Just stay long enough for someone to write a story about you, and then there it is. There's the answer. I don't. If you don't need to know, the answer is most of the elite of the elite athletes played 18 years or 20 years, or they've been around long enough that someone will talk about them. So I don't talk about myself. I don't need to. Stay around long enough, somebody will tell that story. And if he stays healthy and he stays around long enough, I think he's going to do great things here.
Barry Bonds from Oracle Park with Murph and Markus.
There it is, man. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Unvarnished Barry from the dugout, too. And then we talked to him for another hour after that. And so we can react to all that. But one of the things I will add to your great question about Devers was he told us later on, after the mics were off and we were just shooting the breeze, that Devers needs to know this town will love you unlike other towns. He said Boston and Philly, it's going to be love-hate. There's going to be a lot of edge to it. He was like, you got to understand, if you show up here every day and do your thing, you will be immortal in this city.
You'll be loved by the Giants, and you can tell because Barry still feels that love from the Giants family and the Giants fan base out there, because in this day and age, Barry is not getting a lot of love. So it's good that he's back at the ballpark, because that's what he told us. Willie wants him back at the ballpark. Willie wants him at the cages. Willie would want him to have that conversation with Raphael.
Well, we can react to that. Take your calls. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You don't get to hear from Barry a lot. Hope you all enjoyed that on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Barry Bonds is the GOAT. We are still giving away 2 tickets to go see Post Malone with Jelly Roll on July 1st at Oracle Park. Barry Bonds is home. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
That one's high, deep right field. This has a chance. Gone! Home run, Barry Bonds. First at bat before the new hometown fans.
Bonds hits one high and deep towards right field. This one is way back and into McCovey Cove. Another splash home run for Barry Bonds. It's 661, and Bonds has now passed Willie Mays.
Well, there it is, the sounds of the interview we just did, and hopefully you all enjoyed it. If you just get in your car now and you're like, wait, I missed Barry Bonds. Well, you don't think we're going to replay it. Of course we're going to replay it at 9:30 for you guys, because it's not often that you get Barry Bonds to sit down and talk for 15, 16, 17 minutes about Willie Mays and his dad and baseball and Rafi Devers and touching and feeling and smelling the game as opposed to the analytics that he was getting prior. So many different things he touched on. And thank you to everybody who texted in at 415-808-5627 who all enjoyed it, because we did too. There is a video that will go up later this week of it, so you can see Barry kind of interacting and everything. We could have gone on and on. In fact, we did go on and on. We're sort of being respectful of his time, because we told him, 10 to 15 minutes. We didn't want to say, hey, dude, yeah, we're going to take you for like 2 hours or whatever. And so we finished, and it turns out there was more to talk about, because he didn't leave. And we talked for another hour and a lot about his view of baseball and a lot about his view of how the Giants are getting back to what they need to get to. It's nothing like earth-shattering in the sense that Barry was not a fan of the analytics movement. Let's put it that way. Kind of like Buster. They want to talk to people who played the game. Like he said, you go 0 for 4, you come in, so what? You know how many times I went 0 for 4? It's about, like, we got to talk about what you're doing with this pitch. We got to talk about how you're seeing the game. We got to talk about what you're doing in the cages. What are you doing when you get jammed? What is this guy going to, all the different things that make a baseball player a baseball player. And he told us hours and hours and hours with Willie talking about the game. It's incredible.
Yeah, and it's cool to hear somebody like Barry Bonds say, it's now my responsibility as a former player to pass on that information. And there was a focus on him and former players passing that message along, because we've seen this shift in baseball over the last few seasons, hell, really over the last decade, of the analytics approaching and at some points almost taking over, where everybody's relying on what the numbers tell you. It's funny, after the interview, we actually brought up our interview with Jim Leland about analytics versus analytics, and that put a smile on Barry's face, and he's like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like you got to be able to watch the game. You have to know what it's like to actually step into the batter's box and know the situations, how the numbers can tell you one thing, but in the middle of a game, your eyes and your gut are the things that you have to rely on, because it's the basics of baseball while everybody else is out here trying to reinvent the wheel with all their advanced analytics.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things coming out of that was he was talking about he's going to be around the park more. He didn't want the label, the media label of Barry's carrying the torch for the Giants, but me as the old writer, I'm always looking for that narrative, the narrative. And the narrative from a writer's perspective is that Willie Mays represented the Giants franchise forever, from 1951 until 2024. Dude, how about that? From 1951 to 2024. And then when he died and Willie McCovey's not around, I was like, wow, well, who represents the Giants franchise now? It's Barry Bonds, right? Because you have to have that link to history. He learned from Willie. I mean, he was Willie. Willie and his dad taught him the Giant way. So now he's that guy. And one of the things I was going to say is he's going to be at the park, like physically. Like we said to him, for example, we said afterwards when we were shooting the breeze for like an hour, we started talking about sports in general. God, Michael Jordan and LeBron James and blah, blah, blah. He loved Larry Bird. He was a Larry Bird guy. But I said, what about Caitlin Clark? And we were talking, and I said, she's coming to town tomorrow. And he goes, well, I can't. He goes, I got to be here. I'm going to be at the park. And then we told him it was a day game, and he was like, oh, maybe I will.
We told him about the Terry Francois two-step.
Yeah, but the biggest thing I took was that he's going to be at the park. And that he said, I think about what would Willie say or do to these guys, and so I got to be there, and it's not to usurp the coaches or Bob Melvin or or Pat Burrell or whoever, Ryan Christensen, Matt Williams, all the coaches. It's just like a Willie Mays used to sit around, and if you need him, you can go to him.
Yeah, what better resource could you have as a hitter than to talk to somebody like Barry Bonds? But even beyond Barry, we saw it earlier this season with Buster bringing back a lot of his former teammates and Giants players during spring training because of the success that they had winning their 3 World Series titles, or bringing in a guy like Will Clark or even JT Snow to go over and work with Bryce Eldridge. Like, there are so many knowledgeable ball players that have played here and have put on this uniform. You should embrace it. It's all about being a Giant and passing on that good book of baseball that Mike Krukow tells us about. Like, it's great that he acknowledges the fact that Willie would want him at the ballpark. Willie would want him helping out these guys. And we've seen it so far already this season. There was just footage of him the other day at the batting cage with Raphael Devers, day one, explaining him the culture and the overall significance of the Giants, not just to the Bay Area and San Francisco, but in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there, man. He talked a lot about his dad, Bobby, too, and saying, I was chasing my father's love. How about that? He said, I never got his approval. I wanted his approval. He goes, but that was Bobby's way of making him great. And Willie, too, he told us afterwards, without getting too into the nitty-gritty details, he had an outright competition with Willie Mays where they would kind of go at each other about who had more of what. It's like that. By the way, these are 2 of the greatest of all time. It's like Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. I was a better president. No, I was. No, it's like, think of the best of the best of the best, Picasso and Van Gogh arguing about who's a better artist, But they went at it. He said they went at it all the time, and Willie used it to needle him and goad him and needle him and goad him. And Barry, of course, as we know, he's not shy about thumping his chest when he does something. So he said, when I got 660, I got 661, I passed him. I beat him. But then he said the only reason I did it was because he said go do it. Yeah. He told us he wanted to retire when he got to 600. Man, I'm tired. I'm hurt. I don't want to pass you. And Willie's like, you have to pass me. And then he said this multiple times to us. He goes, these guys were so dumb. If they didn't think I was going to pass him, he was joking. He goes, I was learning from the 2 best. Of course I was going to pass him. I was being taught by Willie Mays and Bobby Bonds. And it's funny, Bobby Bonds does not, he made a brief allusion. He said, my dad had his demons, and, it's well documented. You can look it up. A little bit, he didn't take care of himself. Let's put it that way. He didn't take care of himself. But he said my dad was as good as Willie, and I don't know if he said he was better than Willie in some ways. You heard Dwight Evans talk about Bobby Bonds too, but man, oh man, it was just great to talk Willie and Bobby and Barry Bonds with Barry yesterday. I want to thank him for doing that.
Yeah, and I think it was a good peek behind the curtains of maybe the personality of Barry Bonds, or just the origin story and some of that motivation. Like you even heard in that interview, he said all he really wanted was for Willie and his dad to love him and to accept him as a baseball player.
Man, it's kind of an age-old story of tough parents, and it's like, man, my childhood was tough, but look what they achieved. They achieved great things. It's always the trade-off in life of do you want to be unbelievably hard on your kid and create a genius, or do you want your kid to be loved and sort of, just live a nice, peaceful, loved lifestyle, or do you want to freaking drive them to total greatness? You think about Earl Woods and Tiger, but Earl, as hard as Earl was on him, there was a tremendous amount of love there too, obviously. Only child, a little different. Barry had brothers, so that factors in too. But man, it was just fun to talk to. Listen, if you're a lifelong Giants fan and you're talking about Willie Mays and Bobby Bonds and Barry Bonds, and Buster, by the way, gets a lot of credit by letting Barry hang out, because he could say hey, listen, man, we got to do our own thing here, which I think is what Farhan Zaidi wound up. We can explore the psychology of that too. Is Farhan's not the first guy to take over a franchise and get rid of the past,
the history.
That's happened before in sports. It's like if we walked in here every day and there was a big poster of Frank and Mike hanging over, you know what I mean? Just hanging up.
I'd actually take that over the Ficus plan, if I'm being honest.
Big poster of Gary Radnich. And all people talked about was how great Gary Radnich and Frank and Mike were. And I don't know, would there be a part of you yo, man, I'm Marcus Boucher. Yeah. Damn it.
I'd be out here every morning trying to figure out how it could be better than Gary Radnich.
And then when you passed him in shows.
Yeah, what are you driving now, Gary? What are you driving?
Exactly. I only did it because Gary and Frank and Mike drove me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Carter B. Smith drove me to be great. We will take one quick call on the phone call. We saw a lot of texts on it. We all appreciate it. So many texts, too many to respond to. but Watchdog wants to call in on it. So, Watchdog in the city, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Watchdog?
Hey, what's up, my guys? Happy Juneteenth.
That's right.
I'm over here amped this morning. That was a great interview. Thanks, guys. I'm a big Barry Bonds fan. Greatest player I've ever seen play, and I did get a chance to see McCovey as a kid also.
Ooh.
And Barry was the greatest, man. But I think the significance of today is of, black freedom. We're talking about black freedom, Juneteenth, and a big part of that, when we go back to slavery, was the dehumanization of black people and saying that we didn't have the intelligence, we didn't have the smarts. And that was a big part of the interview Barry was talking about, was how his dad and Willie Mays imparted that wisdom and that intelligence upon him, which gave him that excellent pitch recognition. And during the steroid scandal or whatever, I still had Barry's back. Even back then, I said a big part of his success has always been pitch recognition, which is why he hit so many home runs off the best pitchers of his era, like Greg Maddux and Randy Johnson. And intelligence isn't really associated with African-American athletes. But Barry probably is one of the most intelligent players, which is why he didn't take many unbalanced swings. He had great balance at the plate, and he's still probably one of the greatest hitters of all time. So I'm a big Barry Bonds fan, man. I mean, I saw him play many times out there. I tell my sons about it because they were really young when he was playing, so they don't really remember. But I talk about how clutch he was and how they would play that next episode out there. That Dr. Dre, those drums. When you hear those drums, and Barry Bonds was when they bring in that lefty from the bullpen, and I just tell my sons how Barry would still take that lefty deep in clutch situations, either to tie the game or to win the game. I was there, so I can speak on it. And man, he's the greatest, man. I'm just great. I'm just happy that you guys and the Baer is allowing him to evolve into the man that he is now and evolve freely. And it's a beautiful thing, man. And that interview was great. And I just want to thank you guys for putting that on. So I'm having a great day. I'm off today. It's Juneteenth, and I'm amped over here. So thanks, you guys, for putting me on, and I appreciate it. Happy Juneteenth.
That's that's the best call you could ever ask. All great vibes, Watchdog. Perfectly said. All right, we'll be back with the cooler content on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Markus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty. Well, the cooler of content. What a day. God, Howard Bryant started it off at 6:50. If you missed that, really good stuff on Devers and Boston and the Giants. And then Dwight Dewey Evans, one of the great outfielders of the last 50 years, 8-time Gold Glover, big-time All-Star, borderline Hall of Fame player, joined us at 7:15 to talk about Devers and Boston and everything. Then, of course, we talked to Larry Baer, and then Barry Bonds, who Markus and I got to talk to yesterday. I want to thank Mario and Lisa for helping us nail that thing down. Thank Barry, who not only finished the interview with us, but hung out for an hour afterwards. What do you want his thoughts on? He wants Larry Bird. He wants MJ over LeBron.
Oh.
He doesn't think it's a question.
Well, let's pump that back. He wants Kobe Bryant over LeBron.
That's right, he does.
Yeah.
Yes, he wants Kobe over LeBron.
Which I don't think is that hot of a take, man. Kobe still has more rings than LeBron.
Did he take Brady over Joe?
He did. But that's that Sarah Padre connection, right?
I told him, he said. But he also kind of was talking about Babe Ruth. And he was going with that old line about Babe Ruth's competition. And this is what I forever say. Everybody was playing against the same competition. Only one guy was 400 home runs ahead of everybody, you know? So
yeah, Baer didn't want to hear that, though.
I know he did not.
He shut you down.
Because he goes 7-14. He goes, I left that behind.
Yeah,
so.
He's like, I'll pass, Babe. No big deal. The babe ain't no problem to me.
Anyway, Barry Bonds and Dwight Evans makes up our cooler of content. Since it's been the longest since we talked to Dewey Evans, why don't we go to Dewey Evans on Devers? And let's go with a cool quote here about the bat on the hitting. Cut A, Tony, 619A. This is Dwight Dewey Evans about Raphael Devers, the hitter.
If you go to batting practice when he's hitting, there's just a different sound off his bat. The only other guy I ever heard that sound off the bat was Ortiz. And he's got that tremendous pop. He's very strong, great bat speed. So I don't know how San Francisco is going to work for him, but he definitely has the power to lead in all fields. So, meaning lead the ballpark, and he'll hit some of the hardest balls you've seen hit since Barry was there. So, pretty special kid.
Yeah, Dwight Evans didn't realize he was promoting our interview when he said that, because he said that at 7:20, and we had Barry on at 7:55. By the way, this is all sponsored by Marin Health, of course, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And do want to remind you, day game today, 1:05 first pitch, 12:05 pregame. Gavin Williams, thank God, a righty for Cleveland, going against Logan Webb and John and Dave on the call. But you were going to say about the sound of the bat?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention just the crack of the bat that I heard on his first double at the ballpark. Like, it just sounded loud. Like, I'm looking forward to maybe today will be the first day Devers leaves the ballpark with a home run. I know last night there was no loud contact, but I went out there for batting practice his first day in the city, and there was some loud contact. Like, he was launching balls over that center field wall, damn near. I thought he was going to hit it off the batter's eye. Like, it landed pretty far up on those nets right above the bullpen. Looking forward to seeing how many balls he splashes into McCovey Cove.
Yeah, maybe this weekend against Boston.
Yeah.
But he had his chance last night. The Giants did get the leadoff. Was it? No, it was somebody reached.
Ramos was leading off last night.
Did he reach in the ninth inning and or was it the eighth inning? And Devers came up, swung at the first pitch, and popped out to shallow left.
Fly out,
He was very upset. Slammed the bat down and was swearing going back. So he was aggressive. He was up there hacking, even though his chase rate has has gotten better this year. I think that might have been a case where he wanted to do something.
Yeah.
You know?
And we were talking to, I can't remember if it was Dan Shaughnessy or somebody earlier this week when he gave us a comp to someone like Vlad Guerrero Sr. about how he is
Tony Maz, right?
Yeah, Tony Maz gave us that comp of him being a bad ball hitter. And it was also interesting hearing Barry say that Vlad Sr. had more talent than he did with that big rocket arm and the way he would step into the box and literally be able to hit anything. Then we had Pablo Sandoval on our show who could also do the same thing, square up balls that are outside of the strike zone. And you see that type of swing, but also that type of bat control to have the discipline to go outside of the strike zone and not show discipline, but still have the bat to ball skills to square it up.
By the way, the sound of the bat, sound of the ball off the bat, always makes me think about the final. I know. Here, start your riffs. Ken Burns baseball. Go ahead.
Yeah. What, you want me to take a nap?
Oh, man.
Take my shoes off.
The disrespect. Who disrespects what more? 808 KNBR. Does Waterboy disrespect Ken Burns baseball or me disrespect the Sandlot?
I think you disrespect the Sandlot more because I've never said that the Ken Burns documentary was bad. I just said every time it comes on, I fall asleep.
Well, just like I never said the Sandlot was bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
See, I will say, I'll go further.
Will you say the Ken Burns baseball is
documentary,
fine?
No, it's beyond fine. It's a great documentary. I just haven't seen the whole thing because I keep falling asleep.
Right, but if you stayed till the very end, it ends with Buck O'Neil, who just carries the entire thing because he's one of the greatest figures in the history of baseball because of what he saw, how long he lived, and how sharp he was till the very end. But one of the things he said in the final scene, because he played with Babe Ruth, and he said, I heard the sound of the ball off of Babe Ruth's bat. And I never heard it again until I heard it one day in Kansas City, and I turned and I looked, and it was Bo Jackson. Damn. And I remember at the time thinking, ooh, is that a bad take from Buck O'Neil? Because Bo Jackson's baseball career didn't really, I haven't looked at his numbers, but I don't want to say it didn't work out, but
well, he was an all-star.
Yeah, but he was not Babe Ruth. And I remember thinking at the time, of course, I was in my 20s, I was a little more frisky. I was like, I think that's a bad take. Although I don't think we were saying take back then. Actually, we were because Jim Rome said, have a take and don't suck. But now that you go back and you hear yesterday, Barry Bonds told us the two greatest athletes he's ever seen in his life are Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders. So I guess maybe Bo, let's see, how long did Bo, he wound up hitting 250 in his career, 141 bombs, OPS of 784. He only played 8 years in the bigs. He stole 82 bags. I mean, he was a nice player. He was an all-star once. And he finished top 10 in MVP once. So he never really became that guy, right? Never really became that guy.
Well, no, I don't think with the overall resume that he became that guy. But when you're talking about pure talent and his ability to show off that power, it's a conversation we got into with Barry also about the best running back of all time. And his guy was Barry Sanders. Yeah. Now, longevity, Barry Sanders doesn't have the resume. But when you're talking about pure talent and athletic ability, I think that's what he's talking about when we talk about Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders and the guys that were good enough to play two different sports at the pro level.
That was funny. We wound up going, I said to him, this was on our off-air conversation. And then I said to him, I said, now for you and me, Barry, because these guys are too young, but I know it's controversial and rest in peace, but maybe the best natural runner was O.J. Simpson. Give me a Copes laugh there, buddy.
Yeah, well, I was going to give you more than that. I got a Copes chuckle for you.
Yeah.
And I can also give you a late Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, rest in peace. And he agreed. He goes, oh, yeah. And then I said, another guy like you. And then I said, hey, man, what if we did the Mount Rushmore of guys actually born here? So it would be you and OJ would lead the list. And then I said, heck, I guess we'll throw in Tom Brady. And then we were like, who's the fourth? And I said, well, Bill Russell. And then I was like, no, Russell was actually born in Louisiana and moved here. So I said, and then Barry said, well, I technically was born in Riverside. I was like, oh, no, we're blowing this whole thing up. He goes, but I moved here when I was 2.
Yeah, he doesn't remember Riverside.
I said, so let's blow off Riverside. I'm still going to consider you here for the purposes of this argument. And I guess the fourth would have to be Joe DiMaggio.
Dude, that's a great pull by you.
Yeah. So how about that? OJ, Barry, Brady, and DiMaggio for 4 guys who...
That's some pretty good talent from the Bay Area soil.
Oh, man. Anyway, back to the cooler of content. Dwight Evans on Devers and how it wasn't getting healthy in Boston. Cut B.
I miss him, but it wasn't a healthy situation here for him. And just seeing how he has responded to the press out there, it seems healthy for him. And I care about the player. I saw this kid when he was 16 years old when we signed him out of Dominican, and to see him, not know a word of English, and he does speak pretty good English, and he still uses an interpreter. And I think that's just confidence with most guys that are bilingual. But he speaks pretty good English, so watch what you say around him. You understand.
Yeah, very good. By the way, people pointing out, Ricky Henderson, born here.
Oh, yeah.
Who we kicking off?
Uh-oh.
Brady?
Take Tom off the
I'm
list.
kicking Brady off.
Yeah, get the hell out of here, Brady. Take a hike.
So let's go.
Go to Boston.
OJ, Barry, Ricky, and DiMaggio. There you go. All right, guys. Well, that was good from Dwight Evans. He was even though he works for we were told when we got him, he works for the organization. He's probably going to be political about it, but he wasn't. He was very open about how much he liked Devers, the hitter, and how he misses him.
Yeah, and it's been kind of, I don't even know how to put it, a roundabout way with the way that former Red Sox players have talked about Raphael Devers, because it does seem like there are some guys that are walking the company line, like we saw the quotes from David Ortiz, but then also we played some audio yesterday of Manny Ramirez and Pedro Martinez standing up for Raphael Devers. So it seems like there's a little bit of back and forth even between some of the old players and how things are currently being ran right now in Boston.
Yeah, man, oh man. It's true. And I'm looking forward to him playing. He plays all the time. So we're looking forward to him playing today, too. By the way, somebody put it was the Willie Adames pop-up that fell that led to the the Devers pop-out.
Texas leaguer.
So here's Barry Bonds on with us talking about giving back to the organization. He's now 61 years old. And he's saying it's because of what Willie did. Willie was around all the time, so he feels like he has to be there too.
I don't know about saying carrying the torch.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I'm going to hang on to it with him. I'm not going to. I don't care who has a torch, to be honest with you. I don't care. It's me now saying, what would he do in this situation? What would he want me to do in this situation? And he'd want me at the ballpark all the time. He would want me to help the guys all the time. He'd want me to give back to this organization all the time. And so that's what I do. I walk in the steps that they raised me to. I don't do it for anybody else. I don't do it for people. I do it because that's what they taught me to do, and that's what they've told me to do, and that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, I mean, listen to that. That's a Barry Bonds that a lot of people thought probably didn't think about back, in 1993 when he was on the cover of SI and it said, "I'm Barry Bonds and you're not." He put on that persona for sure. But here he is honoring Willie and his dad. We can get more into it on the other side as we continue on. And if you miss Bonds, we'll do it for you again at 9:30 because I know a lot of people right now have different schedules. So they're like, wait, I missed it. And so at 9:30, we'll do that on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Like Willie and my father and Hank Aaron and Frank Robinson, and, the Tony Gwynns, the Ozzie Smiths, Ricky Henderson. I mean, I can go on and on and on. That gave me that knowledge and gave me their love as a baseball player. It is my duty to give it back.
There he is, Barry Bonds, on our show with Markus and me, sitting in the dugout yesterday. It was awesome. It was really fun. We want to thank Barry and Mario and Lisa for making it happen. And then Barry hung out for an hour afterwards and chopped it up with us. Let's just put it this way. He's a old school, not a shock, not a big fan of the binders and the data. Would rather talk to somebody who played the game, who can tell you what the dirt felt like, what you should do when the wind is swirling a certain way, what you should do at a certain situation in a game, where you should be trying to hit the ball, what's your approach at the plate, all these things that I guess he and Willie talked about all the time. By the way, Willie, the one thing I would say, he's very confident in his achievements and, says, look at the numbers. But I'd say the one thing that he conceded ground on Willie Mays was center field.
Yep.
He said, I couldn't do it. I had to go play left.
He couldn't play it like Willie. He said he could play it, but not like Willie.
Yeah, so if he couldn't play it like Willie, he was going to slide away there. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We did it because it was a year ago yesterday that we lost Willie. And, people frequently remember year anniversaries of passings and always remembering the day that you lost someone. And so it was nice of Barry to come out and do that yesterday. Thoughts on Devers? We asked him, Markus smartly asked him about Raphael Devers. And so here's what he said about, can Devers be that next guy? It's Mays, it's McCovey, it's, Will Clark, it's Barry Bonds. Can Devers be that next guy?
Time will tell. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, I know that's, forgive me, and I know people want to then answer right away, but time will tell. It's our duty as well, not mine, the coaches, their duty is to get him prepared the best way he can. It's me to inspire him any way I can. It's the organization to keep him healthy is the best they can. The fans are cheering him on and give him inspiration the best he can, and God to bless him to not get hurt, to stay healthy, and do his job. But time will tell. I mean, he's played 9 years, I believe. I think it's 9 years in the league, which is a long time. But I get this answer all the time, like, what's he going to be like? What's going to be? I said, you know what? Just stay long enough for someone to write a story about you, and then there it is. There's the answer. I don't. If you don't need to know, the answer is most of the elite athletes played 18 years or 20 years, or they've been around long enough that someone will talk about them. So I don't talk about myself. I don't need to. Stay around long enough, somebody will tell that story. And if he stays healthy and he stays around long enough, I think he's going to do great things here.
All right. Well, there it is. Like he said, it's on the coaches. It's on the fans. It's on him. It's on all that. It's just getting started. It sucks that they're 0-2 with him and that the Red Sox took 2 out of 3 from Seattle. There's a daunting stat, a tweet that Bill Shaken of the LA Times sent out. NL West standings on the morning of Friday, June 13th. What was that, just six days ago? Yes, it was. Dodgers and Giants tied for first. Padres 2 out. Diamondbacks 5.5 out. In less than a week, on the evening of Wednesday, June 18th, morning of Thursday, June 19th, Dodgers in first place, Giants 4.5 out, Padres 6 out, Diamondbacks 9 out. So the Giants lost 4.5 games in less than a week. Padres lost 4 games in less than a week. And Arizona lost 3.5 in less than a week. Mm-hmm. Does that seem like, it's June. It's June 19th. But that might be one. Was it go time for LA?
Well, yes and no. They took 2 out of 3 from the Giants this past weekend. They are starting to get healthier with Shohei Ohtani. I know he only threw an inning, but he's back on the bump. He's scheduled to pitch again on Sunday. So here's the thing. The Dodgers are going to get better as they get Blake Snell and Roki Sasaki and some of their pitching back. Like, this is the Dodgers at maybe the low point of their season before they really start to turn it on. But you would also think at the same time the Giants are going to be better because going back to that last win against the Dodgers, yes, they have lost 5 out of the last 6. You know why they're losing those games? Because they're not hitting with runners in scoring position. And that was a problem before Raphael Devers. And here we are. even AD after Devers, 2 games in, and they're still struggling with runners in scoring position. 0 for 6 last night, 1 for 13 in Devers' first game, so that's 1 for 19. And in 5 of the last 6 games where they've lost those 5 out of 6, they're 8 for 52 with runners in scoring position. But that's why Buster went out and brought in Raphael Devers. And yes, I can see the box score from yesterday. There was 0 for no RBIs, but Devers is a guy in those situations that will come up clutch. That's why Buster Posey described him as a dude. But we just got done talking to a dude, Barry Bonds. And you need more than one dude in your lineup. Barry Bonds was not able to win a World Series by himself. It's going to be up to Willie Adames and Matt Chapman when he gets healthy, and Elliot Ramos, who launched his, 12th or 13th home run yesterday, and Jung-Hoo Lee, who dropped down to the 6th spot. All these dudes need to step up if you do want to compete with the Dodgers. So I do think that it will get better. They're not as bad as they are right now offensively with this lineup, and I think it's only going to get better with Devers and the return of Chapman.
We're starting to feel the cumulative effect of Chapman's absence. You know, you can do it for a while, and then day in, day out, you're like, man. And I don't know what, Casey Schmidt, that grand slam in L.A. can only go so far. He had another 0 for last night. Then again, so did Jung-Hoo Lee, and so did Tyler Fitzgerald. And Fitzgerald is getting increasing scrutiny from fans and media of what are you going to do. He is not trending in the right direction. He made a big error last night. I mean, I know Verlander grooved a fastball to Schneiman. That has wound up haunting us. Schneiman, not Ned Schneebly from School of Rock, but Schneiman. But that inning started to turn the wrong way when Fitz made that error, and he's not getting it done at the plate.
And we know how important defense is to this entire organization when you have a staff that gets the amount of ground balls that the Giants will get. So, anytime you make an error, it does seem like it's viewed through a magnifying glass, especially when Justin Verlander's on the bump and missing spots and giving up crooked numbers. It's not going to help. But real quick, circling back to the absence of Matt Chapman real quick, because no, Matt Chapman is not putting up Barry Bonds type numbers, but it's these stats that I gave you when Matt Chapman got hurt. Since he arrived in San Francisco and started playing with the Giants, the team is 48-15 when he has an RBI, and they're 29-8 when he leaves the ballpark with a home run. So it just goes to show, even having Matt Chapman in that lineup to extend it past the first couple of hitters, that's what's going to make this team win, is those clutch hits that we saw earlier this year, just a walk-off that last Saturday by Matt Chapman.
I don't mean to keep kicking this guy when he's down, but I just found Tyler Fitzgerald in June. He's hitting 143 in June. Now, we're pretty well into June now. We're 19 days into June. Dude, his slugging percentage in June is 163. He has all of 1 extra base hit in the entire month, a double.
Yeah, and that's why I've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. Like, this is a great opportunity for Casey Schmidt, not to get playing time at third base, but to possibly take that job at second from Tyler Fitz. And we've seen Casey have some success with the bat. We've also seen Casey struggle with the bat. But I think defensively, I think you have an actual higher upside and a better glove with Casey Schmidt at second base than what you have right now currently with Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I mean, Casey over at second base is a possibility. And, it's something to think about. I mean, listen, we've seen Buster will make a move. He's patient. And they've been patient with Fitzgerald. He's hitting 238, 9 RBIs on the season, bro. OPS of 629. But we're at the point now where in the season, for Tyler Fitzgerald, I don't know, you give him a whole year. This is a guy you flushed out Tyro Estrada to bring this guy in. He's now played in 53 games with 172 at-bats. Last year, he hit 280 and had an OPS of 831. This year, his OPS is 200 points lower. 200 points lower. Last year, he hit 15 bombs. This year, he has 2. Last year, his on base was 334. This year, it's 298. So the numbers are dramatically down across the board.
Yeah, and he hasn't been the same player since coming off the IL, but I guess that leads to the conversation of what are your other options? Is it Casey Schmidt? Is it a Marco Luciano getting reps at second base in Sacramento? You know who was playing second base the other night for the River Cats? Wade Meckler was getting some run over at second base. I know Platsy's a big Wade
Great
Meckler
knowledge
fan, right?
on Platsy, who texts in all the time. But, yeah, you're right. He's a huge Meckler guy and thinks he plays to the Giants' park really well as a contact speed guy. And Meckler has been dogged by injuries the last couple of years, but I saw the same thing as you did. No, I don't know if you can just go out and be a big league second baseman just by waking up and getting out of bed. I've thought, could Devers play second? No, Could Wilmer Flores play second? I heard Papa bring that up yesterday with John Shea. We had kicked it around. Yeah. Shea openly laughed. Yeah. He's like, bro, come on. Yeah. He's like, you're scared putting him over at first.
Yeah, I mean, he booted a ball at first base yesterday, too.
He did. So, but back to Devers, who's 0-2 now with the Giants. But by the way, I'd just like to I'm calling for 4 in a row. I'm calling for one today, and I'm calling for a sweep of the Red Sox.
Let's do it.
It's time to just
I'm
kind
with you,
of
Murph.
heat this thing up. And the Red Sox aren't that good. I know they have that young talent, but we're not going to face, what's his face? Garrett Crochet.
Yeah.
They're going to face 3 righties, no lefties. So that's good. But Devers is the guy, and he might go off against the Red Sox because he goes off in big games, as Howard Bryant was telling us that your Yankees brought out the best in Devers. This is Howard Bryant, the great sports writer, with us this morning.
Certainly liked him against the Yankees. I mean, he proved he was a big game guy. I mean, obviously the way you measure stuff around here, just like the way you measure stuff in New York, is what do you do in the rivalry? And, he was a beast. Wasn't afraid, tough guy, absolutely tough at bats. Surprising power, and when he gets on a roll, is he one of those guys who can carry a team? Absolutely.
Yeah, so there it is. I mean, get on a roll, get hot. Dwight Evans told us the same thing. He said he's not a leader, and he doesn't have to be. Adames and Chapman are the vocal leaders, but he can just sit there, show up, and mash. Last night he took some hacks, didn't work out. He went 0 for 3, I think,
0 for 3 yesterday
with a walk. I think. Did he reach? I thought he drew a walk, didn't he?
Yeah,
he did. So at least he reached base once. He'll heat up. He takes that cut. It's just seeing him in the box is exciting every time.
Yeah, and as HB just told us, I've watched this guy since he broke into the league at 19 years old. He's 9 years into his major league career, still only 28 years old. This is one of the best left-handed bats in all of Major League Baseball. And you can go, look at his head-to-head stats against the Yankees as a team, or I was even talking to you off-air about your boy Garrett Cole, who is regarded as one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Devers against Garrett Cole is 14 for 40 in his career with 8 home runs. 8 home runs and 40 at-bats. It's a 350 batting average against one of the elite pitchers in baseball. Even when he was using the sticky stuff, Raphael Devers was still dominating Garrett Cole.
That's a great
and
stat.
just the Yankees in general, man. He is a machine at the plate.
415 says, don't forget the fact that the Giants are also not going to have to face Raphael Devers this weekend, right?
Yeah, that's a big plus.
That's another good point,
And they're
too.
not going to face Kyle Harrison. He's over in AAA. Will we see Jordan Hicks come out of the bullpen for
He's got
the
that
Boston
toe
Red
injury,
Sox?
though, right?
Yeah, that's right. He's got that big toe.
707 says,
Allegedly.
Tyler Fitzgerald is not the same since the broken rib.
Yeah,
That could be a case.
Since he came off the IL, he has not looked like the same player.
925 says, guys, 2 forever Giants started for the Padres last night. Trenton Brooks and Bryce Johnson. What? Trenton Brooks. Do you remember Trenton Brooks? Oh, my gosh.
That got me.
Who? 559 says, the problem is that your team's backups for 4A players like Schmidt and Fitz are only AAA players like Meckler and Wisely. 538 says, why not put Christian Koss in there for a week, see what he can do?
Yeah.
He made the team out of spring training for a reason. He was terrific.
Yeah, let's get Tad Duffy back out there.
Yeah, right? Tad Duffy.
I just want to use that nickname more often.
Well, he had that one. Didn't he have a base run? What was it? He had a base running mistake, didn't he?
Duffy.
Or he did something that caused people to fall out of favor with him.
Yeah, and then he got sent down, and then they called him back up.
Yeah. Maybe he can, but again, that shuttle up and down, back again. We don't want to keep doing that. And by the way, 209 just wants to just drive off the road and just say, Waterboy, is this the Yankees' low point in the season also?
It definitely is.
They went 30 innings without scoring, right?
Bro, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Thank God the Boston Red Sox traded Raphael Devers, who went deep against the Yankees in his final at-bat in a Red Sox jersey. But, yeah, it kind of took the shine away from the Sox sweeping the Yankees. Aaron Judge going 1 for 12 in that series with 9 strikeouts. And the fact that they can't score a damn run against the Angels down in Anaheim.
Oh, man, that's right. By the way, just I want to tell you guys, so, you have fun text threads sometimes you bring to the airwaves. And I had a separate group of guys that aren't usually texting, sort of a college friends group of baseball fans. And one of them just decided to take on Mike Trout last night. He goes, I'm watching this game. He goes, how disappointing is Mike Trout's career?
Not disappointing at all.
And then he said, give me one. He started just taking aim at him. This is my buddy Gibb. He's a big TV producer in New York for NBC. He goes, give me one memorable moment in Trout's career. I was like, whoa. And then somebody goes, striking out against Shohei Ohtani in the World Baseball Classic. And it got to the point. I checked in. I go, guys, this is kind of wild. Am I on a text thread that's dogging Mike Trout? And then they started talking about, where he winds up looking in the all-time. And he really hasn't done anything since 2019. Well, he won 3 MVPs, though, from 2012 to 2019. Well, then the question was raised, is Mike Trout statue-worthy down in Anaheim? And there's an argument about, people say, what do you have to do to deserve a statue? You got to win a World Series. I said, well, somebody said Ernie Banks got a statue in Chicago. He didn't win a World Series. Ted Williams has a statue in Boston. He didn't win a World Series. But the point is, it's just an interesting thread. I mean, Mike Trout went from being the best player we've ever seen to just a guy.
Yeah, and that's why I had to think about that answer for a second, because my first response is, hell no, it's not a disappointing career. It's a Hall of Fame career. I would say he's the best player to ever put on that Angels uniform. I'd ask the question if they have any statues outside that ballpark to begin with.
They have none.
But that's the only thing that has been disappointing about Mike Trout's career is the injuries. And that's why it sucks to kind of see his career fizzle out. And the fact that he was playing with Shohei Ohtani and they never even made the postseason together, which is why I'm still hoping that Mike Trout can eventually get traded.
They made it once, didn't they? And got swept. I think
Was
they made it once.
Shohei on the team?
Trout was.
Trout was on the team. Yeah, Trout was there. And I remember
yeah.
him with the umpire calling a strike
look at
3
Shohei's-
top of the zone to end that series. That's one of a memorable moment for you. But no, him and Shohei together never made the postseason on the same team. But
And look
who
at
knows?
Shohei's star power once he got to the Dodgers and got to October.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I've been begging for Mike Trout to be traded anywhere outside of Anaheim. Who knows? Maybe Zach Manassian can give his big bro a call and see if Mike Trout's available at the deadline this year.
I mean, you go look at his numbers now. He's 33 years old. He's hitting 229 with a 767 OPS, which is fine. 11 bombs, 27 ribs. Just kind of there.
Yeah, and he missed a big chunk of the season. He was injured earlier this season, came off the IL. The power numbers were there. He was towards the top of the league in home runs before he got injured, still 11 on the season. I still think there's a buttload of talent there, and 33 is not that old, but it's just his body never fully healing up and just staying healthy for an entire season.
Not only did he win 3 MVPs, he had 4 second-place finishes. So he's just insane. It's insane that he stacked that much in from ages 20. He won a Rookie of the Year at age 20 and an MVP at age 22. From age 20 to 27, the guy was unblanking believable. But from age 28 on, it's been injuries.
And the only reason why he did not win the MVP as a rookie is because Miggy was a Triple Crown winner that year. Like, that's what it took to stop Mike Trout from being an MVP as a rookie.
He was 20 years old.
Yeah.
And a lot of people thought that was the last of the old heads winning an MVP because old heads voted for the Triple Crown. The analytics crowd was like, this isn't even close. Should be Trout by a mile. But that's all started to change. And then when Felix Hernandez won the Cy with like 13 wins and all that, then you started to see now you're getting analytics winners all the time.
Well, I'll ask you this real quick before we go, because this is a debate that me and my buddies have all the time, because when Mike Trout was making his debut, actually got called up as a 19-year-old, then sent back down, then came back up when he was 20, was the same time around the Bryce Harper hype. And me and my buddies used to get into arguments about who was the better player and who would have the better career. And for years, I was team Mike Trout. But I ask you the question now. It's not even all said and done yet, but whose career would you rather have, Bryce Harper or Mike Trout's?
Bryce Harper or Mike Trout? Ooh, boy. I'm going to ponder that way. Ooh, boy. Well, boy.
Right?
Trout was just so at his peak, Trout was better. So I'm going to go Trout.
Yeah.
Just because at his peak, like my buddy said, what's his most memorable moment? I think of that catch he made at Camden Yards. Doesn't he have that real early on? He's that famous one where he goes back. He's over that Southwest Airlines ad, and he's just going. It's almost like that kid from Sacramento. Yeah. Denzel Clark, I think his name is. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to go Trout. How about you?
I still go Mike Trout. Still got 3 MVPs. Now, I give credit to Bryce Harper for getting out of Washington. Pretty funny how Washington won a World Series after Bryce Harper left and get to Philadelphia, where he's in a much, much better position to go out and win a World Series, but he still doesn't have his ring either. So I still might take Mike Trout, but I think longevity-wise, Bryce Harper has been healthier, and he might end up with a better career, as crazy as that sounds.
All right, here's the deal. We got Barry Bonds with us yesterday in the dugout. We're going to play it for you at 9:30 on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, San Francisco. We're still giving away 2 tickets to go see Post Malone with Jelly Roll on July 1st at Oracle Park. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these tickets. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you get to go see Post Malone. That means you win It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Markus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Young Tone's excited about this one. Post Malone and Jelly Roll, who I did not walk in with yesterday. I thought I walked into the park with Jelly Roll. I'm like, is that Jelly Roll? How can a guy look like Jelly Roll? You can't look like... If you look like Jelly Roll, you're Jelly Roll, right?
Well, maybe Jelly Roll is starting a trend because, Murph, you're quite the trendsetter yourself. You started hosting this show in quarter zips. Next thing you know, Young Tony's running the board in quarter zips.
Oh, my God. Like Timber Tech hats. Does that count too?
Yeah, exactly. I got one of those. I'll put it on.
2 tickets to Post Malone with Jelly Roll July 1st. And when you see Jelly Roll, say, hey, did you walk into the park with Murph? Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets. See Post Malone at Oracle Park July 1. Prize furnished by Live Nation. Good luck to all y'all doing your thing today. Barry Bond's going to join us at 9:30. We worked for weeks and weeks and weeks to get him. We got him. It was great. Arguably our off-mic conversation was best. He loves talking ball, man. He loves it. He looks great, by the way. Looks in incredible shape. Was that one of the things that struck you? Is how fit he is?
Oh, definitely. I even brought up his bike riding in our post-interview conversation. He's like, yeah, I'm on the bike every day.
Yeah, he
Just
is.
cruising around.
And
dominating those apps with like the amount of miles and times that he puts in. Like he's competing now against Willie Mays on like the bike apps now, it seems like.
What an athlete. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's always competing against Willie. All right, guys. So you'll hear that in just a few minutes. By the way, Giants Guardians today, 105. I don't know why it's at 105 instead. We should have asked Larry Baer that. Why is the game at 105 instead of 12:45? But Logan Webb about to go against, who's the guy pitching? Gavin Williams, is that his name?
Yeah, I think
Get that
Gavin's on
right?
the bump today.
I get that right, Young Tone? Yeah,
you got
Gavin
it.
Williams.
You
Shout
got
out
it.
Gavin.
You got it. It's a good day to light the beam.
Light the beam.
The afternoon or the midday boys are at 58 Social. To go by and get a little, what does Greg always get? The Bloodies?
Bloody Mary, John.
The Bloodies.
Give me one of those Bloodies, Greg.
All right. By the way, I was just cruising Twitter here, and Bill Shaken of the LA Times, the guy who's put out that daunting stat of the NL West standings on Friday morning versus the NL West standings on Thursday morning, in which the Dodgers just dropped the hammer and it was go time, and they picked up 4.5 games on the Giants in the last week. But he writes a column about Dodger Stadium saying, is it too loud? He says, why is Dodger Stadium so loud? And my quick answer is absolutely it's too loud. And I know the answer. If it's too loud, you're too old.
You said it, not me.
But his lead is the 2 New York teams dropped by Dodger Stadium a couple weeks ago. First the Yankees, then the Mets. And broadcasters for each team made sure to complain about how loud it was. Quote, the Dodger Stadium center field speakers are in full assault mode, Yankees radio voice Dave Sims tweeted. And then Carl Ravitch introduced an in-game interview with Tommy Edman on Sunday Night Ball, saying he's in center field now being blasted by, I think, arguably the loudest speaker system I have ever heard in my life. I think we have Kipe in the system screaming about it too. Now, you've been to Dodger Stadium?
Yes, I have.
Did you notice it?
Yes, I
How could you
did.
not?
I mean, every single time Shohei Ohtani would walk up to the plate, and dude, I was getting Bublé'd at games 1 and 2 of the World Series. He uses Michael Bublé's "Birds Flying High."
Shohei does?
Shohei Ohtani, "Birds Flying High." Birdsong uses it also, which maybe we need to talk about Birdie about changing that warm-up song if Shohei Ohtani's the one using it.
Wait a minute, I didn't know Shohei got Bublé's you.
Yeah, dude. He'll Bublé you.
Oh, man.
Between that and Freddie Freeman hitting me with the Bad Bunny, I mean, those horns go off at Dodger Stadium, and it turns into a party.
They quotes from Mookie Betts. It's all just part of an entertainment show. There is no too loud. And Clayton Kershaw says, I think it's great. Even on the road, I'd rather have that than quiet. St. Louis was just really quiet. It almost felt like golf at times. The louder, the more fun, the better. We have the best sound system. Why not use it? Kenley Jansen, who's now not even on the team, said, when I used to come out to California Love, that thing used to bang. The bass they have, you can feel that thing shake in your chest. So he went around, he went to Angel Stadium, Petco Park, and Dodger Stadium, and confirms by decibel, Dodger Stadium is easily the loudest one. So I just wanted to get that out there. Oracle's meant to get louder. I don't think it has gotten dramatically louder. Do you?
We got to tell DJ Umami to turn it up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel about the volume at Oracle?
I don't have any issues with it.
Okay.
I mean, really, I noticed it the most during those 8th inning sing-alongs, which, once again, Pink Pony Club was another winner. But, dude, I can't tell you, I'm getting PTSD flashbacks now. You hear this at Dodger Stadium, the place goes absolutely crazy. Freddie Freeman knew what he was doing, picking a little Bad Bunny down in L.A.
I believe it's his son, Charlie, who likes this song, asked Freddie to use this as his walk-up song, because there's no way he's a Bad Bunny fan.
I thought the same thing, but you play some Bad Bunny down in L.A., the people go crazy. This is it right here.
I'm annoyed because it's Freddie Freeman.
And then there's Freddie with that fake smile and those fake teeth hitting grand slams and extra innings. Oh,
it's a pretty good walk-up song.
It's a banger. It's a banger. But, dude, I get PTSD now every time I hear Bad Bunny when I'm out on the weekends.
925 needs to know, what would our walk-up song be?
Oh, well, my warm-up song was Sublime, Doing Time.
Nice.
Yeah.
You want to cue that up a little bit, Tony?
Cue that up.
Doing Time by Sublime. So you actually had, wait a minute, you had warm-up music?
Yeah, in college we had warm-up songs.
You were good enough to have warm-up music?
You know who you're talking to? You know who I am, Murph?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, this is me. Walking out to the
Markus
bump.
warming up. Here he is throwing those 86-mile-an-hour cookies right over the heart of the plate.
Before I blew out my elbow.
I like it.
And the living's easy.
I like it. Young Tone, what's your walk-up music, buddy?
Ooh, I think it's got to be Levels of Avicii for me.
Okay, let's
shout
hear it.
out Dan Lurie for literally listing off all the SF events this summer with Levels of Avicii in the background.
Let's hear Levels. Let's hear it, buddy. What
about you, Murph?
Well, I want to hear Tony's first before I come in.
And I know this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, well. Now batting. Number 2. He'd definitely be number 2, right?
30. Come on.
30? Who are you? Who are you? Cha-Cha? You Orlando Cepeda?
Dude, come on. Put some respect on his name. That was his ultimate Frisbee number.
And that's why his Twitter handle, this is it, now batting. Number 30, Tony Farias.
Bro, I'm getting hype right now.
And here's the pitch. Comebacker, one hopper. Webb has it over to first, and the side is retired. There it is right there, dude. I would think, so what kind of mindset do you want to be when you're hitting, right? There's one theory that you want to be absolutely amped out of your mind. Bryce Harper described hitting as 2 minutes of fury. That's what he wrote inside the bill of his hat. I told every team I coached that.
Sounds like me on a Friday night.
Oh, my God. Are you answering a Young Tony question, right?
Now, exactly.
2 minutes of fury. But I always thought the song I wanted, so there would be 2. It would either be, why don't you cue up Summer Wind by Frank Sinatra, because I want to be in a nice headspace. I want to be, here it is. I'm coming up to the box right now. Now, that's not 2 minutes of fury, but I'm walking up and people are in a good vibe right now. Yeah. I'm ready to go lace one into the gap right now and turn 2. Here's the pitch. Swung on and lined over the second baseman's head into right center field. Murphy's going for 2. The throw too late. He's into second base with a double. There it is, right there.
Great job, brother.
The only other one I would consider is "Everybody Wants to Rule the World" by Tears for Fears, because that's pretty much like the most undefeated song of all time. Like everybody, there's nobody who doesn't like it. Yeah. This would be the other one. This would be the other one.
It's a great song.
This is a good walk-up song.
Yeah. Now batting, number 19. Brian Murphy. Here's the pitch. Swung and hit high and deep to right field. That ball, he can turn and watch it. It's gone. There you guys go.
When Murphy comes to town, it's
so
bye-bye,
which for
baby.
me, what would you rather have?
I got to go with this option.
Tears for Fears. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll take that. What's Curly's walk-up?
Everybody wants to pitch to Murphy.
Oh, forward.
Dropkick Murphy's song for Mr. Curly over here.
Ship it up to Boston?
Dude, I'm telling you, dude. It's a song.
When we used it, it was our 6 a.m. rejoin for years and years and years and years.
It's a banger, though.
But guys, 415 say, come on, everybody, who wouldn't use Kodiak by Drake?
Isn't it called Nokia?
Oh, Nokia. Why did I say Kodiak?
Yeah, what you sipping on over there?
What am I sipping on over there? I'm sipping on coffee. Okay, yeah, here it is. Now, is that explicit?
Here we go.
You got to jump to the
clean version.
Jump to the second half where you say,
give me the baby girl.
Now batting, number 6, first baseman John Curley. And there it is, right? You got to go.
Who? Is it Curly?
I can't believe this isn't more
Is
of
it
a...
Murphy?
I can't believe
Is it Tony?
I can't believe...
Is it Waterboy? Is it Copes? Is it D-Pops? Is it Craig's over?
Yes. All right. Is it Papa? I can't believe nobody's really
Baby
used this,
girl.
have they? I can't. This I would have thought would have been a more popular walk-up.
Well, everybody knows Kendrick's better.
Baby girl. And that's the thing. If you are twirling, that means you're twirling out of the batter's box and heading back to the dugout. So I wouldn't want to use it either.
This should be good walk-up music here.
Casey Schmidt, let me see you dance. Let me see you twirl.
All right. Thank you, 925, for inspiring content. Barry Bonds joined us. We'll play it for you next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Markus on The Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, so credit to John Joe Curley, our producer, the pride of the West Portal. Weeks ago, he's like, we got to do something for Willie Mays' anniversary of his passing. We said, that's a good idea. He goes, well, can we get Barry Bonds? I said, well, that's a big ask. He doesn't like to do a lot of these. But thanks to some big help from Mario and Lisa, we asked Barry, and Barry said, yeah. And then we waited, and we kind of thought, well, what day are we going to do it? And we thought it would be Tuesday, then Wednesday at 3 o'clock. We were hoping he'd show up, and boom. There we were sitting in the dugout, and Barry Bonds turned the corner, saw us, and said, let's do it, guys. Sat down in the dugout with your boy Markus Boucher and your boy Brian Murphy. You can see us, the picture, the still picture, is on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. We will get the video up soon, and you guys can enjoy it there. But in the meantime, the audio. So it was 1 year since the passing of Willie Mays, and we wanted to talk to Barry about that and other things. A lot about his dad, a lot about baseball, a lot about the Giants. So sit back and enjoy on the UMA guest line, Barry Bonds with Murph and Markus from Oracle Park.
All right, we're here obviously at Oracle Park. Brian Murphy, Markus Boucher, happy to have Barry Bonds with us here. Barry, thanks for spending some time with us, man.
Anytime.
Good to see you, man. Obviously, today's June 18th, and the reason we wanted to talk to you is 1 year ago today we lost Willie Mays. And it means a lot to all of us in the KNBR family, the Giants family, and obviously it means a lot to you. So I thought it'd be great if you could share with Giants fans, you know, some of your emotions today. You wake up, it's been a year since you lost your godfather. What are you thinking about today?
I was thinking about today's game. I mean, my history with Willie goes back longer than just 1 year. You know, obviously I miss him because he was a huge part of my life ever since I was 4 years old, technically. Since my dad came up 67, 68, and I've been there with Willie my entire life. And 5 years old, he became my grandfather because he couldn't get rid of me, pretty much. And it's been a great journey with the both of us, and he's taught me a lot, and he's been a big part of my career.
You know, those of us who lose somebody in our lives, they think about him every day in some form. What ways do you think of Willie Mays almost every day or every week or whatever it is? When you think?
I think of Willie and my father. I mean, my father's my dad. I mean, that's the person I think about more than anybody. You know, Willie's my godfather, but my dad I miss more than anything. And Willie was just the I don't know, the 50-50 of my father, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my father was here and Willie was here, and I had the best of both worlds. And so I miss them both. I miss them both in ways that I probably can't even explain on this camera as much as I miss them. And yeah, I miss the teachings that Willie taught me on a day-to-day basis in the batting cage, sitting there hours and hours with me. Spring training, you know, I look forward to Willie coming out in spring training all the time because he was a big inspiration to all of us, just not myself, but to the whole organization, to the team. And, you know, to sit there and, you know, I reminisce thinking about, you know, in my position now, I think about, you know, what would Willie say to the guys? What would he say? How would he act? What was his response to them? And try to just be another part of that legendary players that come through the Giants organization and do that. But yeah, obviously I miss Willie. It's hard, but you know, I have great memories more than I miss him.
At your Wall of Fame ceremony here for the Giants, you were asked about your relationship with the fans, and you said, I don't have fans, I have family.
Right.
So how's that Giants family been here for you this past year since the passing of Willie?
Great. It's like really unbelievable. When you're raised here and you know, I look in the stands and I see people I went to school with are, you know, now they're, you know, politicians here are chief of police now, and like, oh, we played baseball back in, you know, 8th grade and stuff. So it's a little bit different for me than, you know, some of the other players that come up through here. My whole life, my whole history is here, and half of the people I played Little League or Legion Ball with, or football or basketball or travel ball, and you know, I've come across during all-star games in high school and things like that. So it's hard to say the fans at home when this is my home. You know, it's like, this is my home. And I could, if I played somewhere else, it's okay, how the fans are you there, but this is my home. These are my people. And that means more to me than anything.
I'm interested in following up on your dad because Willie gets so much attention, but your dad was such an incredible player. And when you say you miss him every day, even baseball-wise, when you think about your dad, when you're out here helping people, just share for some of the people who didn't get to see Bobby Bonds play, what you learned from him as a baseball player.
I learned that my father idolized Willie Mays. I learned that at a very young age. Willie was everything in our household. You know, if you want to see the best, you got to watch Willie. If you want to know this, you got to. And my dad emulated Willie a lot as far as the five-tool player, hitting for power, running bases, average, you know, and so forth and so on. And my dad was like, if you want to be a complete baseball player, that's the person you want to watch. And ever since I was a little boy, that's all I wanted to do was watch Willie, how he managed the field, how he dictated things, how, you know, I'd watch him walk out of the locker room when he wasn't playing. He'd walk all the way down, because back then they just had that little wooden booth where the pitcher sat in, and then you had the opening out, and McCovey used to hit all the balls out in the parking lot. And it was the players' parking lot at the time, and we used to just get all the balls and just throw them over the fence. I wish I would have kept most of them now. I wouldn't even need to play baseball with how much they go for. And but with my father, it was Willie, and so our whole family, as far as baseball goes, was Willie Mays, and Willie McCovey. Obviously, Willie McCovey was there. Tito Fuentes, if you wanted to be an infielder, and Chris Spire. If you want to be an infielder, you got to be like Tito Fuentes and Chris Spire, And none of us were pitchers, so it was really good for us in that aspect. But if you wanted to be a big, strong dude, everyone wanted to be like Mac. If you wanted to be just this genius of a person, you wanted to be like Willie, and that's what we grew up like, and that's what we knew.
Yeah. Now, Barry, I have to ask you what it's like growing up in that environment, because as a kid, your dad is just your dad. Your uncle is your uncle. Your godfather is your godfather. So at what age did you really fully digest how good of ball players both your father and Willie were?
My dad was more direct. He was more, you would never do enough. His way with me was different than with my brothers or something else, you guys heard it when they retired my uniform. It's like, I was chasing my father's love, in some capacity. And my father was like, as long as I kept telling you it wasn't enough, you were going to always be the best because you always wanted my approval. And Willie was like that person on the other side of my shoulder was going, you're good, that's great, keep it going, So I had like both of them. Willie was always a pat on the back and loving. My dad was like, you can do more, you can do this. But I needed them both. And regardless throughout my career, I needed both of them. And playing, I just wanted both of them to accept the type of player I was, because I wanted to be like them both. I wanted to be just like my father. My dad was faster than Willie. My dad could hit balls just as good as Willie. My dad could play defense as good as Willie. But Willie was Willie. My dad didn't play as long as Willie, okay? My dad had other demons. But Willie was just Willie. But if you look at the all-around ability, like I say, Vladimir Guerrero was, his ability was way beyond my ability as a player. He could throw from the fence. There's a lot of players that were that out. Willie was just very smart. It's like I make comparisons to like Tiger Woods or Michael Jordan, and yes, I don't exclude myself in that category at all, but I could swing a golf club 1,000 times over and maybe 100 more times than Tiger Woods, but Tiger Woods just sees it better than I do. It just is what it is. And I could probably run up and down the court. Let's just say I can't, but run up and down the court more than Michael Jordan and hustle as hard as he can, like Dennis Rodman did. But Michael Jordan just Michael Jordan, and people's levels. So Willie's level was just Willie's level in the game. But I'm not taking anything from my dad's ability or talent. My dad's talent was just as good.
He was incredible. You're absolutely right. After your dad died, and we miss him so much in the Giants family, that changed your relationship with Willie, I imagine. And then all the way to the end, given that we are sort of remembering Willie on a one-year anniversary of his death, as the later years, now you don't have your dad, and your relationship with Willie deepens. If you could share some of your...
That's a great question, because Willie became my father. Yeah. It was a bittersweet losing my father and having my second dad with me. Made it a lot easier for me losing my dad, because I knew that I would have Willie there for as long as my career was going on. I wanted my dad obviously alive, but it didn't happen. But I had the second half of that, and I don't know anybody who could say they had that in their lifetime. I don't know anyone who's that fortunate to be able to say, my dad was a great coach, great hitting coach, IQ off the chart, and Willie to have the next best IQ off the chart was, it made it a lot easier because Willie stepped up to that role for me. And he knew how much I missed my dad, and he was my coach my whole life. Willie just stepped in and didn't say anything and just said, I got you. And that was it. And I'll never forget that as long as I live.
It's beautiful. Kind of wrapping up here. It's interesting. We thought about this when we talked about this on the radio. With those guys gone, do you see yourself as carrying the torch now? Are you taking the torch from Willie to be that giant? You talk that giant, and we need something to be the Giants.
We have to understand something. I took that torch from Willie a long time ago, guys. I know that I'm not going to allow people to put me in this box. Okay, I love my godfather to the fullest, but 660 was gone. Okay, but to give Willie the due that Willie deserves, if it wasn't for Willie giving me his approval, because I never wanted to pass Willie. It was, it was almost inevitable. When you got the two best people around you the whole time, it's like, how can you fail, right? It's like, I don't know how to explain to people, how was I not going to be able to do that with having the best around me all the time? I have Willie with me all the time, teaching me, educating me, making me see things that I didn't see. It was the best eyes behind my own eyes. It's the best ears behind my own ears. And this is hard to explain. So it was kind of like that push, you're going to get somewhere, right? I didn't know where I was going to get, but I was going to get somewhere. I don't know about saying carrying the torch. I think that I'm going to hang on to it with him. I'm not going to, I don't care who has a torch, to be honest with you. I don't care. It's me now saying, what would he do in this situation? What would he want me to do in this situation? And he'd want me at the ballpark all the time. He would want me to help the guys all the time. He'd want me to give back to this organization all the time. And so that's what I do. I walk in the steps that they raised me to. I don't do it for anybody else. I don't do it for people. I do it because that's what they taught me to do, and that's what they told me to do, and that's what I'm supposed to do.
So I was at Jim Davenport's memorial on the club level, and you gave a very poignant speech. It was a small gathering, but you said, "Hey, Davy, I get it now."
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. It's baseball's changed a little bit, and not to get away from Willie's day, the game's changed a little bit, and it's too technical, and it's our duty as past players to pass on that education that the players need, and it's very important. And you have to touch it, feel it, smell it. And Davy was really, really into the teachings of things. That's why my dad and Davenport were best of friends, and my dad and Davenport are buried right next to each other. My mom's gonna be way over here, and they're gonna be right next to each other. And it takes time. When I was young, crazy. As you get older and you start realizing, I'll be 61 in a little bit over a month, and you start to realize what's more important. And what's more important is God blessed me with the ability to do what I've done in my career, and like Willie and my father and Hank Aaron and Frank Robinson, and the Tony Gwynns, the Ozzie Smiths, the Ricky Henderson. I mean, I can go on and on and on. That gave me that knowledge and gave me their love as a baseball player. It is my duty to give it back.
Man. All right, wrapping it up then. 1 year ago, we lost Willie. Just right away, your favorite Willie story, memory, instant anecdote. When you think of Willie Mays right now, what do you think about?
My godfather. That's it. I think of him as my godfather.
Not
Playing
a catch,
baseball,
nothing?
I don't.
Hanging out on the back porch or something, I don't know. Watching a game?
No. The people always say, I have maybe one thing of Willie's in my house.
What is it?
And it's a picture with Willie in my house. And everyone's like, God, he's your godfather. You don't have all this stuff. I said, the greatest gift that I ever got from my godfather was him saying, I will be your godfather. There's no greater gift I could ever have. I didn't want any of this stuff. I didn't care about any of this stuff. All I care about was, do you love me? And do you expect to accept me as a baseball player? So if I think of the greatest thing really is that when he passed that torch to me when I hit 660, that would probably be my best moment, and when he told me to go after 755.
That's it. Barry Bonds.
Last question for me, Barry. Want to sneak this in. We got to ask you, going from Willie to your dad to yourself to Buster Posey and now Raphael Devers. Do you view him as a guy that can carry on that legacy of great bats here in San Francisco?
Time will tell. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, I know that's, forgive me, and I know people want to then answer right away, but time will tell. It's our duty as well, not mine, the coaches, their duty is to get him prepared the best way he can. It's me to inspire him any way I can. It's the organization to keep him healthy is the best they can. The fans are cheering him on and give him inspiration the best he can, and God to bless him to not get hurt, to stay healthy, and and do his job, but time will tell. I mean, he's played 9 years, I believe. I think it's 9 years in the league, which is a long time. But, you know, I get this answer all the time. It's like, what's he going to be like? What's going to be? I said, you know what? Just stay long enough for someone to write a story about you, and then there it is. There's the answer. I don't, you know, if you don't need to know, the answer is most of the elite athletes play 18 years or 20 years, or they've been around long enough that someone will talk about them. So I don't talk about myself. I don't need to. Stay around long enough, somebody will tell that story. And if he stays healthy and he stays around long enough, I think he's going to do great things here.
Barry Bonds from Oracle Park with Murph and Markus.
Well, there you go. We're back live. Hope everybody enjoyed that here on the 1 year anniversary of the passing of Willie Mays. We had a chance to really catch up with his guy, with Barry Bonds. So we'll react to that on the other side and find out what young Tony learned today, and then hand it off to Papa and Silver, who are down at the ballpark for our 105 start today, 12:05 pregame, Giants Guardians on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Time for traffic on the sports leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Markus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, we got Boucher on the hill.
That's it.
He better not walk the leadoff guy. No free 90s, Marcus.
No free 90s.
No free 90s.
You know, I live and die by that mantra.
Well, Giants are going to live and die with this lineup today that is out now, trying to snap this little 4-game skid and get the first win of the Rafi Devers era. Mike Yastrzemski leading off and right. Mike Yastrzemski, who's been hot lately. Hank Yastrzemski. Okay, Willie Adames sitting in the 2-hole. We know that. Here he is again, day 3, Rafi Devers. Looks good, even though they're 0-2 with him.
Yeah, they can just take out a permanent marker and put Devers in the 3-hole for the next 7-8 seasons.
He is DHing, still not ready to go to the field. Batting fourth is a guy who went yard last night. Elliot Ramos still got a shot at 30, you think?
He's got a chance.
Still got a chance.
He's got a chance.
Batting fifth is our guy. We buried the lead, man. Forget Barry Bonds in the dugout. We had a big, we did frickin'. Oh, I almost swore. We did freaking soul shakes and hugs with Dom Smith and Jet Johnson.
Dude, Dom and DJ in the dugout. We're like, yo, Dom, DJ, it's your boys for the morning show.
Dom came in like we went to high school with him. You know what I mean?
I mean, DJ hugged me like I was LaRussell, like I was rapping for him in the bathroom back
and then
in high
Dom
school.
also said, we're getting back on track tonight. Unfortunately, they did not. But I like the confidence. I like the attitude.
I like the personality.
Yeah, he's a very warm vibe, that guy. Batting fifth and first base. Casey Schmidt trying again in the 6-hole.
Casey at third base.
They're being third base. Yeah, Dom at first, Casey at third. They're being very patient with him, and this is interesting. Jung-Hoo Lee in the 7-hole. 7-hole.
Which I don't like. I know that you have the stats, and you just told us that Yaz has been hot lately, but against a righty, I want Jung-Hoo Lee as my leadoff hitter.
It's interesting. Pat Bailey back. We didn't even talk about that because we were so obsessed with Devers and the loss in Bonds.
Good to see Patty Bailey back yesterday with a couple knocks and also throwing a guy out to get that game started.
I mean, really, the only thing that went wrong last night was Verlander's grooved fastball to Schneiman. Other than that, Patty Bailey called a good game, threw a guy out. So there you go.
And Patty Bailey was lining up and in on that pitch. That was an 0-2 pitch that Verlander just missed his location.
My kid gave up a big old tank the other day. They won the game, so I told him, hey, listen, most important thing is you guys won. And I said, and also, it's a location. He goes, when I threw it, I cringed as soon as I let it. I go, oh, no, that's right down the middle. And I said, well, it's called a location mistake. And it happens. Now just make sure it happens when you have a 7-run lead.
Yeah, bury that changeup in the dirt, Rory.
But anyway, batting ninth at second base, Christian Koss. We just talked about will they give Fitz a day and get Koss back out there. It's like Melvin was like, hey, I was just listening to KNBR. I'm going to play Koss today.
Yeah, exactly. KNBR said to put Tat Duffy back in the lineup.
This is the right move. This is the right move to play Koss. I'm all for it. All right, what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Markus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Well, dude, between all the science we've been dropping lately, it's probably a lot to learn. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. But is it something that you learned about today that we didn't even mention all day?
Today's a special day for a special someone, and let's let this audio take it away.
The overshift is on, and Bassett deals. And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here. 7:56. Bonds stands alone. He is on top of the all-time home run list. What a special moment for Barry Bonds. And what a special moment for these fans here in San Francisco.
And so while we celebrate the Bonds interview with that, today is...
Happy birthday, Dwayne Kuiper.
That's what young Tony learned today, that June 19th is Kuip's birthday. So happy birthday, Kuip, to Smoothie, the best. Yeah. We love him so much.
Happy birthday,
What
Kuip.
a call there, and way to wrap up the kind of full circle, the Bonds interview with the Kuip birthday. And it is Juneteenth. It's an important day in American history. So we heard from our buddy Cleo back at the old building, and everybody, takes time to think about it, and to if you have the day off, enjoy it, and reflect a little bit on Juneteenth. So there you go. Okay, Giants day game, and then we're here tomorrow to welcome in the Red Sox. It'll get juicy, man, for sure. So all right, well, good job, buddy, with Barry Bonds. That was fun. Thanks, John Joe, for nudging us, and way to go, young Tone. And now we go back down to the ballpark, 58 Social, where Papa and Silver take it from here for a day game. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I wore number 24 because I thought he was the greatest player to ever play the game, and that was Willie Mays.
And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Here's a ground ball, right side, far to his left. Fitzgerald kicks it, picks it up, throws to first, too late. They're going to charge Fitzgerald with an error. Now Thomas lines one up the middle, base hit. Well, the error now looming a little larger. 0-2 the count. The pitch is hit to left center, and pretty well hit. Going back on to Jung-Hoo Lee, it is gone. In an 0-2 count, Schneiman hits a 3-run homer to the opposite field. And that one just shocked Verlander. So now it's 4-0 Cleveland.
You need a bloop and a blast. Starting to sound more and more like Ron Santo. High drive! Bloop and a blast! It is out of here! Home run number 12 for Elliot Ramos, and this one was loud.
2-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3 called, a slider on the outside corner. And the Guardians have taken each of the first 2 games.
All right, welcome in. We're out here on the patio at 58 Social. It's John Dickinson sitting in for Greg Silver. Greg Papa out here as well. Barbara and Mary are here.
The Golden Girls are here. Win or lose, they booze. The Jameson is flying and rolling. And welcome back, JD.
Yes, cheers
we
to
got,
you, my
even
friend.
after a loss, we got a giant orange bloody. You know where we were exactly 1 year ago today, you and I?
We were here.
We were here doing a show. After Willie died the day before, when the Giants were in Wrigley and they were on their way to Rickwood, we just felt like we had to come out here, and Andrew Stern and the engineering. There was nobody here. Even the Golden Girls, Barbara and Mary Jane, weren't here. We were here, but there were a lot of people under the palm trees. So we're going to talk. And today's a holiday. It is a national holiday. Billy Mays' birthday, May the 6th, should be a holiday, and I'd like to honor his passing yesterday. So we just wanted to start by, we'll talk baseball, but hearing Barry Lamar Bonds on with Murph and Markus this morning, we have to acknowledge, and that was a hard show. I mean, we did 4 hours here all by ourselves. There were a lot of fans. They were bringing all kinds of memorabilia and wreaths. And
a lot of wonderful memories from people that stopped by and shared just his impact on them. His
and it'll last forever. He is the say hey kid. The one thing about Willie Mays is he always made you feel young. So when you lose them, you feel like you're not young anymore. But like music and a great movie or whatever, literature, it lives forever. And the Say Hey Kid will live forever. But I do want to welcome you back and on the show and just acknowledge exactly 1 year ago today on June 10th, we were here doing the show all by ourselves. And hopefully it won't just be the Golden Girls. And we'll get some people here because the Giants, it is the middle of summer. I mean, summer's underway in a couple of days here. And since they've gotten Devers, I've noticed a trend, JD. They score 2 runs a game, no more, no less, and they're leaving a lot of runners on base. 1 for 13 on Tuesday, and last night they didn't have as many chances, but 1 for 6. So all of a sudden, after that long winning streak going into Dodger Stadium and Mighty Casey hits the grand slam on Friday night, they've lost 4 in a row now.
Yeah, 4 in a row and 5 of 6. If you go back to the finale in Colorado as well, after they came back and won the first 2 games of that series, and the Dodgers are hot. The Dodgers haven't lost since they won the final 2 of that series. So you look at a division that was tied, and now the Giants are 4.5 back suddenly in the division, but still obviously a lot of time to go. And the wild card race is open, but yeah, 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position isn't going to cut it. Justin Verlander in and out, he was good, and then he wasn't. The 3-run shot, we played the low light there, winds up being the difference. And another lefty starter against the Giants last night.
Logan Allen, and I just knew he was going to be tough on the team the way he goes. He's a lot like J.P. Sears of the A's, just away to righties, into lefties, but he changed it up a little bit. It's a funky start time when you get close to the longest day of the year. and June 21st here. And, these start times, we got the 105 today, so it'll be a beautiful day, and the sun will be out all day. But when you get the 645s, it's just hard to see. And Mike Yastrzemski, you don't typically see him misplay a ball like that last night, and right around that part of the order for Cleveland, you can't make a mistake like that. So Verlander gives up the run. And then the crooked number in the fourth inning, we'll get into it more. Tyler Fitzgerald, if you're not going to hit, brother, you're going to have to play cleaner defense. Wilmer had a ball get into his chest. It was a hard play. He also got drilled in the chest. We'll get the lineup when we see it. They are going to throw a righty today in Grant Williams. And, but Wilmer made a nice backhand play and a flip. But Tyler Fitzgerald's there, hit the lip. But he's quick enough athletically to overcome that, but they couldn't. And for Verlander, we talked about it yesterday on the show. We had his brother Ben Verlander on, and I know he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but still, when you haven't pitched in exactly a month, his previous start was May the 18th, that Sunday against the A's. He hadn't pitched since June 18th, and it's hard because the Athletics are playing in SAC, and the River Cats go on these 3-week road trips, but there is a affiliate, down the road in San Jose. I remember Blake Snell on Mother's Day last year going there, and I would have liked to have seen him take a rehab start. Did
Remember,
that
he went there
affect?
after he didn't go there earlier on.
Blake Snell?
Yeah, he went.
Yes.
He didn't want to do it.
I saw him on Mother's Day, immaculate inning, 9 pitches, 9 strikes. So he was trying to ramp it up to get ready. And sometimes these sim games, it's hard to get the speed. I don't know if that's why Verlander was slightly off. It's slightly. His stuff, pitch to pitch, some look good coming out of his hand. He's at this stage of his life, at age 42, he knows how to pitch. He just misses pitches every now and then, and there were a number of 0-2 pitches where he couldn't put hitters away. He did have strikeouts, so he did have some where he got strike 3, obviously, but the one to Schneiman, hello, Schneiman, after he goes 0-2, he just missed location entirely. Patrick Bailey was setting up inside. It leaked back over the middle, and you go oppo at a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up, and you wind up giving a 3-run homer. He didn't even go 4 2/3, so there's going to be a point we may have to have a hard discussion about Justin Verlander on this roster. I don't think it's appropriate to have it today on Juneteenth, maybe on July 19th, and when Carson Whisenhunt gets a little more seasoning, we can get into that a little bit. But the guy is, when he pitches, he's not winning. The baseball team's not winning. Robbie Ray's been able to compensate for that with Ray Day, but it's the bottom line. When you go out and pitch, it doesn't matter if you win. It does matter if you lose. Those don't come back. So, but the bigger issue is just the 2 runs, obviously. We could go through a lot of different things. But last night, first of all, it surprised me when the lineup came out against the lefty, and I kind of thought they'd move Ramos up and drop Jung-Hoo Lee down. But they dropped Jung-Hoo Lee down all the way below Casey Schmidt last night, and they hit him out of the number 6 hole. And I'm like, whoa.
And if you look at it today, and the lineup's out, and I won't run through all of it, but Jung-Hoo Lee's hitting 7th.
7th? Today. And he's against a right-handed pitcher.
Against the righty.
Wow. See, one thing about Bob Melvin, he doesn't overly react, but he is reactive. And Jung-Hoo Lee's at-bats, first time up last night, struck out. And then he just got into what he got into last year with a lot of rollover Beethovens. Comebacker, ground out 6-3, ground out 4-3. It's just happening over and over and over again. He's been walking more lately, but he has not been picking up base hits. He did not have a good road trip. He did not specifically have a good series against the LA Dodgers. He is struggling. So I thought it was interesting that he was 6th against the lefty. To your point, it's even more of a story to drop Jung-Hoo Lee down to 7th against a right-handed pitcher. I mean, normally he'd be hitting up in the order at 3 to start the year, maybe 2 or 1. So Bob Melvin's seeing what we're all seeing. And the Jung-Hoo Lee, we'll talk to JT Snow about it at 10:30. JT was so high on him in spring training, even though he looks like he has a really quick bat when you see him fire. The analytics in Baseball Savant have his bat speed as some of the slowest in baseball, but I don't care. He barrels everything. He's got that uppercut. He can drive the ball. But after a torrid start, I thought he may win a batting championship this year. Rise got off to a slow start, got concussed. I thought he may go to Atlanta as a first-time All-Star this year in his full year Where's that guy gone? And he's reverted back to a lot of what we saw last year. The pitch away, he is not taking the other way and waiting on it. He is rolling over on it and just too many ground ball outs.
Yeah, so he's in the lineup in center field, hitting seventh. We'll get you the full lineup here coming up. It's Logan Webb against Gavin Williams. Webb has been tremendous, terrific in his last few outings, including the game at Dodger Stadium in the last game that the Giants won on Friday in the opener of that series. So Logan Webb and Gavin Williams this afternoon on the Juneteenth holiday, 1:05 first pitch. We got you covered out here from the patio at 58 Social. John Dickinson in for Greg Silver. Papa and Silver here on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Barry Bonds. Yes, you heard that right. The home run king. He joined Murph and Markus for a dugout interview yesterday. And if you missed the interview replay this morning, you can find it on our podcast page at thesportsleader.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, back here at 58 Social. John Dickinson in for Greg Silver. Greg Papa here. We got the Bloodies going. We got the Giants and the Guardians. 105 first pitch. Giants trying to salvage the finale pot. They are not playing well against the AL Central this season. Got swept by the Tigers. Got swept by the Twins. They lost 2 out of 3 here to the Royals, so that's 1-8. Now they're 1-10.
1-10 and 40-23 against the rest of baseball.
1-10 against the AL Central. They'll try and get one here this afternoon. Logan Webb on the mound. The Giants lineup is out, Pop, so we'll run through that right now. Mike Yastrzemski up in the lineup and leading off, playing right field. Willie Adames, better at bats for Willie Adames, I think, a little bit lately. He's batting second at shortstop. Raphael Devers is hitting third, as he's going to be doing. He is the designated hitter. We'll have JT Snow coming up, by the way, at 10:30. I want to talk to JT about this Devers playing first base thing and just how he can get up to speed to just be competent, be acceptable at first base. We saw Wilmer Flores there last night. So it's Yastrzemski, Adames, Devers, Elliot Ramos in left field, batting fourth. Dominic Smith in the fifth spot. Casey Schmidt hitting sixth and playing third base, still in for the injured Matt Chapman. And then Jung-Hoo Lee, 7. Patrick Bailey off the IL last night to catch Justin Verlander, 8th. And Christian Koss is playing second base over Tyler Fitzgerald this afternoon.
So we hit the Jung-Hoo Lee gets dropped in the order, and he is struggling, and I see that. But last night it was interesting. They dropped him to 6th against the lefty. They dropped him to 7th in the order today against a righty. So Bob Melvin is noticing what we're all seeing on his swing and just too many rollovers. But remember, Bob is managed 22 years in the big leagues for a lot of teams, but and had great success in Seattle and Arizona, one managers of the years. But he was with Billy Beane and the A's the longest, and it was Billy and David Forrest and Farhan Zaidi. There's a lot of the analytics that Bob takes from Oakland when he makes his lineup. And he has eyes and he watches and he has a gut, and Jung-Hoo Lee is struggling, so drop him. So who do you elevate? Yaz, the only 2 guys in the lineup that have history against Gavin Williams, who was the pitcher today for Cleveland. The big rig, they call him, by the way. He's a big guy. I watched him this morning. They call him the sweeper. Kruko will get mad at that. By the way, happy birthday to Dwayne Kuiper,
yes.
The great Clevelander, turned 75 today. Looks like he's 25 all over going and coming up in 1974 and 75. But anyway, he throws a lot of sliders, throws a lot of four-seam fastballs. Mike Yastrzemski and Willie Adames are the only guys that have ever faced him. And
so they go 1-2.
Each have hit a home run against him. And Willie, his homer was a 3-run homer, and he was 1 for 2 against him. And Mike Yastrzemski hit a home run in 3 at-bats against him. So that's a little bit of, all right, we're going to drop Jung-Hoo Lee down in the order. To your point, let's go with the guys that have hit bombs off the big rig and see if they can go big fly. So it's Yaz, it's Adames, and then the rest of it, Devers and Ramos hit the home run last night. Dominic Smith, to me, purely defensively, is going to be the best defensive first baseman you can find here, unless JT Snow wants to come out of retirement, and I think, knowing JT, he probably would. They're making a lot of money to do that. But Dominic Smith is great, but he's in against right-handed pitching. How do you work it with Wilmer Flores? To me, it's going to be a straight platoon where Wilmer starts against left-handed pitching and Dom Smith against righty. I don't think they'll do that. Casey Schmidt has got to come out of his funk a little bit after the second grand slam on Saturday. He's chasing sliders. This guy does throw. They call it a sweeper. He's a right-handed pitcher, but it really is more like a cutter where it'll be low 90s. But anyway, it'll break away from a right-handed hitter. Adames has problems with sliders, but I think he can hit a cut fastball. So we'll see. But then the rest of the lineup, we talked about Jung-Hoo. Patrick Bailey at stay game after a night game is interesting. He just got back, but he did catch Verlander. And then Christian Koss is playing at second base a little bit. And we've talked about it a lot. Tyler Fitzgerald, the ball was a tough play, hitting the lip of the infield, but you got to react to that ball and make the play. It was ruled in air. But then he's just not hitting enough, so probably a good time to give him a day off. I do wonder about Christian Koss. When he was up earlier, when Fitz was on the IL with the rib injury, he hit well, and he fields. He's by far the best defensive second baseman. He may be the best defensive shortstop on this team, and he can also play third. He is a valuable piece. The problem he had, JD, was they didn't play him for like a week and a half. He was playing every day. Fitz comes back. He doesn't make a start for 10 days. They asked him to bunt in a tough situation. He couldn't get it down. He was sent down to the minors ever so briefly, then wound up coming back. So Bob Melvin sees what we see, and he reacts. He does not wait a week. He will a little bit with veterans early in the year, but now he knows who his guys are. Tyler Fitzgerald is struggling on both sides of the ball, and Jung-Hoo Lee right now is hitting, and Fitz is out of the lineup, and Jung-Hoo Lee got dropped to 7th.
Yeah, I mean, Buster Posey said it in a different context. It's time to go. It's time to, and Bob was extremely patient, I think, and they were winning and allowing, and that was a big part of their offseason plan with Buster Posey taking over. They didn't want to be shuffling players in and out of the lineup off of 2 bad days and what the numbers say and all of those different things. So they gave guys opportunities. Big picture thing for me, because that's instantly where I go, I look at they need to get Matt Chapman back. I mean, that's the number one thing, and then you can start to lengthen the lineup in that way. I mean, that's the biggest takeaway for me with the Devers trade is just how it immediately lengthens the lineup. But you have guys like Jung-Hoo Lee who are suddenly struggling. But I just look at it as you get Chapman back in there, and now you've got Ramos and Devers and Dom Smith or Wilmer Flores and Adames. And, you've got a deeper lineup, especially when you add Matt Chapman into that mix. I also think when you start to look at second base, and somebody's going to have to go when Chapman comes back, is it Schmidt or Koss? It's that's going to be the question. But I think
down to the minors.
Well, yeah,
I don't think Casey Schmidt's going anywhere.
Then it would be Koss. But second base is what I want.
Casey may take over as your everyday second baseman.
That's where I was going.
Possibly, although he's not a natural there.
And he's also a little heavier now. He's also a little sturdier, and I think maybe they told him, hey, you're going to be playing corner only, playing some first base, and he
can play short when Willie needs a day off. Yeah, he's just not. And he's made some mistakes, obviously, the big error the other night, but.
Well, here's where I'm going. There's still a move to be made, and I know they made the big move.
Yeah, but the trading deadline is 6 weeks from today.
And there is time. There is.
Well, a lot of time. 6 weeks, long time.
A lot of time, and I don't think there's going to be any kind of rush, or I think others and some of these names you've mentioned are going to get opportunities first. But I think that's the grand takeaway is the lineup's deeper than it was now that you have Devers, another star. I mean, he walks onto this team, I think, as their best hitter, their best pure hitter, without a doubt. And now you lengthen the lineup more when Chapman comes back. You continue to see what you have, but there may be another move that needs to be made.
You got a name you're dropping?
Whether it's the outfield, I don't have a name yet.
Well,
but it's whether it's the outfield or second base.
No, I think it's
second base is the position.
It's second base. I actually think you can reacquire Thairo Estrada. I know Colorado does not like to trade their guys. When they were in last week, we did a whole half a show on that with a lot of different guests, including Drew Goodman, their TV voice. Their owner just doesn't like to do it. But Thairo Estrada is not like Ryan McMahon or, Charlie Blackmon or, Nolan Arenado. He's just got there. I don't think there's bad blood there to reacquire him. Probably wouldn't cost you a lot. But they have to upgrade it. So getting back, and we're going to bring JT on. And JT's so good. I mean, Boston's coming in tomorrow. And obviously Devers, JT Snow was a Boston Red Sox. He was a left-handed hitter, switch hitter for most of his career, but a lefty after Randy hit him. In the spring game, I think. Anyway, he knows the monster and how you swing going that way, how you pull. JT lost some power in this ballpark going from Candlestick, and, how Devers might adjust his swing. But he also knows Devers. And Gavin Williams is pitching today, the big rig for Cleveland. He throws, we talked about the sweeper, the slider, the cutter, but he also lives at the top of the strike zone with a fastball. I think the Giants will hit him today because he does not come at you with extreme heat. He comes at you 95, which seems like, but these guys are throwing even starters harder. I think they can hit him. I think he nibbles too much, but he's going to come at you at fastballs. The Giants have struggled mightily, and this guy will throw 4-seam elevated fastballs all day. The Giants are slashing. Their batting average against fastballs this year is .221. Their on base this year is .307. Their slug this year is .359 against 4-seam fastballs. It is third worst in all of baseball. The one guy, and I was listening to the Red Sox after we got off the air yesterday. Will Fleming was doing the game. Lou Merlone, who we got to get on tomorrow, Walter, has this thick Boston accent. Every time you hear his voice, it's like you're taking a spoonful of chowder. And he was a good player, but he was going out. And they got into a long discussion of what we were talking about yesterday. How will the Red Sox pitch Raphael Devers? And you learn a lot. The Giants will know what kind of player they have.
Always a tell.
Like when Jimmy Butler went to Miami and Spoelstra put Bam Adebayo on him and played him with the big and waited for him. Took him out. Now, other teams tried to duplicate that, but the other team knows you. And what Merlone said was, what I was thinking, if you look at Devers' swing, does he have a hole? And Merlone said, up and in, 4-seam fastballs, they will attack him and they'll try to get him a chase. But when you look at the numbers this year on Raphael Devers this year, he has a 988 ops and a major league leading 32 RBIs against 4-seam fastballs. So sometimes I think he's vulnerable to that spot up and in. That's the way teams pitch Shohei Ohtani, these big, strong guys. You don't want them to get their arms extended, especially Shohei, who can flip it out to left field like a right-handed pull hitter. But we'll get into it with JT. About what you're talking about, playing first base and just Devers overall, and how do you think you pitch him? That's got to be a big reason why you acquired him. If these numbers are accurate, and he was vulnerable to 4-seam fastballs earlier in his career, and he closed that down a little bit this year, he was a guy who would chase out of the strike zone. Now he's up in the 72 percentile on not chasing. He stays in the zone. So I think maybe DHing was where he should have been all along in his career. He's having arguably his best defensive year after the hideous start when he was, 0 for 19 with 15 punchies to begin the year. But when you're looking at the weakness in the Giant team, they don't hit high 4-seam fastballs. This guy throws them and will throw them all day. Is Devers good at hitting those? Some people say no. The stats this year say he is.
Yeah, he has been, and the Giants certainly need it. And again, to lengthen that lineup out and to try and score more earlier in games to maybe where they're not playing as many close games. I still think they're going to be playing a lot of close games, but having the ability to come up with the clutch hit has not been something that they've been able to do, at least in the first couple of games of this series, 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk to JT Snow. We're on the patio out here at 58 Social. It's the Giants and the Cleveland Guardians coming up at 1:05, and we're talking about it right here. Papa and Silver on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson in for Greg Silver. Greg Papa here. We are at 58 Social on the patio outside Oracle Park. Giants and the Cleveland Guardians are coming up at 1:05. Let's go out to the UMA guest line. We're joined by Giants legend, the multi-time Gold Glover at first base. Six times. For number 6, JT Snow, joining us here on the Sports Leader. JT, what's going on? How are you?
I'm good, and just remember that's 6 in a row, by the way.
I saw you letting everybody know that.
We were kidding earlier.
We were joking.
We were
about
kidding
that.
earlier. Dom Smith is by far the best first baseman the Giants could play this year, with the exception of Jack Thomas Snow coming out of retirement. If we lured you out of retirement, could you win a Gold Glove this year? I know you can't hit anymore, but could you at least win a Gold Glove at first?
No chance. But you know what? I could probably hit a fastball. I could probably hit a 90 because all these guys are doing so 95. But just remember, it was 2 in the American League, and then I came over and stole the Park Race, and then won 4 in the National. So I don't know if there's any first baseman that's won multiple Gold Gloves in both leagues, at least when they've come over the first year. So it's all good.
6 in a row.
That's it.
JD.
6 in a row.
Make that clear, yeah.
It should have been more, but then I started getting old and getting injured, and then I turned it over to Derek Lee and Todd Helton, who were great first basemen. So they took over they took over the Gold Glove. So
well, what's the old saying? You weren't hitting as well, right? So then it started to cost you in the Gold Glove, right? That's the old joke, right? You got to hit too, even to win the Gold Glove.
You know what's funny is when I was with the Angels, the first year I won it, I was talking to Mark McGuire when we were playing the A's, and McGuire was like, we were talking, he's like, you should win the Gold Glove. This is like during the game, and he said, it's kind of funny because you got to put up numbers offensively to win the Gold Glove, but I won it in my first full year. I hit 24 homers, drove at 102, and hit 280 something, and then I won it, and then you start winning. But definitely you got to put up offensive numbers to keep it and to keep winning it. So it was a great piece of advice from Mark McGuire.
Yeah, Mac was not a great thrower, so he won Silver Sluggers, not Gold Gloves. But when you were talking, so I looked it up. Keith Hernandez obviously won the most Gold Gloves of anybody at first base in history, 11. Donnie Ballgame, Don Mattingly had 9. Boomer Scott, George Scott, Bill White, who was a Giant and the president of the National League and a broadcaster with the Yankees years later, won 7. Nobody else won more Gold Gloves at first place than JT Snow. So you are tied for the 5th most in the history of baseball. And it does lead to a question, because you sent me a text. You came up with the Yankees initially and wound up going to the Angels. And Don Mattingly was actually playing first base when you first came up to the big leagues, and you were blocked a little bit there. We'll get into the Eldridge and Devers situation. But what was that like, playing first base in the minors for the Yankees when Don Mattingly, Donnie Ballgame, was ahead of you on the depth chart there?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy because I was playing and making my way through the minor leagues, and then I got, in sports, timing is everything, and I had my best year in AAA I won a batting title in the old International League. A .313 batting average won the batting title. It's a pitcher's league, and was MVP of the league. And then I kind of forced the Yankees' hand. I was behind Mattingly, and he just signed like a 3 or 4 year deal. I had a couple options left, so I thought I was going to be a career AAA guy. I got called up that year, September call-up, and this is a pretty funny story. We finished the year in Boston, and Buck Showalter and Gene Michael, the old GM for the Yankees, called me in the office. They wanted to send me to winter ball to learn to play the outfield, and I think they were just trying to make a spot for me. And so I'm a 24-year-old kid, and so they say, let us know tomorrow. They called me in on a Saturday day game. So back then, there was no cell phones. I went back to the hotel that night, called my dad, called my agent, and they said, you know what, you're not going to winter ball. You're not an outfielder. You're going to win Gold Gloves in the big league someday. So the next day I go back to the ballpark, and the visiting clubby says, hey, Buck and Gene want to see you.
Oh, boy.
I go in their office, and they go, I'm 24 years old. I'm like, I didn't sleep the night before. You talk about anxiety and mental health issues. I'm like, they go, well, do you think about it? What are you going to do? I'm like, I'm not going to go to Venezuela or the Dominican. I said, I'm not an outfielder. And then I said, I'm going to win Gold Gloves in the big league. And then Gene Michael, he cursed me up and down for 5 minutes. And Showalter, and then I left, and then I got traded that offseason because I had a good agent. He's like, we're going to get you out of there. And then I went to the Angels, and so that organization traded me, and Brian Sabian was a part of that. And then Brian traded back for me. I had a down year with the Angels that year. I had like 270 with 17 homers and 70 RBIs, won a Gold Glove. I got traded because they wanted more production. I'm like, nowadays that's a pretty good year.
JT Snow joining us here on the Sports Leader. JT, let's get into this Raphael Devers and the ability to play first base, because obviously not anybody can just do it. I think sometimes it gets talked about like that's the case. But what would Raphael Devers have to do to be respectable here mid-season to be able to play a little bit of first base? He's DHing for now, but he's going to start taking some balls over there and all of that. How does he work himself into a position where he can be respectable there to where the Giants could put him there?
Yeah, the first thing I'll say is unless you play it, there's a lot going on over there. Other than the pitcher and the catcher, the first baseman is involved in more plays and handles the ball as much as anybody in the game. And it's, I always take exception to people saying, oh, just put anybody over there. But there's a lot going on with bunt plays and relays and cutoffs and the 3-6-3. The pickoff throws, the tags. I think if he can get over there, and I haven't looked it up, but I don't think he's played a lot of first base. I know the whole situation.
None in professional baseball. None.
None. Yep.
Never.
Well, then
Nada.
It's gonna be hard. It'll be hard. I mean, I remember one spring training when the year I was in Boston, we played in Vero Beach, and Nomar Garciaparra with the Dodgers, and he moved over to first, and I was on first, and there was a pitching change, and he's like, dude, I'm lost over here. I don't know what to do. This is really hard. And I said, I know a lot of people don't give a lot of credit, but if he can catch it and make some plays, but I think that's a risky proposition at this point to just throw a guy over there that has never played there all year. I mean, the game speeds up. You're on the infield. The ball comes at you fast. And I always tell guys, you can play first base and be good at it, but if you're another level, then you become great at it. You watch Matt Chapman at third. He takes it to another level. And there's infielders that on the corners that can take it to another level, that can really steal it out, right? Make a diving play, take away a double, pop up in the stands, go get it, just stuff like that. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch, but I think it would be hard for him to get over there and make an impact.
Yeah, I remember asking you about Casey Schmidt on the home opener, and I thought it was unfair to ask him to go over and play first base, and he looked so uncomfortable and awkward in that first road trip when they were in Houston, and then he got pretty good because he is a great third baseman, and if anybody's going to make the conversion, it'd be the third baseman going to first base. We've seen that in the history of baseball a lot. So listening to your story about Donnie Mattingly and getting blocked there, we go right to Bryce Eldridge. and the Raphael Devers situation, which is not a pressing issue today, but it will be maybe a year from today. And you look at the history of this franchise, Orlando Cepeda. Cha-Cha was a first baseman, but they had Willie McCovey. You know, Cepeda came up in 59, McCovey came up in 58, Cepeda, McCovey in 59. They would play McCovey and Cepeda in the outfield. There was kind of a long jam where eventually they traded and made one of the worst trades in history, trading Orlando Cepeda for Ray Sadecki. And he went on to be a great Hall of Fame player in St. Louis and all of that. So I know you've worked with Eldridge a little bit. You've seen Devers play first base. It's an impossible question to answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Who do you think has more potential to play first base, Eldridge or Devers?
I think Eldridge has more potential because I was in spring training and worked with him, and he was an outfielder and a DH and pitched in high school. He's a great kid. He works hard. I spent a week in spring training, and he wants to get better. But I think he's getting some experience there now in Sacramento, and I'm hoping to go up there and work with him on the next homestand. But I think the one thing I will say is, like, the situation you said, Greg, with me and Mattingly, like, Eldridge knows. I bet he was bummed out. I bet he was bummed out when they got Devers because now he feels like he's blocked a little bit and they've got a few options left on him and they can kind of bring him up and put him down, whatever. But I think just if he keeps a good head on his shoulders and everything has a way of playing itself out. I don't know if the Giants stay in this thing and if they start winning some games and they keep near the top, I don't know that the front office and the manager is going to put Devers over there at first base in key situations, right? In big games against the Dodgers and the Padres. You got Boston coming this weekend. Maybe they play him this weekend as kind of like a middle finger to the Red Sox. I don't know. I know, but I think Eldridge, I think he can do it. I think he's developing. I think he can be above average defensive first baseman. He's a big target, but Devers is here because he can hit. And, you know, I didn't know much about him, but I've watched him, and this guy can swing, and he lets that bat head fly. And I think he's going to figure out Oracle Park. There's some differences and similarities with Fenway, but he's in there for his bat. So pitching and defense wins games. Offense kind of gets you over the top. So I think he'll be DHing for maybe the rest of the year. That's just my opinion.
JT, how much of an adjustment, you talk about, you know, playing in different parks and Devers coming over from Fenway and some of the things that are similar. Obviously there's some differences, but what adjustments do you think he would need to make to be able to hit here at Oracle Park, and how much do players change their swing or their approach based on the ballpark?
Yeah, I don't think you change a lot your approach because you've done what you've done your whole career to get to the big league level. And, you know, Devers is an all-star and silver slugger. And just watching the last couple nights, he's got the open stance with his hands are up high. So most left-handers, we like the ball down. We like the ball down and in. The reason lefties have trouble hitting home runs, Barry was the only guy that could do it over the right field fence with any consistency, is most lefties are low ball hitters. And so on the flip side, you attack the left-handed hitters, you throw the ball up in the zone. It's hard to elevate a low fastball, right, to get it up in the air and over that high wall. But pitchers don't always make the pitch they want. They make mistakes. The ball run out over the plate. I think Devers is going to wear out left center. He's going to wear out right center. And it's hard when you get a guy, a righty, pounding you in to keep that ball fair at Oracle because the line is so short. You can turn on a ball, but you got to be almost perfect to keep it fair because most balls in, when guys pull them, they hook a little bit. It's really hard to keep a ball straight. So I don't think he'll change his approach. If anything, I would maybe look at where I'm at in the batter's box. You know, maybe you don't get in the back of the box. Maybe you move up in the box and maybe you move up on the plate. So now that fastball down the middle is kind of into you and you can pepper that right field wall. But Yeah, lefties, we're not high ball hitters. And,
High ball drinkers, though.
Yes. We won't turn that down.
Occasionally.
Low ball hitters, high ball drinkers.
Yeah. Why is that, by the way? I've heard that forever. What is because of the natural uppercut and going low to high? Why can't left-handed hitters hit the high ball and righties can better?
So I have a theory. When you're a left-handed hitter as a kid growing up, you're facing 90% pitchers are right-handed pitchers. So we see the ball a little bit longer. And if you're a right-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher, the ball's on you a little quicker. Same with a lefty pitcher, lefty hitter. The ball's on you quicker. So us as left-handed hitters, little league, high school, college, minor league, we're seeing 80 to 90% righties. So we see the ball longer. So we have maybe a little bit longer stride, and maybe we have a little bit longer swing because we've got just that fraction of a time to make an adjustment or a decision. So I think that's the reason. It's just there's more right-handed pitching. So it's a different angle. You see it a long time. You get an extra fraction. And but I just think nowadays, you watch some of the Giants hitters, and I've been talking with people about runners in scoring position. A lot of guys nowadays have long swings, even the right-handers, because I think it's the era they play in. You know, the launch angle, the fly ball, a fly ball or strikeout is as good as a ball in play, which is ridiculous to me. But you see a lot of guys, and I think the Giants have in their lineup, they've got some guys that have long swings, and long swings can be pitched to, and you can move the ball around. Back in the day, if you remember, guys had short, quick swings. So, yeah, that's my take.
And they changed up. You know, they spread out and choked up and had a two-strike approach. Well, I'd be anxious to see and interesting to watch Devers throughout his career because it looked like he shortens up much and he just swings. So we talked about you coming up with the Yankees briefly and then blocked by Mattingly. You also ended your career with the Red Sox, you know, at the end after you left here in 05. Were there for a couple of years. And just speak a little bit. We were asking you about ballpark, you know, differences in the swing, but that monster in Boston, the first time you walk into Fenway, you're like, there it is? I mean, it's like right behind shortstop. I mean, it's like 100 feet from the plate. It seems like it's right there. And being a left-handed hitter, we watched the great Wade Boggs just play wall ball there. So the adjustment that Devers may make, he had 54 doubles one year, JT, waiting and just playing wall ball. We're here. Maybe he can take the ball out for day games, going out to left and left center, but the pasture out in right center, which is similar to Fenway where you have the triangle and the garage door out there. Just overall, because you made this transformation the other direction. You went from San Francisco to Boston. Just Devers overall, specifically going from Fenway to Oracle Park.
Yeah, so it's amazing. The Green Monster, like you said, Greg, it's right there. It's 315. But you look at, you know, the Oracle down the right field line is 309, but it's a different feel. And you have to, when right-handed pitchers are pitching to lefties, they're not going to just serve one out over the plate and let you bang it off the wall, because Fenway, you got the pesky pole in right field, right? It's like 312 or whatever, but it jets out fast. And in Fenway, it's like 380, 390. To right center. So most of the right-handed pitchers are going to try and pitch the lefties in, like Oracle Park, hit as far as you want out to right center. And as a left-handed hitter, you see that Green Monster when you're in the box. It's right there in your view. But pitchers aren't just going to lay one out there and let you bang it off the wall for a double. So you have to know how they're trying to pitch you. Righties in Fenway don't throw a lot of lefties, sliders out over the plate, change-ups where he can go the other way. Both ballparks have big gaps. Fenway's got a big left center and a huge right center. They got that low wall in right field. I think it's like a 5-foot wall, 4-foot wall. But it's an incredible ballpark. And when you go to Fenway and hit, you really got to pay attention how they're working you and how the pitcher's pitching you. The weather's different in Boston. In the summer, it gets warm, it gets humid, the ball flies. You're wearing short sleeves every night. Here, you got a long sleeves on. The wind's blowing. Two totally different parks to hit in, but they're a little bit similar in the gaps, right? But in Boston, if you pull a ball down the right field line, it's probably going to go foul. You hardly ever see a guy hook the pesky pole in right field. So yeah, and the fans in Boston are. I came over the Yankees and finished with the Red Sox, and those East Coast fans, they're tough. You know, Greg, you went to Syracuse, you grew up out there. They know everything. They know everything about you, and when you're not doing well, they let you know, and they're very they're very tough. So I think the Giants fans will give Devers a chance, but I think he's going to do okay in this ballpark. I don't know if the home runs will be up, but the last 2 nights, he's one of those guys. When he's up, you don't take a bathroom break, you don't go out of the room. You want to watch him swing the bat because he gets that bat head out there, and even if he strikes out, it's a lot like the great hitters of all time. Like when they're up, you watch their at bat because something special could happen.
Final question for you, JT. I mean, just how much is Devers going to help in terms of lengthening the lineup and taking the pressure off of everybody else? But just the ability to, maybe you're scoring some more runs early in games or in different parts in games, or you're not playing so many close games. Just how much does having an impactful bat like his change the game for everybody down the line?
Yeah, I think it's huge, but you also have to remember, and I was listening to Greg, I think yesterday or the day before, and Pop made a great comment about you got to give him some protection, right? If you got to have somebody behind him, and I think when Matt Chapman comes back, and you can lengthen this lineup out with left, right, and that makes it tough on the opposing pitchers and manager, but you have to have protection behind a guy because otherwise they're going to pitch around you. And so many, I know in my best years, I drove in 100 a couple times in 98, 96, and I had a guy behind me a couple years, Ellis Burks, I had Glenn Allen Hill. When I was with the Angels, I had Tim Salmon, other guys. And if you got a guy that puts the ball in play and can swing the bat, you got to have protection because they don't want to walk you, but the guy behind you has got to do some damage. And I saw for years our lineup with Barry hitting third and Jeff hitting fourth, and I hit fifth. So we had left, right, left, and we had protection. And if they pitched around Jeff, I had to pick up the run. So I picked up all his scraps, but he was driving in 100 a year. And so and then the one year Rich Aurelia hit second, hit 37. And Richie came to me in spring training. He's like, Dusty wants to hit me second, and Rich had always hit seventh, and was making a nice little living down there, right? Driving in 70 a year. And he's like, and Rich did not want to hit second. I'm like, you're crazy. You're going to hit in front of Barry. You're going to get pitches. And then Felipe did that to me one year in 04. I was hitting 250 or something. He moved me. I come to the ballpark one day. I'm hitting third in front of Barry, and Felipe's like, I'm going to get you hot. And then I ended up hitting like 327 that year because I saw strikes, and I could put the bat on the ball. So it's all about protection and how the lineup works.
Yeah, the modern day line in sports is force multiplier. They come in and they Willie Adames hitting ahead of Raphael Devers is in that Richie spot, and Jeff Kent up there and won an MVP. He should, in theory, get more fastballs. You don't want to walk Adames ahead of Raphael Devers. Elliot Ramos is behind him. The one thing, JT, is one more quick one for you, is J.H. Lee, Jung-Hoo Lee, is dropped in the batting order. Even today, against a right-handed pitcher, he's down to 7th. When you went to spring training, the first name you mentioned to us was Jung-Hoo Lee, and how he barrels everything. He's not doing that. Right now, over his last 9 games, he is 5 for 34, a lot of rollovers and ground outs. What are you seeing from Jung-Hoo Lee or not seeing in his swing right now from the left side?
Yeah, he was the one guy in spring training. I'm like, he was the best baseball player, all the tools, defensively, offensively, base running that I like. And you know what? It happens during a baseball season. It's a long year. You're going to have ups and downs. You got off to a great start. I think the one thing as a player, you always want to know where you're hitting in the lineup. We came into the clubhouse. We never even looked at the lineup. We knew where we were hitting. Guys go through ups and downs. Guys go through lulls. They get hot. They get cold. They get tired. I still like him. I like him off a right-handed pitcher. I like him hitting first, so you can go, Jung-Hoo, and then Willie, and then Devers, and then hopefully when Chapman comes back, and then you can throw a lefty in and then get Ramos down there. But when you play the game, we empathize with these guys and we know what they're going through, and it's hard. It's a hard game, and Buster said it the other day. Baseball's hard, and we've said it. Baseball's a stupid game.
Baseball's stupid. We have it bronze right here.
Stupid.
Baseball is stupid.
Right.
I know. I got it.
You got to eliminate the peaks and valleys. My dad always said, eliminate the peaks and valleys and just be consistent. Little ripples instead of peaks and valleys. And he's going through a tough time, but he'll get it back, and that happens. We're almost halfway through the season, and they just got to hit better with guys in scoring position. You got to get guys in. You got to get runs in with nobody out and guys on second and third. You got to get them in, like sac flies. I led the National League one year in sacrifice flies, and that's how you drive in 100 runs. I had 14 sacrifice flies one year. That's 14 easy RBI. So you got to be able to hit in situations. Take a ground ball, hit a fly ball, get guys in.
JT, great stuff, man. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
6 consecutive.
That's right.
Gold Gloves.
That's
JD.
right. 95, 96.
Remember that. 6 in a row.
That's right. 95 to 2000, right?
Unbelievable. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
Thanks, JT. Yeah, good stuff there. And
A lot of insight there.
Not
Smart
easy.
player.
Yeah, smart player.
Baseball is stupid.
Baseball is stupid. The grand takeaway from JT Snow.
That's why we love the game so much. We can relate to it.
What's the Giants' ideal lineup when Matt Chapman comes back, and do they need to make another move? Let's get into that coming up next. It's Papa and JD. JD for Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, hour number 2, Pop and Silver. John Dickinson in for Greg Silver. Greg Pop is here. We're on the patio at 58 Social. Giants and the Cleveland Guardians coming up this afternoon. The holiday start, 105 Juneteenth. Giants trying to get a win against the Guardians and a win against the AL Central. We talked about it. 1-10 are the Giants against the AL Central. They do have a weekend set in Chicago on the south side against the White Sox coming up the final weekend of the month. But they need to get a win, dropping 4 in a row and 5 of 6. Logan Webb on the mound for San Francisco in this one against Gavin Williams of the Guardians. Pop, we were talking about a little bit just the lengthening of the lineup. That's been my big takeaway. JT Snow. What? Mike Yastrzemski's leading off today.
Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee's batting 7th. We were talking about that earlier. Christian Koss in at second base, batting 9th for Tyler Fitzgerald. When Matt Chapman comes back, now that they've added Raphael Devers, what's the ideal lineup for you? You're typing away.
I am. I thought about it.
Away.
I mean, because the numbers, they're rolling those guys $696 million. Jung-Hoo Lee's got a 5-year deal. What is Chapman? 6. Adames is 7. Trading for Devers, you're taking on 8.5 years of contract at over $254 million. I don't think any of these guys have no trade clauses. I got to look that up. Obviously, Devers does not. He just got traded. And the only way he would get one would be when he plays 5 years with the Giants. He'd be a 10-5 guy. By the CBA, you can't trade a guy like that. But anyway, we're not looking to trade him yet. But you got a lot of money. And I think it's a fluid situation. You're trying to piece out. Devers hit a lot of 2 in Boston. Would you ever lead off Adames and let Devers bat 2? I don't think you do that necessarily. They're searching for a pure leadoff hitter. Yastrzemski's today because he's swinging the bat well and he's got a bomb off the big rig. Gavin Williams, who will go for Cleveland today. But he's more of a middle of the order to bottom of the order hitter. So just what JT Snow said to us, and it's not necessarily because they make the most money, but there is a reason you're paying them, and they do fit together. So the core 4, the guys who have the big contracts, and you've got 2 left-handed hitters, 2 right-handed hitters. So when Matt Chapman does come back, and I think Jung-Hoo Lee will get it back up. JT made a good point. It's a long season. You go into slumps, you go into funks, but he's a guy that can come out of it. He has great bat-to-ball skills, and he's drawing walks more, even though he's not hitting as well. Right now, he's not swinging the bat well, so Bob Melvin is reactive. So I think I don't know if Bo Mel will ever be a guy who locks in. One year, Cito Gaston, when the Blue Jays won their second World Series in a row in 1993, he did not pinch hit one time until the month of August. Incredible. And he ran out the same guys all the time, Tony Fernandez and George Bell, because they won, and they just whacked, and it was an American League lineup, and you didn't have to worry about when to pull Dave Steve. Anyway, so I think ideally for me, and it probably would change against a left-handed pitcher, and we'll get into that, but if you're facing a right-handed pitcher, which is going to be 2/3 or 3/4 of the time, ideally it'd be Jung-Hoo Lee leads off, Willie Adames bats 2nd, Raphael Devers 3rd, Matt Chapman would bat 4. So that would be your top 4. Those are your guys, right? Those are your dudes, and Buster speak. So do you want to get? I like the right, left, right, left, right. It does, especially in the age where a 3-batter minimum. If you stack in a couple of lefty hitters back to back or a couple of righties, they can get the 2 righties out with the right-hand arm and then pitch around the other guy. So if you really want to stagger it and have that platoon advantage, the leverage, I like to go right, left, right, or left, right, left all the way through. So who would bat behind Matt Chapman? I would go Dominic Smith at that point. Now, that's assuming he's even playing here. He's a guy, he was in AAA with the Yankees recently, but that's the way I would go. I love his run production. JT was talking about leading the league in sacrifice flies. I've been talking about it all year. SF is the logo on the baseball cap. Can you hit an SF? Can you hit a sacrifice fly? And JT said they're easy runs. They're not easy runs always.
Well, Dominic Smith was doing it.
He's good at it.
He was doing it.
It'll change with Dominic Smith.
He started hitting sack flies. They started winning every game.
I'm going to call him Big Fly. So now the one thing with that is, do you want Elliot Ramos hitting 6th in the order? Probably would move him up. So you could go Chapman, Ramos, and then Dominic Smith, and then where's Yaz? Then you do have a pocket of 2 righties, 2 lefties. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But the way I would just go is Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, Raphael Devers, Matt Chapman, Dominic Smith, Elliot Ramos, Mike Yastrzemski, Patrick Bailey, and then whomever is playing second base. Would it be Tyler Fitzgerald? Would it be Christian Koss? Would it be Casey Schmidt? Would it be reacquiring Tyro Estrada? You got another name for me? So that's kind of where, now against a left-handed starter, how many would you flip? J.H.
Wilmer
Lee?
would be in there for sure.
Well, but where does Wilmer play? I think you have over Dominic Smith. So Wilmer would go up. You'd have to change the order of it. The one issue with Devers' acquisition is he's essentially a 28-year-old DH. And he's a good hitter. He's a great hitter. He's a forceful hitter, but he's not going to help you in any other way. He's not a great base runner. But we're seeing the best players in the National League are your DHs.
Yes.
Whether it's Shohei, Marcell Ozuna, Kyle Schwarber, Seiya Suzuki in Chicago, go on and on. And those guys make big money because that's, offense does drive in runs, and you got to move the scoreboard to win. The one issue I have a little bit is Wilmer Flores has just kind of been moved out of the lineup here. He's not in again today. Is there any way you can get Raphael Devers, Dominic Smith, and Wilmer Flores in the lineup simultaneously? The answer would be no.
No.
How do you do that? One of them would have to go play.
I think part of the trade is you're getting Devers. He's one of the great hitters in the game. But I think the other part of the trade is Wilmer Flores is not going to be Aaron Judge for an entire season. And
is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well,
he was your best hitter. He was your most clutch hitter. He's the guy you wanted up.
But I think you take it, and he was incredible. But I don't think
he was going to wear down.
You
were going to say
on that. You weren't planning on getting that.
I know, but I don't want to. You don't want to artificially pull the plug on him.
No.
When I see signs of regression with him,
he also can face righties or lefties.
Without doubt.
That's the other thing.
He's an everyday DH.
He doesn't have to be. So to me, you may pepper him in a little bit against righties, and you have to figure out, does he play first base in that scenario, or does
here's the other
Devers
out of the box thing
base?
I had. And I brought this up to John Shea.
Who's playing the outfield?
No, Shea bit my head off. Wilmer at second.
He didn't.
He played shortstop. Do you remember?
He was a good, solid shortstop.
He'll be there for you.
He was a solid shortstop. Yes, he did.
No, you probably wouldn't do that.
He didn't look comfortable at first base last night either.
He made the backhand play.
He made the
one that got
play.
into his chest.
There was one.
I understand.
But he's going to have to play there.
All right, so the bottom line, 6 weeks from today is the trading deadline. Do they need to address second base and the other catching spot? Patrick Bailey got a couple of hits last night. One was a bloop right before the blast, as Ron Santo, Dwayne Kuiper said. Ron Santo also did a lot of shot in the beer in Chicago as well. But he also, Bailey had one that was a roller right down the line. The catching position, one way or the other, has got to get more production, whether it's internally, and Bailey's going to have to start using that bat to actually torpedo the baseball. Can you get a second catcher here? Kisner is a good, the Sigma Kiz can catch and throw and hit a bomb the other night, but he's not getting other. Look at it today, day game after a night game, and I know Bailey just got back, but Bailey's back in there. You've got to get more production from second base, and you've got to get more production from catcher, one way or the other. Bailey's got to just start swinging. He's been first half Bailey great, second half the last couple of years bad. Maybe flips it this year, and he has a big second half. Can you count on that? Is he good enough pitching and framing and throwing and everything else to have a lineup where the guy's hitting 193 with an ops of 528? And then if the days he doesn't play, normally your backup catcher is a catch and throw guy. But if your starting catcher is a catch and throw guy, you want your backup catcher to be hit bombs guy. Is there somebody out there you could pick up? I don't even know where there's anybody's available.
I think Yastrzemski and Bailey both, and I think they're one move away. I think there's one more move to be made, whether it's outfield or the catcher spot or second base. You look at the bottom, and we'll give you my ideal lineup coming up in just a few minutes here. But to me, two of those, I think Yaz and Bailey are good enough defensively to where they can be out there, but you can't have three of those guys. I think you can have two. And Yaz hits from time, like he's hitting lately. He's hitting the last couple of games. Like Yaz hits from time to time.
He hasn't hit a home run in a long time.
He hasn't. But if he's hitting 7,
no, he's
or he's
fine.
hitting 8,
he's leading off
and he
right
plays
now.
really good defense, like in an ideal world, yes, he's leading off today. Then I think you can get away with that. I think Bailey's so good defensively, you can get away with that. So that leads me more to if you get maybe a right-handed hitting second baseman that you could plop in between, some of those left-handed hitters at the bottom of the lineup. I think that would make a lot of sense moving forward. I just don't
think Tyro Estrada idea?
That's an interesting one.
What would that cost you?
Not a lot.
Colorado
assuming they would do
up.
it. They gave you Markus Scudero back in the day.
Got there.
They gave you Scudero back in the day.
Well, I wanted to go there, but I think he's retired. Blockbuster. I don't know.
Let's continue this conversation coming up. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. John Dickinson in for Greg Silver on the patio at 58 Social. The Bloodies are flowing. We're having a good time out here.
Jack Chauncey, you old enough to drink? Grandpa
not
gets
quite.
You one.
Not quite.
He can get you one.
Not quite. It's
orange Kool-Aid. That's all it is. Orange Kool-Aid.
More to come here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer, Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape, he joined Dirty Work yesterday to break down the NBA Finals and give his thoughts on where Kevin Durant could possibly land this offseason. Check out that podcast and all of our podcasts on thesportsleader.com.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Papa and Silver here on a holiday Thursday, the Juneteenth holiday. Giants and the Guardians, 1:05 first pitch. We're at 58 Social. We're on the patio, having a couple bloodies. Walter's got the fries going, the loaded fries.
The second bloody's even stronger.
Yeah, the second bloody hits pretty well. And a busy day, by the way, Giants and the Guardians. And I know you asked me right before the show.
Caitlin Clark, you going tonight?
I'm going over to – I'm doing the
how'd you get tickets? You get a pass to get in?
The Terry Francois two-step.
Two-step.
Today with the Giants. And then, heading down to see the Valkyries.
Sneak me in.
Yeah, I think we can work that out.
I got the fever.
Yeah, Valkyries and the fever over at Chase tonight. And, man, it's about to get busy. You know, NFL's at the – kind of the little dead vacation, 40 days away, period before training camp gets fired up here in about a month. But the NBA is about to hit. We might have an NBA champion tonight.
I'm saying a Game 7. Is Halliburton playing tonight? That's the key.
Yeah, that is the key, and we'll see if Indiana can force a Game 7, and then truly anything can. We got our Giants lineup.
We got an NBA draft next week.
And the
right?
NBA draft's a week away. They just said the thing. Mike Dunleavy's going to meet with the media on Monday for the pre-draft availability, and now 2 nights. I don't know how I feel about that second year in a row with the 2-night NBA draft. They're taking after the NFL. I think you can get it all in one night, but they're doing 2
I
Wednesday,
think it's better
Thursday.
that way. And then could the Warriors trade up and get into the first round the first night? Probably unlikely, and then we'll see them pick it at 41. But as far as the NBA Finals, Indiana had their chance to go up 3-1. That fourth quarter on Friday night, right around the time Casey Schmidt hit the grand slam off Yamamoto, you could see Oklahoma City extending defensively. It started late third quarter, but in the fourth quarter, Indiana just could not get into a good offensive set. They couldn't score.
It was like Game 4 in Denver all over again. It really was. The Nuggets had them in that exact spot that Indiana had them in, and Indiana had, I think it was a 29-18 fourth quarter in Denver, and it was a very similar fourth quarter in Indianapolis.
OKC.
OKC had
Once
that.
they extend defensively, you can just feel them. And Jalen Williams, SGA is just so good. Where he's just got that lean in, lean away. If you get up on him too much, he takes you to the cup. He can make a 3 on the step back if he needs to. So he's so hard to guard. But Jalen Williams, he's not quite that good, but he dropped 40. And he's just, when he's attacking and going to the rim, and you're putting all your defense on SGA, and then Jalen Williams, you just can't stop him. That's the hard thing with Oklahoma City. They're so great defensively, and they play a lot more zone. Series to series, they played more zone against Indiana. They can guard you, man, but they just, whatever the scheme is, and Dagnall's a good coach. But it's so hard to score on them. But there are times Indiana was scoring.
Yes, they were starting to get into a
flow. But then you're trading baskets because you can't stop them on the other end. Right. They are not the Warriors of Kevin Durant. But among NBA champions, with this Oklahoma City team, would they have beaten last year's Boston Celtics?
I don't think so.
In the NBA Finals?
I don't think so, but maybe.
They would have taken them to 6 or 7.
They absolutely would have. No, they absolutely
On
would
both
have.
ends
I don't think they were quite ready maybe last year. I think they had to go through it.
Well, what if Tatum didn't get hurt? What if they beat the Knicks and they were playing Boston this year?
I think they would have beat them. I think they would maybe beat them this year.
The time
this year,
right.
I think maybe.
And then what's it going to be? They got a lot of financial decisions to make.
They do.
What are they going to be like next year?
They also have a bunch of picks
after?
they can use to enhance their
Sam
roster.
Presti, you're killing me.
So they're well set up. It's surprising. I mean, I remember going back the night they clinched to go to the finals. It was 9 years to the day of the Game 6 Clay.
When we were there together?
When we were there together in OKC, we were at all those games.
We had so much fun.
We
went to Bricktown after Game 6. It was you and me and Devin Fox from NBC. Nobody was there. Bricktown, who I thought should be named for Russell Westbrook.
Yes,
and his jump shot.
And you were. I just remember we were on the same flight coming back.
Going in the morning,
and you remember just your yell.
I go in
Russell
the morning.
Westbrook turnover.
How many turnovers did he have in Game 6? So I go in to get a coffee for JD, and there's a day dish right in front. I go, "Are you guys selling the Russell Westbrook turnover?" They're like looking at me like, because in Oklahoma City, once they lose, life ends. What are you going to go watch the Dodgers AAA team there in a Dust Bowl when it's 104 at 8 o'clock at night?
That was
they were not happy with me.
As despondent as I have ever seen a crowd.
That's a good word for
a
it.
game.
That was a good word for it.
I mean, they were heartbroken, not only because they had lost and were probably going to lose Game 7. I think they had accepted that, but it was also Kevin Durant's last home game
and you knew
with
it.
the Thunder, and they knew it.
And that's when Durant, we went back and forth that year on Willie Comm, Harrison Barnes. They got off to that great start that year, and then Harrison rolled his ankle on one of the Morris twins. But Durant in that Game 6 was the very reason why he had to find joy. He had to find ball movement, body movement. He was the leaning tower of Durant. Remember him just like, if Durant had one weakness as a younger player with those long legs and the high dribble, he was turnover prone. He would get all off balance. He'd
they'd throw him at the high. They'd throw it to him at the wing,
and Durant and Draymond and surround him, and there was nowhere to go. And don't pass to Westbrook. It's going to be a Westbrook turnover. Or he's going to Bricktown, so don't give it to him. Harden was gone, so whatever. There was great moments. But is this the best Oklahoma City team? Go back to when, and they were so young.
They were pretty loaded with Harden and
Durant, but they were young.
They were very young.
That's why it's hard for me, because I'm always going to pick Kevin Durant.
That's 3 Hall of Famers.
Right, but this team is a team, and they guard.
And I don't know that. I mean, how many Hall of Famers are on
this team?
I mean,
SGA. Maybe
if he continues to be. I mean, he isn't now, but if he continues on the path that he's been on, he would be.
You're not going to put Hartenstein in the Hall of Fame?
That looks like, I mean, that right now I would say that's about it. I don't think Jalen Williams,
Jalen Williams is a pretty
good player, but I don't think he.
This year he made All NBA, he made All NBA D, he was an All-Star. If he has, a 10-year run like he's just starting his career, it's possible. But I mean, is this the best Oklahoma City? I mean, if they win tonight or they win Sunday, they win the championship, it will be viewed that way. But I still would take maybe the Durant, Westbrook, Harden team is too young. But the team that the Warriors beat, coming back from 3 games to 1 down,
with Adams and Ibaka,
the king-size Kiwi. Who was that guard? They had the Roberson.
Yeah,
Andre Roberson would guard out on 2 guard.
Yep.
I mean only because Harden was gone and they were so young. That to me,
Deion Waiters was.
Now there was one good Cleveland team when the Warriors won a championship, but to me the Durant team that the Warriors beat in the Western Finals, to come from 3-1 down, the 73-9 team. Obviously, you lost to Toronto. Cleveland beat you once. But I think of the teams the Warriors beat, that Oklahoma City team was the best.
And I think you could make the case that the 17 Cleveland team that the Warriors beat was better than the 16 Cleveland team. Like that team was better. So,
but those Warriors were so loaded. I mean, the Warriors the one year almost went full. They were 15-0.
They did.
And I remember they asked me to be on a radio show. I was in Northeast Ohio. I think it was an Akron radio station.
I think we were
there.
We were on
so
together the night they were going.
They asked me would the Warriors beat the Dream Team? I was like, whoa! Where's this coming from? Honestly, they already conceded the series.
Yeah.
Now,
it was 0-3.
Well, they made how many threes they make that night? Like 24.
Yes,
and they forced Game 5.
Okay,
and then the Warriors won in 5. But when I didn't even know it was coming, I'm like, what? I'm like, which Dream Team you talking about? Bobby Knight in '88? That was to be the original Dream Team. Are you talking '92?
No chance.
And then we got going on. It's like, well, Bird's back was bad. Magic was just back for being HIV positive.
Wow.
I don't know. It was Michael. I mean, like, we actually got into a conversation. If the Golden State Warriors could beat the greatest assemblage of basketball talent ever, the '92 Dream Team, I'm like, where are you guys coming up with that? But after we got into it, I'm like, who's guarding Durant? Who's guarding Durant? Were you going to clone Scotty?
They were going to
guarding Steph?
Maybe Jordan.
Can you imagine that matchup?
Probably would have been Jordan and Pippen on
Could they have beaten the Dream Team? I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, but they beat the Cavs, and they did go, 16-1 that year on their way.
Which, to me, was more impressive than even going 73-9 in the regular season.
It was incredible. That was, I think, top to bottom. And look, the 15 team was terrific. The team that won in 22 obviously had its own special story. I think that's probably the fourth of the 4. But I think the 17 team, the 18 team, things were starting to fray a little bit.
Durant was starting to go weird.
But yeah, to me, the 17 team was the best team, top to bottom, that they had. It's one of the best teams in Vegas.
Kevin rising up, left above the break in transition over LeBron James.
Incredible.
Signature
to
shot.
end that series when they were down? They were down 6 with like a minute to go, and ended up winning that one. So yeah, might be an NBA champion. I'm hoping for
Might
Game
not.
7.
Is
I'm
Halliburton
hoping for a
playing
Game
tonight?
7. I think he's going to play. It's just how
Is he going to play well?
How
Can he
effective
move?
is he going to be? That's the thing. If he's ineffective, then I think that gives the Thunder the pathway that they're going to need.
It is in Indianapolis.
And the thing I'll say,
We got one more. Boom, baby!
I will
Give
say
me one more. Force the Game
The
7.
Thunder, they have answered the challenge at every turn, whether it's been shot making or defense. The 2 Game 4s, very similar to the Warriors' 15 run. They're down 2-1 and in the same rounds in the semis.
Oklahoma City, no, for real.
And
for
the
real.
Thunder have, then
they run the table.
And then they run the table. They won
7
against Denver.
Yeah.
But they were on the ropes in the game set or in the Game 4 rather, to where if you lose that game, then it gets a little weird.
So you're going to be with me again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Greg's got the weekend off going to a wedding, and we're going to have the Hall of Famer Mark Spears on. When the series started, my first job out of college, I was 21 years of age. I was hired by the Indiana Pacers. So I have an affinity for that. For whenever I see that logo, it's like going back in the crib. So he was saying, Pop, if there's a situation where Indiana's 1 win away, you got to come. And I thought, I will. But it was Friday night, Game 4. They're up 2-1. They had control of that game. And then the fourth quarter, late third quarter, and it slipped away. And now it's 2-2, and now it's 3-2. So if they do win tonight, what are you walking into going back to Oklahoma City?
A
and
tight
seeing
building,
basically
though.
a coronation? And can you go there thinking the Pacers are going to win Game 7 on the road there, or you're going all that way?
Game 7's
different. Damn! This is still not the best Thunder team. Durant would have kicked your ass.
Game 7's different. I think that.
You think they could, if they win tonight, can they win a Game 7?
I think it can.
Well, it's all up on Halliburton and his mobility tonight.
It is, but I think they can. I think Game 5 is an easier game to play. I think for the Thunder at home, it's just like
Game
Game 7 is different.
All right, so going back to the Warriors in 19 with Toronto,
That would have been different.
When Durant tore the Achilles, you lost him.
They still had a
They
shot
won the game
with
and
Clay.
Then,
If
right,
Clay
but
had
when
been
Clay
healthy.
tore the ACL, and we had a flight. We were flying the next day back to Toronto, St. Lee and I, and I'm thinking they almost won that game.
Correct.
But I'm thinking so you staved off elimination. You got to go back to Toronto.
That would have been tough.
And deal with them in Jurassic Park. Remember that area outside of the arena?
Tough.
And you don't have Durant and you don't have Clay. We're just going there for a coronation. It's going to be a 40-point game.
I agree with you on that one.
But this one's not.
I don't think
Let's
this
just watch the game.
Well, let's see. Let's watch tonight's
and then we'll figure it out tomorrow.
That's
you
right.
decide if I'm traveling to Indianapolis on Saturday.
We will.
Or no, Oklahoma City.
We'll figure it out.
Oklahoma
Back in
City.
Bricktown for the first time since
if it was,
2016.
tonight would have been the night. Honestly, if they had won Game 4, and
if
gone
they were
up
up,
3
they were going
games
for
to 1, and they could have won the title tonight, I would not be here.
All right.
I'd be
boom,
baby.
All right.
I'd be a damn.
We'll see what happens tonight. Let's get back into some Giants coming up. I still haven't given you the
I want to hear your lineup.
The lineup, the ideal lineup. It varies a little from where yours is at, and then just one move, what that move potentially could be. We'll get into all that coming up right here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back out here on the patio, 58 Social, having a good time. Giants and the Guardians coming up, 1:05 first pitch. John Dickinson in for Greg Silver, Greg Papa here. The Bloodies are flowing. Logan Webb's on the mound, and the Giants are trying to get
Bloodies
their
on JD.
first win. That's right.
Bloodies on JD.
Always.
The
Stop by
Acavado tab. And put a steak sandwich on it.
Yes. I'll have a Bloody Mary and a steak sandwich.
Bloody Mary, a steak
and a steak sandwich.
And a steak sandwich.
And a steak sandwich.
To go, yeah. The Bloodies are good.
Yeah.
They're better when the Giants win a baseball game.
They are, and the Giants
score more than 2 runs.
They have not done that since Friday, the last time that Logan Webb pitched. Logan Webb on the mound for the Giants. Let's run through the lineup again. We gave it to you early. It hit for the day game even before we were on the air at 10 o'clock. So the Giants lineup today very quickly. Mike Yastrzemski moved up in the lineup. He's been hot over the course of the last 7 games, playing right field. Willie Adames, we talked to JT Snow earlier about hitting in front of Rafi Devers and getting pitches to hit. I think Adames' at-bats have been better. Lately. They've been better, and he hit one last
came
night
out of
the
it
other
in
way.
Yeah.
Real good stroke the other way, but again, it kind of just died. It died.
He is swinging the ball better.
I was talking to FP a little bit last night about how that can get in a hitter's head when you do everything right, and then you hit it to that dead part of the ballpark. And he went the other way and hit a lot of home runs the other way in Milwaukee. And with Milwaukee, and to see it that's just going to be an out
different
in this
ballpark
park.
in Milwaukee.
And how much do you
change?
Tampa
Bay.
Yeah, and Tampa Bay. And, I mean, when he's swinging it well, he goes the other way for power. We'll see if I think you got to just stick with it and trust that the results are going to come. But I think he's had better at bats. So it's Yastrzemski, Adames, Devers, top 3 in the lineup. Elliot Ramos is in left field in the cleanup spot. Dom Smith, Casey Schmidt, 4, 5, 6. And then Jung-Hoo Lee's batting 7th. That was the headliner, I think, of the lineup change or adjustment for Bob Melvin, and then Patrick Bailey's catching, Christian Koss batting 9th at second base today.
Yeah, against a righty, the big rig, Gavin Williams, a lot of four-seam fastballs up. They call it a sweeper, but really it's a cutter slider. So I gave my lineup, and this is basically when Matt Chapman comes back. I went through it all. I'm anxious to hear. Is yours dramatically different? And I think it'll adjust left-handed pitching versus righty. But what lineup do you want to see? Maybe as long. I mean, I know in a week he's going to start resuming baseball activities, but I'm a little concerned about that. Maybe right around the All-Star break, after the All-Star break when Chappie comes back.
There is some flexibility, I think, for adjustment with the right-left combinations. I think you can, based on who's hot, move players around. I think in a perfect world, Jung-Hoo Lee's your leadoff hitter. In a perfect world, Jung-Hoo Lee's getting on base. He's spraying the ball all over. He's running the bases. Jung-Hoo Lee's your leadoff hitter and playing center field. I want, though, after that, and this is where we differ, I want your best 2 hitters 2-3. I want your best 2 hitters to be 2-3, and I think Elliot Ramos, along with Raphael Devers, are the Giants' best 2 hitters. So I go Ramos second in front of Devers, and then you go left, right, left with Jung-Hoo Lee, Ramos, and Devers. So that's where we differ. I think you had Ramos down in the 6th spot.
Well, that could be the way they go in July. There were times Ramos was up. Ramos let off last night against the lefty. I hear you. I think right now they're trying to get Adames going and putting him back in the 2-hole. I'm not opposed to that.
Because Ramos is going to hit wherever.
Ramos, and then you put Ramos in that catbird seat. Whoever hits in front of Devers is going to get fastballs.
Yes.
Who's the best fastball hitter? What I was thinking was they both chase. They all chase.
Yeah,
all these right-handed hitters chase
and
the
they chase the slider
away.
Yes.
So I was trying to get Adames going and get him fastballs, but you know what? I like that. And Ramos is showing a little power here.
Yes.
So I'm with you.
And
I would go that way.
He moves up. He leads off against lefties too. So to me, it's
makes
just
it
you
easy.
get him right at the
Either
top.
one
You
or
just
two.
flip him.
That's cool. And you're going to bat in the first inning.
And you
know that.
And you're getting Devers at bat in the
I got
first
you
inning.
though. How
against
far back
anybody.
you dropping Adames?
So I'm going Ramos 2, Devers 3. I would plug Chapman in. We agree in the cleanup spot. I think he's the guy you want him up in big situations. He's to me he's the guy that balances out the rest of it. Where you're a little thin is in the five hole. I don't think I don't think Dom Smith's been great. The sac flies, the situational hitting, the defense at first base has been great.
You don't even know if he'll be on the roster when Chapman. I mean, honestly.
You don't.
Could be Bryce Eldridge.
But assuming he is, I like Dom Smith as a lefty in that fifth spot. But again, if Yaz is hot and Dom Smith's not,
so you're still going left, right, left.
I am going left, right, left until we get down a little bit farther. So I go Dom Smith fifth, and Flores obviously would be in there, and maybe Flores could even be bumped up. I might.
So how do you have Dom Smith and Wilmer
against
in
lefties?
together?
I don't want to confuse. Against lefties, I might go Ramos, Devers, Wilmer.
Wait a minute. How do you have? You can't have. That's the problem. Devers, Dominic Smith, and Wilmer can't all be in together.
No. Well, no. Wilmer's out
against righties.
Against righties. But it is a platoon. It is a Dom Smith Wilmer.
So it's one or the other.
Platoon.
It's Dom Wilmer.
And Wilmer can play some against righties.
Right.
Wilmer can hit righties.
It's a Smith Flores.
But yes, it's Smith Flores fifth.
Got it.
But I would move Flores up against lefties. Adames is 6 for me. To me, you just want your best. You want your best hitters hitting up. That you can move him around a little bit if Adames is performing. If you need to get him in that hot spot above Devers, that's fine. But I like Adames 6. I like Yaz 7, and then I would go Patrick Bailey 8. And right now Tyler Fitzgerald or whoever's playing second. To me, if you get a second baseman that can hit a little bit, maybe that player moves into the 8 spot and Patrick Bailey ends up 9, although maybe you want to have a speed element or a base runner element in the 9 hole like they've used.
I like
Tyler
that.
Fitzgerald.
So the major change between my lineup and yours is
we just have Ramos and
hitting
Adames.
2 and Adames.
Yeah.
But I think right now, and you're right, I'm projecting the lineup on Juneteenth today, the holiday. When Chapman comes back, maybe July 19th, this could be the way to. And if you were to base the lineup on the overall season production, it would be Ramos up and Adames down.
Correct.
But I think he's just trying to get Adames going. So the bigger issue is, do they have enough in this lineup? And the clear areas to upgrade are second base. We've been talking so much about first base and catch, but second base production is not good.
Right. I think Fitzgerald's driven in 9.
He had 7 for like 7 weeks. And the defense, he's fine. Now Christian Koss is in there. So the trading deadline of July 31st, 3 o'clock our time right after our show, is 6 weeks from today. A long time away. So it's hard to identify, and I think that's the problem. Why were the Boston Red Sox willing to make a trade? They're not buyers. They're not sellers. They just wanted to get rid of him.
They wanted off the money.
They wanted him gone.
Yeah.
So Pat Riley held on to Jimmy Butler till he had to trade him. But this is a different deal. This wasn't like we're buying, we're selling, we're improving our baseball team. This was the owner flew to Kansas City, and the guy looked me in the eye and said, I'm not going to play first base. And the owner said, get him the F out of here. I want him gone. So what would you do? If you gave the guy a 10-year deal for $325 million, he tells you you're not going to play?
I wouldn't have traded him now. I will say that. I would not
have traded him that day.
Okay.
You can't have a guy like that. We can get into this at all. Yeah. You can't have a guy tell the owner that, tell the GM. We just signed you a lifetime contract, and we have a situation here.
True.
You got to go play where we ask you to play. So it's an issue. But anyway,
it's an issue.
So Boston is not in this middle ground. We're 6 weeks from the deadline. Are you buying? Are you selling? They are told by the owner, get him out of here and try to get as much back. Really what we want is I don't want to have to pay that guy a red cent the rest of his life. So we have someone take all of his salary and get him out of here. That is different. Now you're getting into who are buyers, who are sellers. So on Juneteenth, you probably, the White Sox are sellers. Are the A's sellers? Probably. But doing business with them is difficult. I identify.
Is it less difficult now, maybe?
I mean, David Force is a different guy. I don't know. They just haven't made a trade. We thought when Farhan was there. I don't know who they have really at the positions you're looking for that they'd be willing to give up, honestly. The one team that I identified a long time is Baltimore. Mike Elias, the GM. They fired their manager, but they're playing a little bit better. They made the playoffs last year.
But they're 11 under.
I understand, but we got a lot of schedule yet to go.
We do.
So
Baltimore
may say to you,
they can make a run.
Don't talk to me in June. If I'm in the same spot in July, call me.
Fair enough.
So now we can't make a deal. So maybe we make it in July. Then over in the National League, we talked about Colorado. They just don't like giving up on their guys. Montfort, their owner, he likes them. Estrada would be different because he's not a lifetime Colorado Rocky like Ryan McMahon and a few other guys. Would Miami make a trade with that? We don't need Alcantara. They've got other guys. Washington has fallen off the earth. They have lost 11 in a row. They got some young talent. Atlanta, you would think that they would be somewhat of sellers, but Alex Anthopoulos, the Greek, their GM, just went off and said, I'm not trading Chris Sale ever. They mark it down. We're going to, he didn't come out and say we're going to win, but they're always there. They won a World Series a couple of years ago, and they were under 500 at the deadline. He bought them a whole new outfield and traded for one. Is Arizona a seller? We had Buster Olney on the end, Buster Olney, and he said Mike Hazen may sell, but not today. So in any event, it's 6 weeks from the day's the deadline. Boston was a different situation because they're not buyers, they're not sellers. They got a lot of young talent. They're trying to figure it out. Right now, they're playing great. They went to Seattle, won that series. They swept the Yankees. They think they can win the American League East. The Yankees can't hit. Tampa Bay, we thought would be sellers. Now all of a sudden they're hot. So when you're in this purgatory of the 6 weeks between now and the deadline, it's hard to make a deal. That's why Boston and Devers was just different because they wanted him out of there.
And it's a great position to be in, I think, if you're the Giants, having the biggest move of moves done with 6 weeks to go. I do think it affords you the opportunity to relax a little bit and not feel the panic to make another move. I think there is another move to be made. I think we've seen with Buster Posey, they're going to be aggressive. To me, you don't make the Devers move if you're not prepared to make a few more moves.
And you got money.
And
you got about $17 million under the competitive balance tax. The one thing was moving Jordan Hicks' salary was big.
Huge.
And Devers' money is deferred. You didn't take on a lot of new money this year.
No doubt.
Up against the tax line to add Devers.
I mean, in all honesty, Devers fell in their lap. Now, they accepted it, and they paid the freight, and they sent Harrison out, and Tibbs is going to be a good player, but it fell in their lap. Sometimes you just have to be ready to react and be willing to pay, and we know the Giants have been willing to pay for premium hitters. They have been willing to pay. They just haven't been able to get the guys to come. So how do you get them to come if they're not willing to sign as free agents? You trade for them.
Right.
You trade for them, and sometimes that means you have to trade for somebody who
and the
is
next trade,
disgruntled.
The point I'm making is when you get into that buyer-seller thing, there's not a lot of teams that are clear buyers or sellers. Are they willing to do it now? Devers was, you can pounce on him on Father's Day and not have to wait till Bastille Day. So now, I think you're going to have to. Plus, I think you need time. Do you want to pull the plug on Tyler Fitzgerald right now and go get a second baseman, or do you want to let him try to win that job?
I think you have time because I think
continue to play in that job.
I think you can see how things look with Devers for more than the 2 games, and I think you can see how things look even a little bit with Matt Chapman probably for a couple of weeks, even if he doesn't come back until closer to the.
And what if he's not himself when he does come back?
Then that factors in as well. But I think I'm looking at right now at the NL. And we'll continue this coming up in our final segment before we get to Giants pregame. I'm looking at the NL, and I think it's going to be pretty definitive if it isn't already. And I know things can change, but, you look at Cubs, Dodgers, Mets.
They're all making it.
They're making it.
Phillies
the Phillies are making it. And then you've got the Giants right now who are the next best team. The Padres are pretty good, although they've fallen on hard times basically because they can't beat the Dodgers. But then, to me, who else is
Reds, Brewers, Cardinals, Diamondbacks.
To me, it's probably. I know the Reds have the 39 and 35, but to me, it's probably the Brewers, Cardinals, D-backs. The Braves are well behind. But to me, it's pretty. It's going to be pretty definitive. The Nats, the Marlins, the Pirates, the Rockies, those are the teams that are going to be out of it for sure. The Braves may wind up being out of it. I know they don't want to admit to it right now. I think the NL is going to end up being.
So
pretty clear cut.
And right now the Giants are in.
Yeah.
They're the second wild card. So do they have to do nothing? Could they just ride out Tyler Fitzgerald and no production at all from the catching position?
Well, not until October.
And then once you get in, you want to do something when you get in.
Correct.
So these are areas you have to.
Well, and once you get in, you're in a 2 or 3.
Right.
You're in and you'd love that with Webb and Ray, assuming you've got them lined up. You would love that.
I think the other area is because Devers is here. But Devers, I don't think Devers, I could be wrong, But I don't think he's going to play a lot of first base. I think he's going to DH
I don't think
most
he
of the
is
year.
either.
So then you've got a first-place platoon of Wilmer and Dom Smith, which looks fine. But that's the one area, and Dom Smith has helped that because Wilmer was DHing before. Is Wilmer going to fall off offensively when you take him out of the lineup most days against right-handed pitching?
Or maybe was he going to fall off anyway?
Anyway. So, I mean, we obviously second base now is the hot spot. How do you improve it? Catching position around Bailey. How do you improve it? Ryan O'Hearn of Baltimore is a name that I mentioned a month ago that I think you could go get. What would be wrong with getting O'Hearn here and add him in Devers and have all those left-handed hitters and Dom Smith? Now, the problem is you'd have a glut. You couldn't play Wilmer, O'Hearn, and Dom Smith, only once playing, but it would help your bench a lot. So even though we're all excited about Devers and it does allow Wilmer to play a little more first base, they still have room to grow, I think, not only at second base, but the entire right side of the infield.
Time now for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, which is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Have you had the Surfside yet, Pop? I got to ask you
You're
that
asking
real
a silly
quick.
question, right?
Is
it an alcoholic adult beverage?
It's tremendous.
It is tremendous.
It's smooth.
It is tremendous.
It is smooth and flavorful. The iced teas are good. The lemonades are all good as well. But, yeah, our Bay Area Sports Calendar, Giants and Guardians today.
105 first pitch, by the way.
105 on the holiday. You got an extra 20 minutes.
Why am I working on a holiday, by the way? I didn't even know it was a holiday.
Because you get another one. Yeah,
All
you
right.
do.
All
Yeah,
right.
you do.
I do. Okay.
And then
I got a day off down the road.
you get a day off down the road for that one.
I may
And then
take that tomorrow.
The Red Sox are here starting
The Red Sox
tomorrow
are coming. The Red Sox are coming.
with Rafi Devers' former team, so that's great. And then we touched on it a little bit, the Caitlin Clark show.
I got the fever, and the only prescription is getting over. You are going to Chase Center tonight.
I am going to go over and see the Valkyries. I'm doing the Terry Francois two-step. I feel like for me it's a triple header. We're doing the show and then the game, and then it's a three event.
We got a little time. What time is the tip-off at Chase?
7.
So we'll be done by about 4:05.
Yeah.
Then we have to go cocktail.
Yeah.
With the Golden Girls. They're leaving us.
We can go down and see
They're going hardcore now. They're going Gotham Club.
Yeah.
They're going to the Speakeasy.
Again, you got a little extra time today, too.
Whenever you go, the Gotham Club is so. We could go there
Amazing.
during the game. That's my spot during
Amazing.
games.
Let's meet
It's
over
like
there.
a real speakeasy. You have to whisper, Christy Mathewson.
Right. You have to give
that's
the
the only
code
way you
word.
can get in.
You have to give the code word. The code word is
Malad.
Willie Mays.
No, he didn't play back then.
No.
Kind of did. He played at the Polo Ground.
No, that's true. You got to get. It's got to be somebody that actually played there. So we'll let's wrap things up when we come back here. Logan Webb on the mound. Giants trying to salvage the finale of this series, and we'll get you.
What
to
time we done?
Giants baseball.
12:05.
12:05
for a 105 first pitch.
12:05.
Yeah. Can we sneak one more bloody in between now and 12:05?
I think we can.
Hell yes!
I think we can, but we better hurry. Right here.
We
on
got to
the
do Diamond Notes though, right?
The Sports Leader.
Got it.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, final segment, a shorty here, just about 4+ minutes to go before we get you to Giants baseball, the pregame. I've got Diamond Notes. We'll talk with John Miller, all that coming up here as you listen to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco. The sports leader, John Dickinson, in for Greg Silver. Papa and Silver. Papa's here. We're finishing up the Bloody Marys in these final 4 minutes. And Logan Webb on the mound trying to be the stopper. He's been great.
You know, we talk so much about the offense because they've scored 2 runs in the first 2 Devers games and 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position. But his performance Friday night at Dodger Stadium.
Awesome.
And Mike Krukow calls him a big game pitcher. Think about 21, winning game 162 against San Diego, winning game 1 against the Dodgers, pitching so well in game 5 against the Dodgers, going in there on Friday the 13th, facing Yamamoto, and just dealing. I mean, one of the best performances. And this will be a big game today. You don't want to go into that Boston series, obviously, with a little extended losing streak. He needs to stop the 4-gamer. Typically, he does pitch well here, but I remember a day game against Kansas City where it didn't go well. Logan Webb has never faced Cleveland in his career. So as far as the guys in the lineup, Ramirez and Stephen Kwan, that's close, the first, his 2 feet are 4 inches apart at the beginning of the swing and the big kick, and he gets out to 40 inches. It's amazing. He's seen a couple guys. Carlos Santana is 2 for 3 against him in his career, but he hasn't faced a lot of these hitters. A lot of these hitters don't know him. I do worry about the guys that sometimes don't know him. They get these advanced scouting reports from the American League where they look down, sinker, slider, change, down, 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 and look away. But he's changed up. More 4-seam fastballs, more cutters. So hopefully they score more than 2. Can they get to 4? But I think this is a time for Logan Webb, who's a big game pitcher, to go in and give the Giants 7 or 8 strong today.
Yeah, he's 6-5. The Giants are only, I say only because his numbers are really good, they're only 8-7.
And all his starts?
In his 15 starts overall.
Yeah.
We were talking about Justin Verlander, the Giants 4-7 in Justin Verlander's starts. He is the lone, him and Jordan Hicks are the lone starters that had, where the Giants had a losing record in their starts. Hicks obviously on to Boston, but Webb's been great at home. 3-1 with a 1.36 and 48 strikeouts.
Why do I remember the 1 more than the 3?
It was the KC game. Yeah, it was
Salvador
the KC
Perez
game.
taking him out to right center.
The afternoon game where the Royals won 2 out of 3 after the Giants had taken a game.
And
They got to win against
He struggled early in the game.
He did.
So let's see how these Cleveland hitters attack him. Will they go at him early? Will they look down, down, down? Will he go up 4-seam and cutter? I mean, the bottom line is, with the offense, and hopefully they score more. And I think they'll hit this guy, Gavin Williams. He does live at the top, four-seam fastball, and the sweeper, the slider, the cutter away. I think they're going to hit him, though. But the current state of the Giant offense, if Logan Webb goes out and gives up crooked numbers right away, it's not a good thing.
That's trouble, but he's been great. The last 3 starts, you look at Logan Webb in June, and you talk about big games against big teams. Padres, big game here, 8 shutout innings with 7 strikeouts. The game at Dodger Stadium, the 7 innings where he gives up just the 2 hits and ends up with the win in that one. They get the job done 6-2, and then he had a real nice outing, 6 innings, 2 earned, with 10 strikeouts against the Braves mixed in there on the Saturday afternoon, where they ended up with Chapman hitting the walk-off. Looked like maybe he was going to be the tough luck loser in that one. Ends up with the no decision as Chapman hit the walk-off there. So we'll see what happens. Just some final thoughts here in our final 20 seconds.
Brother, great show. You and I always have fun together.
Cheers,
Toast to
brother.
You. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Looking
and
forward
remember,
to
it is a holiday. It is Juneteenth today, and you and I were here 1 year ago today. We lost Willie the day before, but you and I did a show, so we're thinking him. We always think of him when we come out to the ballpark, but Say Hey Kid is on our minds today.
All right, for Pop, I'm JD, back tomorrow, but the Giants and the Guardians are coming up next right here on the Sports Leader.